Welcome in to another episode of Let's Just Talk About It. Okay, what tonight's topic is Texans in November. Are you voting for James Talarico? Why or why not? Now, we all know what's happened in Texas with the primary election for not only the Senate race, but so many other seats that were also too on the ballots. But the most important, the most polarized one was the Senate race between James Talarico and the amazing Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. Now, when we talk about voter suppression, everybody got to watch it in real time this primary as they changed the rules throughout the day, including what polling location you could vote at. Will there be extensions per the confusion, the website shutting down, telling people where they could vote, making extensions in some cities, then canceling the extensions in half of the cities. So, the ones they were canceling just happened to be, Dallas and where it's predominantly black, where we know that the majority would be voting for Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. So there was so much shit going on. And when we talk about voter suppression, there's a lot of people being absolutely quaint about it on the left. Well, of course, on the right. If you guys don't know, Kim Paxton shut down the extension in which he's also running in the race. So that should be a conflict of interest somewhere. It has to be, right? But no, we haven't heard anything about it. So, with all of the controversy and James Talarico neglecting the black vote, are you voting for him when it comes to November? Is that a seat that will just have to be missed? Will we be turning Texas blue in a completely different way? We're going to have a conversation about it tonight. I want to know your thoughts. I want to know what you plan to do, and just how you feel about it. Even if you don't know what you plan to do, what are your thoughts about it and what do you feel about it? So I'll be in the house. Hey, JD Shack, get your daily heart me, GTW, JD Shack. You guys' rule is gray on the sideline to make a point. Can we though? Can we though? I think that's up for discussion. I think that's up for discussion. Hey, everybody. You guys, make sure you tap the screen, share the live. Make sure you are subscribed. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button. And you already know what it is with that second device. Okay. My mom, so let them know. But we are live here and there. Come on, Donchelle, don't watch the live for 100 minutes. Let's go. Jess, do you have a gift goal? That's where I always forget. I'll sit in this chair for about an hour before I actually hit the live button, and I was still forget the gift goal. All right, y'all know what it is. We start out small and work our way up. Started from the bottom, now we here. Okay, quoting Quentin Miller. Now, we are well over 10K tabs. So if you guys would like to come up and talk about it, of course, we'll be prioritizing our Texans, but that Senate race is affecting everybody. So you can have your thoughts. But I do also really want to know what the Texans are feeling like in Texas in regards to what's happening. Mm-hmm. Miss Sunshine, how you doing? Voting for Talarico, anything better than Paxton or Cornyn? And you know what? I'm not minding anybody for their. Do you think that Talarico can win? Hola, Alondra, ¿cómo estás? Hanging in there, girl. And when I say hanging, I say hanging, okay? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank y'all. Y'all knocked that out like it wasn't nobody's business. Okay, that's what you talking about. Girl, get the little roses out of here. What else you got? Get the little roses out of here. We got squirrels now. Let's see what this squirrel do. Oh, how cute. Is that supposed to be for like the month of March or something? Thank you so much for knocking those out. Beanie through. Excelente. Blessed and highly favored. ¿Cómo se dice blessed and highly favored in Espanol? I thought Talarico won. Baby, he won the primary. He has to win the general election in November. Now, me personally, I don't think he gonna win. The Democratic Party don't even think that he's going to win. I heard all this shit about how electable he was. Right? We need somebody who's gonna win. Like the white lady said, I love Jasmine Crockett with tears in her eyes, but she had to vote for Jasmine Crockett because she needs somebody that's gonna win. Huh. Bendicida? Bendicida. Did I say that right? Bendicida, because ain't really no bees in there, right? Oh, baby, the squirrels is squirreling, okay? Y'all was not playing. Hey, Nichelle, how you doing?
Hey.
Hi. Oh, I know that. Hey.
Hey, girl. Hey.
Hi.
Listen, I'm supposed to be studying for my exam on Wednesday, so I'm not going to be up here long. But
no problem.
I just wanted to share something. First of all, for me as a Texan, I'm moving in silence. Right. I'm taking a word from our good friend Erica with Black Girls Who Brunch, and I am moving in silence. That's number one. However, I didn't want to share this. So, all y'all, like, if you're not in Texas and don't understand that it's not about losing to Talarico, it's how Jasmine lost. Maybe don't opine on that publicly. Maybe rethink that post. Because I'm seeing so many takes from outside of Texas, from a lot of Black people, by the way, Jess, who are calling us stupid, ridiculous, trying to flip it and say this is just like, the pro-Pally movement in 2024 withholding their vote or protest votes. It's not the same.
It is not the same.
If you don't understand what happened last Tuesday, specifically in Dallas County, if you can't break that down, if you don't know the understandings of that, then maybe just sit and listen. Right? Because it's starting to really, really irritate me that I'm seeing so many takes making fun of us, telling us we're ridiculous. I saw one young Black man say, if Talarico loses, then you get what you get. Okay, Texas has been ruby red.
All my fucking life, bitch. I've been having what I got.
Right. So, I mean, the material things don't change for us if for some reason the seat isn't flipped, by the way. Like, again, you don't know Texas politics, so don't threaten us with a good time. That's number one. Number two, I just saw this very interesting post, of course, now, because like you said at the beginning, it's highly publicized race. And so now Talarico is on all the media circuits, right? And so he just did this segment on CBS Morning. I literally just swiped out of another live that I was in and dropped. The next video was this video. And they were asking him about the war in Iran. And he had a great answer. He was saying, that he visited this one town in Texas and they don't have running water. They don't have the infrastructure for running water, but we've got money for wars. And instead of funding schools and things like that in Texas, I'm like, okay, good answer. But then he said this, Jeff. Then he said this. So the interviewer was like, oh, well, what about Chuck Schumer? What about the Democratic national leadership, pushing that narrative as well? You know what his response was? What? He literally sounded like a junior statesman. And he said, oh, I don't know about all that. I only know what's going on in Texas. Sir, are you kidding me?
I told y'all. I told
y'all. Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Let me pull up my sounds, because now I feel I had to restart my computer. I shut it down, so I had to restart it up because I was gone. So everything ain't pulled up. Oh damn. They closed the site down. But I told y'all niggas, and also too, Kay wanted to add something to what you just said too.
Yeah, let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
Quick. So yeah. So he said, I don't know. All I know is about Texas, and I couldn't comment fast enough. I'm like, hold on a second. I like what you said about Iran, but dude, you are no longer running for a state rep seat. This is a federal one. How the hell are you not locked in to what the national Dem leadership, their stance is on Iran? Crazy.
You focused over there. Okay, go ahead. I know you said you wanted to interject at that point. You want to add something to that?
Hey, y'all. So let's talk about that little town in Sand Branch that he went to go have a photo op about.
Thank you. Which is now seemed to be a talking point.
Sand Branch Wesley has been without running water for 30 years. The reason why I know that Sand Branch was without running water for 30 years is because 2 years ago, it's like they have somebody that's there. It was a guy, he came on there and he started educating us about Sand Branch. Now, the reason why we're talking about Sand Branch now is because it's right outside of Jasmine Crockett's district. It's not even an incorporated town. And it's going to take $12.5 million for them to incorporate that town and build the infrastructure that it needs to get water going through that town. Technically, if you really want something done about it, you have to go to the county commissioner's office because it's on the outskirts and it's not incorporated. So for him to go and to equate that when he just learned about Sand Branch 2 weeks ago, and now you want to use it as a photo op. Now you want to come on and make it sound like you're bringing national news to Sand Branch. When you knew about Sand Branch 8 years ago, you knew about Sand Branch 5 years ago, you knew about Sand Branch last year.
Now it's a talking point.
Now it's a talking point because now you have to win your way back into the Black community, and that is a majority Black town. So if 2 + 2 is 4, and 5 + 5 is 10. And it's funny because I'm on Threads right now arguing with a girl because she's trying to tell me about this. And I'm like, you're trying to tell me what Jasmine Crockett has done. I said, you can go on Google and see what she's done. She tried to secure a $12.5 million fund and they denied her.
Drop some crowns in the chat for Soul. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing love to the panel.
So I'm just confused why we're talking about Sand Branch now.
Because they don't want to fix Sand Branch. They want.
And he's not going to fix Sand Branch. However, what I did do for him, because Black women have to do something sometimes. I did put it on the minds of Vicki Goodwin when I talked to her tonight because she said one of her big things is water, and I told her about that. I also got with her staffer. I talked about it with Sarah Eckhart. Because if y'all want to be running, that needs to be a talking point for me to support y'all. And I'm going to go down to the city of Dallas to really figure out why the commissioner has not done anything about it yet. Sometimes you got to lobby. So while he's sitting out passing waters.
No, you're hold on really quick. You're totally fine, Marks. And everybody has a right to have their opinion. So you can definitely have yours. I love you down. It's safe. And you're also in Texas. So everybody's thought is their thought, and I know everybody's gonna be different depending on how they feel. Oh my God! And I didn't even see it. First of all, y'all, why y'all didn't tell me? Oh, because after 10 o'clock, my phone automatically go to do not disturb. I didn't get the notification, so please.
Yeah, it's 11:11. Yeah, we missed it.
Drop some crowns in the chat for Marks and Queso to say because we're all still hurting. Yes, the fuck we are. I feel like I haven't even really gotten completely over 2024. And before the wounds could heal, it's just like, I'm going to rip that Band-Aid off and stab you in that bitch again. And drop some more crowns in the chat for the beautiful Texas butterfly. Thank you so much for the 20 cents that you're looking beautiful. I appreciate it. I ain't going to lie. Y'all be telling me I look beautiful on the best days, okay? And the days when a girl really fucking need it. So thank you. Yeah, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I'm not going to tell you. I do think that everybody should show up and vote. However your vote looks like is your vote. But I do think it's important for them to know that we do show up. So albeit if you want to court me or not, the only question is, are you the one that's getting it? Or am I skipping your name? Am I voting against you? It could be one or the other. Am I just going down ballot and just like, oh, no, not that one. Because I just wanted to understand there's more than one way to flip Texas blue besides one seat. That's one thing. And two, also, don't put out this is the United States of America. There's 100 Senate seats. Can I see some more crowns? Though I just really want to say thank you again to Marks and Texas Butterfly. I love and appreciate y'all. Why is not updating?
Yeah, your goal's not updating. I was like, it still says 222.
Right, that's what it was doing the other day. Let me see. And I'd have to type it in again and then it will update. Okay, I think it's working now. But y'all, there's 100 seats. Even if Jasmine got it, we still need numbers, right? So you guys make sure, don't put all the weight on Texas. Like Michelle said, and I've said plenty of times before, Texas has been a ruby red for quite all my life. All my life. I've been fighting all my life, right? We need more than just that. So that means the rest of the world, this one didn't work out. So that means that the rest of y'all need to make sure that y'all are doing y'all job. Okay? Get it? You see what happened to us? Y'all better advocate hard. Advocate for the early voting. Advocate for trying to go early and knowing your location. Because they're going to pull some shit. And then even at that, there are going to be people who can't make it until the last day, until they get off work or whatever the case may be. Advocate for your voting rights. You just saw what happened. We are the litmus test, right? So that everybody else can prepare. Don't put all y'all eggs in Texas basket. Texas will let you down. I'm just gonna keep it real, keep it a buck. There's so many primaries across the nation that are so important. All right. Because even if they wouldn't have played her and Jasmine Crockett would have won, we still need more seats. So do y'all big one. It's your turn now. We have to vote down ballot. I definitely agree. There's so many other seats to flip. There's so many other historical moments as well. Was it Tracy Gibson? Is it Gibbs or Gibson K or Nichelle, if y'all know? Who's like the first?
Tracy A. Gibson.
Yes.
My classmate from Missouri City Middle School became the first young Black Democratic Party chair for Harris County.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Free.
Reset your gift goal.
Oh, thank you. Yes. Did you want to add to it anything before I go to Sash as well, Erica?
Oops, struggling to unmute. No, I was gonna say, the sentiments alone, the news article. I put the YouTube link, by the way, with Kiki.
Okay.
Y'all make sure y'all watching on YouTube too. We're trying to get these hours.
Well, you got to put it in the chat. We can't say it on the thing because
they
Tubi?
Say. Can I say Tubi?
No, I tried that, but then I got one of those red things that waves in the air because it said I was directing, so that's why I was like, I gotta tell my mind. And it's just same name, Jessica Cymone, link is in the bio, maybe like that. Because even sometimes when we put links in there, they get the tripping.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, my only thoughts were with the article that I had, like how what they considered what would be a Republican strategist like ideal scenario. The matchup was like Jasmine Crockett facing Cornyn if she had won, and Paxton and Talarico going up against one another. So I really don't think that Talarico, because he I felt like he didn't do enough with regards to the Black vote, that it's gonna garnish support. I think that voter apathy this time is going to reflect in the Black population in Texas, or if they do vote, they're going to do like a kind of like what I call it's not even a spite vote, a reciprocated vote where they're going to vote they're going to vote for a Republican, just so the Democratic Party as a whole in the state of Texas can learn not to forget the Black vote and Black representation. But that's just what I think.
Got you. I agree, because if they see that, just say they see a lot of Black voters voting against him, right? Say it's Cornyn. We're gonna say Cornyn. Say it's Cornyn and then say it's a lot. I've heard that, like Michelle, when Erica said there are 4 different baskets. There are a group of Black people who said that they will vote for Cornyn because you're gonna respect my vote, and then when it come out on paper, you're going to start to see that if you don't, I'm not gonna not show up so you can forget about me. I'm gonna vote against you to make sure that you don't win. So if you don't begin to court my vote, I'm going to give it to the other team and make sure that they win. Yeah. There's a lot of Black people that said that they are voting for Cornyn. They've had Cornyn all their life.
Where have you seen that? Because
one right in the chat, it say I'm voting for Cornyn.
I've heard the same thing. For Cornyn, and I'm gonna be honest with you, there's a lot of people that the circles I've been around, we said that that's the devil we know.
Yeah.
And Cornyn it's gonna come out in his campaign trail about the things that he has done for the Black community. So yes, if they're not voting in the Senate race for a senator, period, they're gonna be voting for Cornyn.
Yeah, Erica said it too on her live that
if Cornyn wins, though, right? Like nobody is voting for Paxton. Nobody.
I don't think I can pull a Paxton.
I don't believe nobody is voting for Paxton. I did say I was going to be ugly and do it, but I'm not going to do that to you guys because I know what type of monster Paxton is. But no, we did say either Cornyn or we're just going to leave that open,
or write in a ballot, like write in Crockett. Yeah.
We cannot write in a ballot unless it's a paper ballot. We cannot do that on an electronical thing in Texas. I wanted to say that.
Exactly. Yeah, the people that, and I'm in some private chats, I'm hearing possibly down ballot. Those may be some outliers. I can't see Black people in Texas purposely voting for someone who supports MAGA.
Cornyn?
Nope. No, I don't. I can see them withholding it.
What power?
Them leaving it blank.
So if you withhold,
I'm not saying that it's not happening, but I'm not saying that it's not happening.
Yeah.
And I agree, withholding it. I just don't see someone actively adding to that. Now I understand withholding could if you withhold
your vote, you already accept the fact that Cornyn is going to win. The opponent is going to win. You're withholding it to show. So if you want to if you really wanted to weaponize your vote, you would vote for the other person so that they will respect your vote.
Yep.
That's how you would weaponize it. Because then they would come to you and be like, oh, please, next time, because you got to learn today. Because you already accept it when you don't vote for him. When you leave out, if we all left it blank, it would go and be like, oh, they'll just leave it blank and we can just do this. Nah. But if you vote for that's a weapon. Because you already
but to me, that's not punishing the Democratic Party. That's just my personal opinion. To me, let me tell you something. You know what? Okay, so in this group that I'm in, where we're discussing some of these Black people making posts, they're already talking about the fact that white tea people are using those posts of Black people calling us stupid and ridiculous for not getting along and getting in line and weaponizing that. And I'm sorry, you're not going to have me counted in that. That's just me, though. I'm just one Black Texan. And to me, that's not punishing the Democratic Party. To me personally, I will not be, when the exit polls come out, I'll be damned if my name is associated or my vote is associated with voting for a Republican in this environment. Ain't no way. But again, that's just me.
Y'all, hold on, I'm sorry. Drop some crowns in the chat for Crickiana. You in this bitch? Crickiana said, hold on, let me kick this goal off before I go to sleep. And then since another one said, just wanted to give you 22 plus 45 for 67. I'm screaming. Drop some 6 foot, 7 foot. Okay. Drop some crowns in the chat for Crickiana. Sweet dreams, my love. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I get it. I get what you're saying, because like I'm instructing people, me and mine. I'm telling people we're focusing down ballot because, to y'all point, even if he was to win that seat, the only thing on the Senate on a federal level, Texas will be purple. If nothing changes within the administration, we have not won. We actually lost. However, me personally, I don't mind being in that number. You want to know why? Because at the end of the day, rather if you don't vote for him, if it's not on paper that you voted for a Republican, or if you do vote for a Republican, the talking point is going to be the same. Now you could defend yourself by saying you don't see me on this, yes, but I feel like it's doing something. And the only reason why I say it's feel like it's doing something is because it's showing people not to play with our vote anymore. Because if we want to shut this down, we could.
And I also too want to ask that when the exit polls come out and we're looking at just the Senate race, and there are no black people for Talarico and no black people for Cornyn, they're going to think that, oh, we just don't care about it, or we didn't show up, whatever the case, and it don't make a stance. Now, if it came out in Cornyn and said, like, say 40% of black people voted for Cornyn, they're going to recognize that and say, oh, that was, they either helped me push me over the thing. We need to respect their vote, like, because they'll go over there. We need to make sure they're here because the Democratic Party is already falling apart. You can't even really afford to lose anybody, especially your voter base. So when the numbers come out, even seeing that will let you know, like, oh, they're not fucking playing around. And they know that they're not doing it because they're Republican. They're doing it to make a point.
But Jess, when that happened with MAGA, hold on a second. So based on that logic, based on that logic, they didn't do that with when Blaga emerged.
Well, Blaga came up here supporting Trump. We don't support Cornyn. They come up here
But what I'm saying is, to your point, when they looked at those exit polls and threw it back up in our faces and said, see, black people voted for Trump. He's not a racist. They didn't go, oh, wow, that must be a protest vote. No, they ran with that. That's what I'm saying. They're going to flip either way. I agree with everything.
And I respect and agree with it, what everybody choose to do with their vote. But all I'm saying is, when it came to this Trump administration, we have Blaga coming up defending Trump, saying he's not. These are actual black people saying this. It wasn't a protest. A couple of people had a protest vote, but it was different. They said, they're defending what he's doing, saying that they like him. This is after what just happened in that voter suppression and what happened with Jasmine Crockett. It's it's a protest vote. Two, when everybody that talk about voting, if they talk to people here on this app or wherever at Cornyn, they'll tell you that they don't support him. They tell you, you're going to respect my vote, because they are showing up. We said we wanted less voter apathy, and now they showed up because you done pissed people off. It's a different stance, if that makes any sense. But give me 1 second. Let me go to Sash, and then I'll bring in Delenzia. Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Sash. My favorite Haitian is here. Okay, my man. Go ahead, Sash.
Hi, Mama. Thanks for having me on the panel.
Of course.
So we were just talking about the race too in my live just a few minutes ago. So I'll just say about myself, right? Because I can't speak for the Black community.
Yeah.
Over the weekend, I did notice, and this was really upsetting me, and I wish I could have gone live on it, but I didn't have the time to do it. But I saw some videos and some posts saying that the Black community and other people saying that they weren't going to vote for Talarico were a bunch of bots, called them bots, and not to listen to them. And it was just a small group of people online, and basically not to pay attention to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that's so disrespectful, so dismissive of real people, right? Because hello, you're right here. I'm speaking to you. You're not a bot.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody up here are not bots. And so I'll just speak for myself, right? Because again, I can't speak to the entirety of the Latino community in Texas either, right? But I'll just speak for myself. I feel like for myself, this vote rests on us because, again, we put him there. We can't know for sure until we get the entirety of the exit polls who voted for who, right? Women, men, educated, young people, et cetera. But when we look at the maps, and we look at the communities, we are just guesstimating that it is the Latino population who put them there. So I'm gonna hold my community accountable. I feel like this vote is on our shoulders. And prior to the primaries, I was one of the people that was saying, like, yeah, whoever the candidate is, I think we should put our support into that candidate. Now I am listening to everybody and I'm like, nope, I am not going to put that on the Black community's shoulders, because it is my community that put him there. So I feel like it is on us to do this work, not on you all. So yeah, I feel like I will probably be one of those people that will be voting for him. I will probably be I will be one of those people that will be getting out there and being like, hey, you need to earn the vote of these people that you lost, because I feel like the Democratic base is broken now. His voters and his campaign have broken the Democratic base and the big voting bloc that makes up that Democratic base. We talked about in my live about how almost immediately after he won, he launched Talarico en Español, not going after the base that he needs. He's further pandering to the Latino vote.
Yeah. That's a So my thing is also too, if somebody's not earning my vote and neglecting me and say I don't need you, and we talk about earning a vote, and I'm just supposed to go for what, the sake of looking blue. We've been doing it all the time. It's accumulation of things, and I think we're just our hat is just really tapped off. And I know some of these people get paid. Some people want clicks and views. You're not going to emotionally extort me and make me feel no type of way, because that's what they've been doing to the Black community. Make you feel guilty if you do this. Make you feel guilty if you do that. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what you think. And that's why I respect what everybody else think, what you choose to do, because I'm going to do what I want to do. And I'm not going to be guilted into doing what you want me to do, because, if it's so bad, then why didn't y'all get Kamala Harris in? We didn't have the opportunity. It's too bad we can't afford that. But some people didn't give a fuck, so y'all really didn't think so. If it's so bad, then why y'all didn't vote Jasmine Crockett in? Oh, I guess it really wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as, it wasn't worse than your racism. It didn't get in front of that. But then when it's my turn to vote for your white savior, then all of a sudden, we can't, I know you're not gonna do this. You're gonna look like this. We need this. We can't afford to do this. You should have thought about it, because I showed up for you time and time and time again. And it's just a little too late. Please drop some crowns in the chat for Hillary, Orchid, Crikiana. Thank y'all so much. Aries in the building. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the love. And Tania, how you doing, boo? I do want to go to Delenzia. How you doing? And now, like I said earlier too, I could take a loss. I can't take cheating. That shit they pull was cheat. That's why it don't sit right with me. Now it comes into the deceit game and playing this political bullshit and manipulative game. I have to give the Republicans, because they've been doing it all their motherfucking life. They did what they did that, and they ended up winning, because if they got people to be divisive and come over or whatever, or not vote or stay at home, they did it. They won that, and I'm taking that on. I ain't got no choice but to take it on the chin, because and that is the way I would choose to fight back. And everybody gets to choose their own way to fight back. What I do know is that we are fed up. So in one way or another, how you choose to fight is your decision. But I do think that people are ready to fight and weaponize their vote, albeit sitting at the house, albeit leaving it blank, albeit voting against you. They're making a strong decision this time, an intentional decision this time, and not just like, oh, my vote don't count, I'm not gonna go, it is what it is. No, it's making an intentional decision. Delenzia, welcome in. How are you doing?
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm good.
Of course.
Met Nichelle not too long ago.
Love Nichelle.
Her daughter. Her daughter and I used to work together, and have gotten to know some of you all in following some of the other conversations that I've been having here on TikTok. First off, I want to say I've been hearing a lot of people saying that he courted to the Hispanic community. I have yet to see any of the courting that he did. Any ads?
You didn't hear he played Bad Bunny at the end of his speech?
Okay, so I was watching somebody's live, and they was like, "Oh, did he just?" So I heard the snippet, I heard that part, but aside from that, I mean, like, really,
no, I was definitely being funny because he.
Oh no, I'm with you. Yes, but it's aside from that, like, I haven't seen any real courting. And so I'm trying to find some evidence of that. because, you know, I'm a political punditry, political journalism, all that stuff is going to make it sound a particular way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of whether or not it actually exists, because the numbers turned out the way they did.
Mm-hmm.
But with people coming out and speaking as confidently as they are about the fact that they were part of the percentage that got him elected, and making it sound as if work was put in for that base, I'm really just trying to see, was it really truly a thing of that base was actually worked for and their vote was earned? Or is it really truly something that I haven't heard anybody talk about, which is the fact that we are living in a frozen brigade, you know what I'm saying, environment right now. And that community very well may be upset and afraid for their lives and the lives of their family and their love, you know, their friends, and went to the polls voting for someone who could possibly turn that around. No one's talking about the fact that this may be just another reactionary vote, as many times occurs throughout the history of, you know, of voting in America. Our current president got in because a certain base was upset that a Black man got in. You know, Barack Obama got in because people were mad about Bush. Bush got in because a certain base didn't like Clinton. Clinton got in because a certain base didn't like the presidency before him. A lot more of the voting that has occurred in America has been more about responding to the legislation and the leadership than it has been about strategy being executed. So I actually think a lot of people are, you know, celebrating the fact that he got the Hispanic and Latino votes, but not taking into consideration that these individuals very well may be showing up because this time they are really truly feeling the impact of the vote that they did before that, and very well may be hoping that a white Christian guy is going to save them from the very mess that they voted in the last election.
From the other white Christian guy.
Yes, exactly, right? And then the other thing I want to say is I like to be in a variety of groups. While I am definitely a Democrat voting individual, and I live in Texas, I also have poked my head in some MAGA environments as well, because I like to see what's going on there, what kind of conversations are being had. And I have to say, I have seen a variety of responses from the Black community in regards to how to handle the way that Jasmine was disrespected. I definitely believe she was disrespected. Our votes were disrespected in the way that this occurred. I do not agree with someone calling themselves Christ-like, or, you know, a representative of, supposed to be a representative of the love of God in how he is doing his campaigning, but yet did not show love and stand up for the individuals whose votes were taken. Was not showing love and standing up for Jasmine Crockett in the way that she was being spoken to by entities, and including the ones that are supposed to be, you know, ran on his behalf, that Lone Star PAC. But furthermore, I also can't help but to notice the way in which he seemed to revel in the attention that he got. I watch a lot of political commentary, and the podcast bros loved Talarico. They all put him on his shows, and none of them, from what I saw, appeared to invite Jasmine once. And he appeared to really revel in it, you know, while not outwardly, you know, boisterously, you know what I'm saying, egotistically showing that. It appears that he really likes that attention that he got, and that the route that he's going is a route that clearly aligns with who he truly is, because I just can't see being a person, again, of God, Christ-like, and letting this go. It's, you know what I'm saying, when you done stood up for everything else, why wouldn't you stand up for this too? Not understanding that. But yeah, I do agree with Nichelle though. that the best strategic way of voting would be to simply skip that seat and not vote for Corn. If Paxton is there, I'm voting for Talarico. Ain't no way in hell.
Ain't no way in hell I'm voting for Paxton.
Yeah.
Thank you,
ain't no way in hell Paxton is getting in if I can help that. But if it is him and Corn, I will skip him to penalize the Democrats. And there are a couple of reasons why I say that. First off, when you vote, they tally all of the votes are tallied, and they count how many people skip each of the seat that where the votes are counted.
I got a quick question. If you skip Talarico, do you know that gives Cornyn a better chance to win?
It is the same thing in a sense in regards to voting for him, but I'm against voting for him because if he wins in a blowout, the Republican base does not understand they will not take that in the way in which you're saying it, such as
our message ain't to the Republican base.
No. Understood.
Yeah. Okay, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. Drop some massive crowds in the chat for Mr. Frey right now, you guys. For the $100 that said eat, okay? Because I like to have me a drink. I want an appetizer. I want the fucking meal, and I want the dessert, and then I want to finish it off with another drink, okay? Drop some crowds for Mr. Frey in the chat, y'all. Okay, so that's how I like to eat. All right, period. I'm a part of the Fatback crew. Just in case you guys did not know, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, King. Get that appetizer, okay? But my bad. You said 1 and then 2. Thank you, Crickiana, for the little popcorn, darling. I appreciate you because I'm gonna have so much more luck this month. I'm gonna I know you said you had 2 of them. Oh, y'all, these new gifts are so cute. Thank you. And then I'm gonna go to Sash because she's in a text. She's a Latina woman, and I want to know, in ways that she's been courted. And I know Kay said something, and then we'll go to Uncle Daddy. Oh my God! Thank you, Crickiana. Y'all drop some crowds for Crickiana too. Up her busting it down, Crickiana. Thank you so much. Hey, Red, how you doing?
Just want to finish up and just say,
yes, my bad. I apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. All the love is exciting, isn't it? But yeah, they won't see it as while some people may, let me correct that. Some people may see it, those who understand the point that's being made, right? Like Roland may get that, Black pundits may get that. The rest of them, I don't know if they will 100%. But the Republican base, while we do not care what they think, I think it is also still important to understand that, moving forward the next couple of years, especially in how they're talking about, they're taking the lead that Trump got and saying, it's a mandate for him to be able to do whatever. I just think that it'd be better to not put more numbers on their side for them to take that and run with it, but instead to sit out and allow for the Democratic Party to see, no, we don't support Corn, and let the Republicans also know we don't support you all, but we are not going to tolerate this behavior and let that number pile up in the middle. They'll be able to see the numbers, one, in regards to the fact that he's not getting it, and he, how he ends up landing against whoever runs for office. I'm gonna say Corn because, again, I'm not going for Paxton. But the other thing too is when we see our total number of votes across the whole ballot, they'll also see how that drop off occurred there. The other thing that I've been telling people also is, just so that it hits and hurts even better, get 10 people to go to the polls with you. Because all of the numbers have not been there in regards to what we really can do. We got so many more people that we can get to the polls. We saw that in what Jasmine did in this race against Talarico. Get 10 people to go to the polls with you, blow this shit out the water, and then show them how many people we really bring, how we really do our game, and that they could have had that kind of vote if they had not done us so dirty. That's what I've been recommending. Yeah,
I do want us to show up in numbers they never seen before and see that he had not been voted for. But give me a second. Drop some more crowns in the chat for Crickiana. Bust it down. Crickiana not playing, okay? Okay, he said, go ahead and close out that goal so you can vibe out the rest of the night. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. A massive crowd, y'all. Y'all y'all really bust the goal down tonight. Y'all bust down Tatiana. Cristiana led the pack tonight. Okay. And y'all said, all right, we got you. I appreciate you. Shout out to y'all for that. Supporting women, especially Black women, Women International Month. I appreciate it. Sash, I know you're a Latina woman and I saw your hand raised. And then I want to know how you recorded. And Kay, I know you also too wanted to say something about it. Then we'll go to Uncle Danny and Nancy, and then we'll just kind of open it up.
Yeah, so I probably would even say not courted. I would call it more like it was like pandering a little bit. But yeah, so he was in a lot of the Latino districts, but you know what? So was Jasmine. She was also working to get out in the districts while doing her job in committees. So she was doing double the work. And
did he say what he wanted to do though? Thank you, inquiring for showing up to the panel.
When he came to El Paso, because he came, so I'm in El Paso, right? When he came twice. I didn't see him the second time he came because I went to interview Jasmine. But when he came the first time, I did meet him, and I didn't have a problem with anything he had to say except on immigration. That was the only thing I had a problem with, because, and we've all heard him say it, right? He says, I think we should treat our immigration system like with a welcome mat and a lock on the door. And I don't see how anybody is okay with that.
Thank you.
It sounds very Republican-ish. It sounds very MAGA-ish. I don't like it.
Did he do anything specific? Because I think that immigration has a lot to do with the, especially right now, the way they're framing it with the Latino community. So did he say anything directly to the Latino community that would help that community? Other than that?
So the second time he came, that's when he went to visit Camp East Montana. Right. And but he only went to visit, right? And that's when I think it was on Smitty's panel that somebody was like, well, he went to see the detention centers. And I responded with, yeah, but he just went to go see them.
Yeah.
He went to go do a photo op. Meanwhile, Jasmine is out here actually doing work.
Testing the water.
She's helping to get people released. She did amazing work with Liam Ramos. She's also helping to help get healthcare for women, because there's women in the Dilley Detention Center who have breast cancer. There's women who are pregnant that need healthcare. They're not getting healthcare. They're also being fed moldy food and undrinkable water. And she's over there doing the work. Her and Joaquin. Meanwhile, these people, the Latinos that are voting for Talarico, are saying that he's the one that are more relatable to them. And we were also discussing in my live just now that a lot of the Latinos that voted for Talarico voted for him because they were upset with her over the statement that she made about the quote-unquote slave mentality. And I'm saying that they can't look in the mirror at themselves, because the people who understood what she was saying, the people that got it. They understood what she meant. She was talking about the ladder pullers, right? The people that
yeah, because I even saw a Latino woman thinking that she said that they picked cotton. And that's why it's also too important to know the history. What we're saying is they're not going to get us to do it. We know these are things that other people, they probably don't even want to do. Like, why are we doing this?
They didn't read the whole article. They didn't or listen to the full statement. She was talking about the Latinos that have that hate for themselves. Right? Like, and this is what we were saying, this is why the Latinos went for him. And I think the biggest insult too is that people started referring to him as Tejano. But I'll land right there.
Because like I said earlier, that's a white man. That's a white man. I think they Kay, I know you wanted to add it too. No, come on up, Sadie, whenever you're ready. Yeah.
Okay, because my internet was acting crazy. To hey Smitty, to add to Sash point, when I asked a couple of people in the Latino community, I said, "What is his plan for y'all?" Because the conversations that he had about ICE, when asked at that debate, and they said, "Will you abolish ICE?" And he said, "I will restructure it to where we go back to worrying about the cartels." And my thing is, to her point, Jasmine is doing the work, but you didn't like the fact that she made the comment about slavery. No, you don't like the fact that you were compared to Black people because you really think that you're white. To the sister who sat there and said, well, maybe they are voting because, they see something and they got tired. We all know that the Latino community is a swing community. They're not all the way red. They're not all the way blue. They are purple. They vote against their own interests. So for anyone to sit here and say that, oh, the white savior is here and he's going to help, he doesn't do anything in his own districts to help the Latinos there. The issue that I have with them is, because there's a dude in here, his name is Jesus, he's in here commenting crazy stuff. It's the fact that when I asked them, why did you vote for Talarico? It was never over policy. It was, because he had a Spanish ad and I felt included. So now that Black people are saying, well, we don't feel included, we're not going to vote for him. Now you're using that white supremacy talking point saying that, well, you're just going to leave it red. You're just going to do this. You're just going to do that. You was willing to do it. Matter of fact, you did it 2 years ago. So my issue with this whole thing is, and I made a TikTok video about it, it's always Black and brown unity when Black people when brown people need you to stand up. But when Black people are saying, hey, trust us, we know what to do, you need to follow us, you want to be brown and white all of a sudden. You cannot straddle that fence. Either you're Black and brown or you brown and white, but you cannot be both.
So representation doesn't matter. The nerve of it all. What are you talking about? Because the last time I heard that was Jasmine Crockett's policies in English and Spanish. All of the places that I went to, there was the first event I went to, the woman that was a moderator was a Latina woman, and they talked about their relationship and how she has helped them out, so her community out in different ways. But then again, how has James Talarico helped you out? Because James Talarico is not a Latino man. He's not no Tejano. He's not no none. He said, I'm a white man. And Talarico, not even his last name. But Nancy, oh damn, gotta go. We'll be back. Okay. Shocal then with Bree and Saji. Shocal, welcome in. How are you doing, my brother?
I'm doing good. How are y'all doing?
Blessed and highly favored. Ben Nesadita. I know I said it wrong. I just learned it today, so give me some time.
No, it's all good. Listen, I think that the voices of Black folks in Texas need to be honored. And I'm not in Texas, out of full disclosure. I think everybody knows that on the panel, but I think that we need to give y'all some time and space. Again, as I said, on my panel, can you imagine being a Black woman right now where it was a record high turnout for the most qualified candidate who lost? That means, right? And that means that there were so many people that voted against the most qualified candidate because she was a Black woman. Like, just think about that and think about how that must feel. I can't, as a Black man, I can't imagine that. That didn't happen with Barack Obama, right? That didn't happen with many other Black men who run for public office. And so I've always said we have to normalize the leadership of Black women. And so give Black women some space to digest what happened. That's how I feel about it. There's time between now and November. What's Talarico going to do to reach out to the Black vote in Texas? The Black vote is imperative for him to win. Can't win without it.
Yeah.
So let's see what he's gonna do. But to demand that you're gonna have to vote for this man a week after the most qualified candidate lost is weird to me.
And the face, one of the most, one of the biggest faces of the Democratic Party as a whole.
Yeah, and I'm reading the comments. Yes, it's true. He can't win without the Latino vote, but he's shown he will aggressively go after the Latino vote. What's in question is, will he go after the Black vote? And so if he's going to be a fighter, right? If he's going to be progressive, he has to be able to show compassion. And so in order to show compassion, he needs to go out and talk to Black voters in Texas. He's shown that he's willing to do that for Latino people in Texas, which is great. There's nothing wrong with that. Right, I just want to see him do that for Black voters as well.
I agree. Jesus, the panel, there's a space open for you if you want to come up. I'm gonna call you White Jesus. Saji, welcome in, welcome back. I know you said you had something to say, but you always welcome, my girl.
Yeah,
we are staying at home. We ain't even staying at home. We're coming to vote, White Jesus. We coming. Don't worry about it. We still coming. We're still coming. You just ain't gonna get it.
At least he's spelling better. Earlier, he was typing shit, and then when I told him learn to spell, he retyped the same thing.
If you're gonna win without us, then why are you even mad that we talking about not voting around?
Now his grammar
if
sucks.
you don't need it, obviously Talarico also too feels like he could win without this, which is why he's not talking to us. So why are you mad that we talking about in which way we not gonna vote for him? Are we voting against him, or are we just not voting for him? Or some people are voting for him, and that's your choice. But if he is so electable and he can win, right? You voted for him because he's the one that can win. Then why are y'all mad at us? Why are you in the chat with an attitude? The fuck? The Democratic Party is easy and second guessing putting any money into him because they don't think he can win. Because they know what it is. Let's be real. But go ahead, Saji. My bad. I know I cut you off.
Yeah, I don't know why he's talking all that shit when he lives in California, according to what I was able to find in literally 5 seconds. Yeah, UCSC, right? Yeah, we were able to find that real quick. Anyways, what I wanted to say was also that we gotta, like, people are asking people to move on so quickly, right? Specifically Black women. They're trying to tell them, hey, let's hold hands. Let's just do what's best for Texas. What was best for Texas was Jasmine. The people in the chat who are saying, oh, the Latinos, he talked to us Latinos. You guys are the same type of motherfuckers that would look at a white person smiling to you like this with a sombrero on and feel fucking included. You guys are the type of people that are okay with someone wearing an indigenous garment for Halloween when it looks like they're glow in the dark. He was fucking pandering. He was pandering. He did absolutely nothing. He had no stance when it came to ICE. He said that he wanted to get rid of a few problematic individuals, aka, let them go, demote them, whatever, and then move it, keep it going, as if there was not a fucking problem at the root of the system, of the organization. Now, here's the thing. It also falls on him, right? Like, he cannot escape culpability of any of this. He had every fucking opportunity to come out and issue a statement to his base and his people that were supporting him in the comments and in threads and in X fucking accounts and say, hey, y'all, I appreciate that you love me and that you're writing hard for me, but I'm going to need you to keep the misogynoir and the anti-Blackness in check. He could have came out and said, hey, y'all, I appreciate that you love me, but this narrative of Jasmine Crockett taking AIPAC money isn't true. However, I did take money from a Zionist Israeli billionaire. And then let people decide. But just like every other fucking white man in the history of whitehood, he decided to take the W, even though he did not earn it. He was happy with earning the votes on lies. And on people who were willing to fucking pull Jasmine Crockett down with their misogyny and the racism. His comment section was disgusting and filled with disinformation. Not once did he check it. So that to me tells me everything about his character. How is he going to appeal or win the black vote when he couldn't even protect the black woman that he was running up against?
And I also too want to add that, y'all, and I know Jasmine Crockett is a very smart woman. She's a lawyer. She's very articulate with her words when she says stuff. A couple of times in some of her interviews, she said that I can work with John Cornyn. We've worked on bills together. We've done things. He's easy to work with. Like I can reach across. I do have Republicans that I could work with. And she mentioned John Cornyn specifically as one of them. And then and then like he said, like Kay said earlier, when the campaign comes out, then he's going to talk about some of the things that he has, because this is an opportunity too for him to court the black vote in this particular thing when they are pissed off in that particular seat. Because of course they're gonna go in there and vote blue down ballot. Like allegedly they went and voted blue down ballot, but voted for Trump allegedly. I know Erica reached, I think it was Erica, that talked about, the bill that he was on signing against to make, I think, Juneteenth a holiday and shit like that. They're going to use it. They're going to use it. And the more he ignore it, he going to lose. He going to lose. Yeah, that is politics. But then also too, your proof is going to be in your pudding. Like me and a couple of other Texans have said, it's been red all my life. All my life. All my life. I've been fighting all my life. And there's more than one way to flip Texas blue other than that particular seat. The House seats are important too. They got to get through the House to even get to the Senate. So every other district still got to make sure that they're doing their part on that front. And again, don't put all your eggs in Texas because Texas will let you down, as we just saw. And then how are you going to fight? Like I said in Cymone, how are you going to fight for us for voter suppression? And you didn't even speak up when our votes were suppressed. You took your alleged win and kept on walking and say nothing about it. There's a lot of people being awfully quiet, and which they need to speak up because it's an opportunity to see and say something because they on the ballot too. So I would just behoove them to get with the Mickey Ficky program. Because when people are at their wits end, anything can happen. And if anybody wanted to jump in, they can. Like they're gonna win.
I wanted to add one more thing, and then you can drop me. Just
all right, where you going?
I just don't want to be like people are like, "Are you in Texas?"
Erica ain't in Texas.
I just wanted to say, like,
they think I am, and I don't give a fuck.
It's crazy to me, the fucking Pancho. I don't know how to say that. Sash, ¿cómo dices Pancho? Is it like tantrum? Is that like the best translation?
No.
Like the fucking fake outrage, I guess, right?
Yeah, tantrum isn't the right word. I don't think they have one in Spanish. You'll have to make one, like one of those euphemisms or something, phrases that uses a lot of words.
Yeah, Pancho.
Pancho.
Como dices que es un pancho.
Bitch ass motherfucker. Oh,
she's trying to find something.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll express it with another word. Basically, the fake outrage that he put out when supposedly she was gonna throw negative ads towards him, right? He issued this whole statement like, "I would never do anything to her, and I can't believe that this would do it. She's my friend," right? All this fake outrage, but not a damn peep when the PAC came out and said, if she wins, Texas loses. And people are going to say, oh, well, that was not to him. They don't have to run the ads by him. He still could have fucking issued a statement saying, I don't believe that. That is not true. That is not my thoughts. That's not my feelings. And it's like, why do we give so many excuses to white people? Why is it never their fault? Why can we always blame it on his supporters, in his PAC, and in this, and is that? But then everything that a black woman does, it's got to be looked through to a fucking microscope, and everything is her fault, even though it's not her fault. So I'm going to land it there.
I second Saji's sentiments, but Saji, like, as much as you and I don't live in the state of Texas, but we've been educating people on Crockett and Talarico for months, they can thoroughly kiss my ass.
You can kiss mine too. They finna
yeah.
Oh, they finna kiss it, all right.
They've been getting on my
I think
nerves.
she was talking about performative.
Yeah.
Performative.
Performative is a good word, but they literally, they've been telling me how to vote my entire life. I got liberals, white liberals especially, going, but we got to do what's for the betterment of the whole state. And I'm like, you can kiss my ass too, because the way that y'all just assume that Black representation is just gets handed to white Democrats it's really astounding, because they don't work hard for representation. Not really. When you have somebody, Ayanna Pressley is literally talking to an analyst whose job it is to measure the job, like the jobs in America, and what the job loss is by races. And another white man elected into the position goes, well, yeah, historically, Black unemployment is always high. Like that's the point. That this shit keeps happening. You keep electing these white people in office and thinking they're going to represent you. Whether they are Democratic or Republican or whatever, being a marginalized person, I don't understand how you come to that conclusion ever.
Thank you so much, E. And y'all gotta yeah. I'm gonna play real quick and then we're gonna go to the bougie liberal. Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen it, because I don't have to play it if we have not seen it. It's not mandatory. If you have not seen this particular video. And this woman, it's 2 minutes and 30 seconds. She made a really good point. Like, we do have a literacy problem. That's why not only is it you need to know how to read, but you need to know how to comprehend too, because then people can't get the gist of anything. So I'm going to play it really quick.
What do you mean? Jasmine not going to Congress for Texas? Oh, Crockett, a girl can only dream. Listen, Jasmine, what was that one quote that you said? Let me think. Oh, yeah, we done picking cotton. You can't pay us enough to go find a plantation. Yeah, you remember that? I remember that. How could I forget? See, 6.5 million Hispanic voters in Texas, which is like the majority of the electoral vote here in the state. And you mean to tell me that you think that we're still picking cotton? Hell no, girl. Hell no. That's why you lost. You're fucking racist. I'm gonna tell you something real quick. If you would have pitched that in 2002, 2001, you probably could have gotten like a good drift. However, that was people in the past. Those kids that I grew up with that were chasing a field every summer, every spring with their parents, moving school to school because they had to go pick fruit with their parents, are now grown up. And guess what? Do you think that they're going to go back to picking fields when they have a citizenship? No. As a matter of fact, they're not even looking to vote for blue people with blue policies that put their parents in fields. Fuck no. Some of them are real estate investors, business owners. They're passing down generational wealth. And you think that they're picking cotton. You out of your goddamn mind. I'm going to remind you real quick. The majority of the Latino voters for Trump here in Texas live in the southern border. You know what happened in the southern border? No. Why? Because neither you nor Kamala have the balls to go down there. I'm going to tell you what happened. Along the Texas border, poverty levels are sky high as it is. When you import a bunch of riffraff from third world countries and they end up in those southern border towns, they strain the resources for those people. Those people can't even survive. And then you're bringing in all this fucking riffraff with a CBP1 app Ticketmaster to the United States and you leave them there. That's why our governor had to ship all those fucking people out. And then y'all complain, oh, you were shipping all. Yeah, because you guys brought them here. You blue people brought them here to Texas and the southern towns were suffering. Not only that, but there was violence across the border in Tamaulipas, in Reynosa, all those cartels fighting to bring all those people over here. Why? Because they were profiting billions of dollars. And your ass still thinks that we're picking cotton? Take that. No Congress for Jasmine. As a matter of fact, why don't you go run for Missouri? What did you do in Missouri that they don't want you to run for them? Oh, I know. Exactly, because people in Missouri see right through your bullshit, and so do we in Texas. Keeping Texas red. Oh no.
And then I'm just gonna play one more, and I'll get you guys' thoughts on both of them. That's why.
She sounded like she had kids in the background.
It's a black guy.
Oh, it's a black guy. I have one that I'm trying to send you just from. I can give the username, or I can open up my camera and play it. Yes, him. He has been super problematic. And his video is being hailed by white tea online leftists in Texas. Him and then this other content creator. I'll put the name in the chat and see. It's like her first video that pulls up.
Okay.
And she's talking to black people about this whole idea of earning the vote. I'm glad that you're playing that.
Okay.
Why are you a Democrat? I don't want to burst your bubble here. I really don't. But again, I'm a political strategist.
And when we talk about like the misogynoir, and I don't think of some black males don't see their own anti-Blackness, albeit covert or overt.
And so I look at these things differently. The notion that Jasmine Crockett is an actual fighter is false. And I know.
Because don't act like Jasmine Crockett didn't question the fuck out of Chrissy Nolan and pretty much got her fired after y'all didn't vote for her. But, well, I ain't going to say y'all didn't vote for her because she still could have won. But we don't know. We will never know, huh?
Get a lot of hate. People don't call me all types of names. But I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to tell you in plain English why that's not really the case. Number one, Jasmine Crockett is perceived as an actual fighter, using your words, because of what she says to people. She goes at Republicans. She tells the truth. She's flat out like, don't like Republicans, don't meet them. And while I think that that brand is needed in the Democrat Party, it's a facade. I know I'm getting a lot of hate, but it's a facade. But there's one piece of data, couple pieces of data, but one major piece of data that shows that. In my video where I explained why Jasmine Crockett lost the primary, I said something that people didn't really know, which was she has passed 0 laws in her time in any political setting, whether that's Texas House or Congress. She has passed 0 laws. I'll say it one more time, 0 laws, just so you can understand it. 0 laws that she has written have got passed into law. None. So that's where I struggle when people say an actual fighter, because she's not, because none of what she's fighting for
11-11
has got passed. So
it's 11-11.
There's nothing there but what she spits on TikTok into Republicans. And again, I'm going to preface that by saying I think that type of energy in that brand is necessary in the Democrat Party. I'm a progressive. It is necessary. We need to go at Republicans. However, we also need to look at the effectiveness of that rhetoric. And in Jasmine Crockett's case, it's 0. And again, I like Jasmine Crockett, but when you compare that to James Talarico, it's so different. It's almost mind-blowing for you to say James Talarico hasn't earned your vote. And I'll explain to you why. James Talarico in the Texas House has passed 16 laws, 16 laws that he wrote have become Texas laws in a Texas-controlled, GOP-controlled House.
And how has that helped? Tell me how it's helped Texas. Tell me how it's helped us.
What's even more impressive is what is in those laws. I'm going to name to you just a couple. He passed a law that made schools carry Narcan for teenage overdose. He passed.
And I just want to say, even in the comments, what demographic of people go to school overdosing? I'll just sit that there.
A law that said if you're incarcerated as a teenager, you still have the ability to get your high school diploma. He passed a law that said if you're suspended as a student, schools need to find a way to still get you your work and your homework. And probably his most famous, he passed a law that capped insulin in Texas at $25 a month. So when you say hasn't earned your vote.
And I just want to say the Biden-Harris is what, capped it federally at 35? Oh, thank you for the $10.
I'm confused. And I genuinely am confused, and I'm going to chuck it up to maybe people just don't know. But that is an actual fighter. That is someone who rhetorically says the right things, but also backs it up with legislation. And that is my problem with Jasmine Crockett. Not even my problem with her. It's that this whole notion that, oh, well, he fosters a policy of complacency. How's that complacent? I'm confused. Complacency is zero bills, right? And just saying, actual fighter. I just have a problem with that. Again, I like Jasmine Crockett as a person. I like her as a political heavyweight. She is it. But
as a political heavyweight politician, she it. But no, I'm not gonna vote for her. If I'm not mistaken, people are in politics. As a junior, you can't write any particular legislation. That's first of all. So he won't be writing anything when he get there. That's just to get in that. And two, one of 430 some votes, but we're not talking about all the ones that she co-sponsored. And you're not even seeing the suppression in that because a Black woman wrote it, because a Black woman co-sponsored, because a Black woman's a part of it. I don't want to pass it because then it's going to make you fucking look good. Because she got great legislation. And she talked about how things get stopped in the Senate, which is why she was running. So she could pass the legislation that she has brought to the floor. But you don't even see that.
I also look at effectiveness, especially when it comes to strategy and winning and putting Democrats back in power.
So those are two videos. I'd love to get you guys' thoughts. Let's try to keep it to a minute or two because I do want to play another one. And whoever want to go first, go ahead. Oh yeah, go to the bougie little
because so tired. I want to talk about this. Can we cuss?
Yeah, you can keep it cuss. Just keep it just everybody because I got a couple more.
Okay.
Just keep it to like a couple of minutes. I got timers. Let's go.
This bitch ass in.
Let me start the show.
Let me tell you why. This bothers me. It's because, yes, he's a ban and a Han, okay? Because with a simple Google search, you could have already pulled up that she has passed legislation as a representative in the House of the United States House of Representatives. She's also made history as being the youngest to be put on the oversight committee as a freshman in the leadership position, and she's second in charge. You don't even understand what that requires. That's why I said this with him. That's what it requires. You don't understand it requires being put on oversight committee. She is second in charge of the oversight committee after ranking member Jimmy Rashkin. And she had legislation passed when she was in the Texas House and when she was here. And the fact that she was the head of put in charge of the Democratic National Convention. He keeps talking about what she doesn't do, but he obviously doesn't watch C-SPAN, which is what I'm always saying. We don't want to see the laws that are put in place. House can write laws, but if the Senate doesn't confirm them, they don't go into place. So when you are going out of your way, like they did with Barack Obama, because she is a power hitter, it's because she writes laws, it's because she's an attorney, and she knows what the laws are supposed to say down to the comma splices. You're going out of your way. And he's up here talking about things that James Talarico's done that were already federally codified or voted on. Like, I thought he was going to say something special. Those things that he talked about Talarico voting on are controlled by the local board of education. And I don't know about Texas, but most local board of educations do vote into things that protect their students. So he's just actually adding an extra layer of whipped cream and cherry onto the cake that was already there with the icing. So I'm gonna lay my plane on that, but I hate the performative, because when you can do a simple Google search and I asked the question about whether she has not written any legislation, and Google gave me that she did and what she was, and then it gave me her accolades and I didn't ask for it. That's why I hate these bitch ass. You know what? And I land my plane, and God rest his soul.
Thank you. If you guys don't use the whole 3 minutes, I can just switch over to the next person. Thank you. Go ahead, Nichelle. And her policy page. I'll wait. Go ahead, Nichelle. I don't want to use the time.
No, you're good. You're good. You're right. Go ahead and say what you're going to say.
Her policy page had the bills that she was a part of and either written or co-sponsored or linked on every one of her policies. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I sent you. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
We're very specific, by the way,
on the ways in which those candidates... mute this, girl, shut up. Oh, sorry. Damn, Amani. I sent you the other username in Amani's video. I think this is indicative and super frustrating, and I can't figure out if he is in Texas or not. I don't want to give his page too much traction.
I think you can.
But I don't know if he's in Texas or not. This is indicative of what I mean when I say, when we were kind of having the discussion about, whether or not people vote for Cornyn as kind of a protest or leave it blank or, do down ballot and do Cornyn, those types of things. They're not the Democrat, in my opinion, I don't think the Democratic Party is going to dig through the data to go, hold on a second. You know what I mean? That's going to, there's a reason for that. And let's address that. I don't know if you guys follow Farming While Beige. He's a Black content creator who's a farmer, and this video of that guy that you just played, he made a post about the fact that I think 12 YT content creators sent him that very video, and he was 1,000. He debunked the whole thing. He said, "No, this is not where it's at. Like, you're totally missing the point." Because he's made several videos about Jasmine Crockett's, loss, right? And interestingly, not addressing the voter suppression, which is wild to me. I have not seen that one content creator addressing the fact about what happened in Dallas County. So again, that tells me that you don't even know Texas politics. And as a matter of fact, in Imani B and in her thing, she literally says, "Oh, I'm late to the party. But I'm all caught up." She doesn't live in Texas. And she was like, "Oh," and comparing it to the pro-Pally vote and the Never Kamala voters or non-voters in 2024. And this is what I mean. They're going to use that, YT people, online leftists, whoever, they're going to use it to weaponize. And to me, in my opinion, bring more harm to Black voters in Texas. They don't even know what they're talking about. That was an example of that right there.
Thank you so much, Nichelle. Go ahead, Kay.
So what I wanted to piggyback up on is, and I've been saying this on Threads, only 7% of all federal bills are passed into law. So this whole idea about, oh, she's not doing it because she hasn't passed any bills. Your favorite congressmen haven't passed any bills. Trump hasn't passed any bills. Why is that the litmus test? Why is that? Then when you say, because a guy said this in here about the diabetes thing, it took him 28 years to do something about 28 years for that to happen in the state of Texas, him writing a law capping it at $25. It took for him to have diabetes. So what about the Texans that had diabetes before? I think what we all just
you don't care till it affects you.
The point on this is it doesn't care until it affects him. So my biggest thing is when you have people like the political strategist, which I hate that's his name, you're sitting here giving other political strategists a bad name because people do not research. For you to say in the same breath that, oh, she's vocal, she does this, she does that, but a fighter is this, that man has not fought for you to do anything in the state of Texas. Anything. The man has a background in juvenile justice and a teacher. What laws has he written in the state of Texas that can purposefully make your life better as a Black or brown adult? Nothing. When you sit down and you look at his background and you look what type of legislator he is, you're going to see he does a lot for juvenile justice. He does a lot for mental health. For juvenile justice, he does not do anything for Black and brown people who are adults. So to sit here and to say that you're going to back this man, not knowing who he is, a lot of these people just found out about him in 2025. I've been knowing about this man since 2022. He hasn't done anything for you. And I will end there.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Kay. I'm gonna skip Sash right now. She's still putting the baby to sleep. Delencia, did you want to add to it?
Yes. Okay. Feel like I'm in debate. Gotta hurry up and say my point. I'm here trying to write my notes. Okay, so I'm gonna start off by saying that as a mother, part of me mothering was to give my kids quick little, say mottos or things like that, so that they could understand some of the things that I was talking about in explaining things in life. One of the things that I would tell my kids is that what you don't know in life will be used against you. And I actually have a long version of that. It'll be that whoever does know will use that information to chew you up, spit you out. They'll tell you get your butt up and keep on going, and that you owe them, you know what I'm saying, for their wasted time, whatever like that, right? And that is how living in America can be sometimes. We get got, and then they tell us that we got to pay for not knowing what it is that we didn't know. And unfortunately, a lot of people are participating in politics and all of the things, and they still have failed to realize that they need to be taking the time to learn the things that they don't know. They are really quick to just follow somebody and allow that person to steer them in life, not understanding that that person is not going to live with the consequences of the decision that you make based off of the information that they provided. And not even understanding that those people may be giving you that information for their own personal gain, not for your development. That guy is saying all that he's saying for clicks and coins, okay? And people are not understanding that. They are following him, thinking that he's, and it irritates me because as a person of faith, I take very seriously that the information that I put out here into the world can impact somebody's life. And my job as a person who believes in God is to spread love and is spreading incorrect information and helping people make better choices. That is one of the ways that I spread love to others, right? So I do not like it when people are out here giving misinformation that people then take and then end up making incorrect decisions for their lives. But one of the other things I want to say is that a fighter is not just somebody who, when we talk about politics, somebody who passed bills, or throws blows to the opponents. They are somebody who blocks. They're also somebody who speaks out. They're also somebody who lifts up. There are multiple ways in which you can fight for people, fight for yourself, that don't have to be just putting out a bill. And Jasmine has done all of those things.
Yes.
Okay. So just to diminish it as to be a thing of how many bills did you put out and how much did you get passed, it's just, it's just being facetious. For the first person to have, I used to tell my kids, it don't matter how smart you are, if you don't understand the context, you don't have understanding. I'm not gonna say that first lady was not smart, but she had no understanding of what was being said. Every time I hear that, I get irritated. Like, what is you upset about? And it just, like, I just don't get it. My time is running out. One of the things I tell people is you can lose at tic-tac-toe if you don't understand how to
how to get to the end. Smitty.
Woo, that was phenomenal.
Okay. She was eating down.
I'll say this, Jess. I felt like that. Well, let me just say this. I listen, I play high school basketball. I average 11 points a game.
Come on,
you know how much I average in college? You know how much I average in college? Yes, 0. Why are we comparing the Texas House to the U.S. House?
Come on now.
Number one, right? Why? It's such a disingenuous thing to do. And again, I'm going to keep making my point around. I don't really care what James Talarico did in the Texas House. That's great. That's great, right? But you can't compare him to Jasmine Crockett. The comparison is very disingenuous, right? My daughter averaged 5 goals a game last year in soccer. She ain't gonna be Messi, right? She ain't gonna be Ronaldo. You know what I'm saying? And so, and I agree with so many of the other panelists that said Jasmine Crockett winning was fighting, right? It took Fannie Lou Hamer till 1963 to be able to vote. Does it mean that she wasn't a fighter?
Yeah.
Yes. Right? Like, you know how many Black women weren't able to vote in the history of our country? Does that mean that they weren't able that they weren't fighters?
Yeah.
Right? We characterize someone who's a fighter by how many bills that get passed in the U.S. House of Representatives when the vast majority of bills get unalived, however you want to say it, right? Anyway, right? Is this the same person that's gonna talk about the black arrest rate when 65% of those arrests get thrown out.
Yeah.
Just right.
Yeah.
Like if we're gonna use all of these whack comparisons, right? Why don't we start there, right? But again, some people like to, rage bait and have content for clicks and coins. Clicks and coins.
I see what you did there.
and so, it doesn't surprise me. There's always one. I'll just put it to you that way. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Smitty. I appreciate that. I think we have wrapped up the show, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, Soji, and I think the bougie liberal. Oh, and Erica. Go ahead, Saji. Oh. But Saji said, That means I got something to say.
Listen, I don't know how any Latino has the fucking nerve to come out and say that they were offended at what Jasmine Crockett said, because, man, if they would have given me a mic, okay, I would have said they were a bunch of fucking... I'm trying to contain myself for TikTok purposes. They were a bunch of self-hating, wannabe fucking white people. The type that order the $10 beer buckets at the dances. The kind that bleach their fucking hair onto oblivion. The señoras con el mandil that think that they are high class. Like, y'all are a bunch of ladder pullers. Una puta vergüenza para la raza mexicana, la raza latina. Like, the way that y'all are so goddamn stupid. I will say it again. I don't give a damn if James Talarico would have fucking resuscitated Selena, brought her out and danced with her to Bidi Bidi Bam Bam. I still would not have voted for him if I was in Texas. Y'all are so easily fucking misled. And this is the reason why we are here today. Because our kind nature and our fucking trusting nature and believing that the white man is a good man is what got us here. Because they traded us mirrors for fucking gold. Okay? Like, I'm just so tired of this. What did he do that Jasmine Crockett didn't do? She literally went there and collected water out of the detention center. She spoke up for what was happening to our people. I'm gonna need all the men that decided to betray the women that have been speaking up to vote for Jasmine Crockett. I'm gonna need all the men with all their machismo and their fucking hairy ass chest poking out of their fucking worn out, stretched out collared shirts to go out there and do what they gotta do. Go tear down some detention center doors. Go fucking punch the fuck out of allegedly in Minecraft, out of an ICE agent. Do something, because we are tired of the men in our community. And I think that lady was stupid as hell. You can say whatever she wants about, whatever you want about her. I could see the 2 brain cells in her head fighting for 3rd place. That's it.
Yeah, it's just gonna end. Make sure you tap the screen, share the live. If you guys are just getting here, make sure you give me a follow and give everybody on the panel a follow. Thank you so much. Show the love to the panel as well. Go ahead, Erica. Okay, Erica may be busy at the moment. I'm gonna give a couple more. All right, we're gonna wrap that up. All right, thank you guys so much. So I'm gonna play a couple more videos. Everybody pretty much in here ate down. So really quick, give me a follow if you have not done so before. We are also live on the tube. Okay, so make sure you're subscribed, hit the thumbs up. Thank y'all for being here on TikTok. Share the live, share it to your story, repost it, share it with a friend. We have 2 more heart hands in the current goal. We also got a new gift gallery. If you guys want to get in that gift gallery, just click at my face on the top left corner. It'll pop up at the bottom, the little profile. You'll see gift gallery. We need to light up that gift gallery so TikTok knows that we like being here. Okay, I appreciate you all for being here. Show some love to the panel. Show some love to the host. Keep engaging. We want to hear your thoughts. We want to hear your comments and how everybody's feeling. You are entitled to feel however you want to feel, and just make sure that you know that everybody else is also too entitled to feel how they want to feel. Everybody is still albeit grieving, pissed off, angry, and which they should be, because we just really got to watch. Oh my voter suppression in real time. Thank you, Mars. Anytime y'all hear the oh my God, if you're just not in here, drop some crown emojis in the chat. If you are in the royal family and you have gotten your daily heart me, it'll turn orange. You automatically get access to like 15 stickers. Okay, but if you are a super fan, you get the Rihanna crown and the royal crown logo as well. So just drop some. Anytime you hear that, automatically, I know people on the panel don't get to hear the oh my God, but you guys in the chat do. So automatically drop those crowns. We support each other over here. We show love. So I'm about to play 2 videos. One from Yana Banana, and one that Chelsea had on her line. And then we're gonna talk about that. Now I'm gonna leave it open. Just beware of the time, because that way we don't have to put it on there, because sometimes I don't do it. We be going for like 5-10 minutes. Okay. So just be respectful, you know, give it other people. Sometimes I know they got to go to work and shit like that. Here we go. Let me see. Let me pull this up. There we go.
James Talarico needs to earn the black vote. Okay. Well, as a proud 92% of that voted for James Talarico and also loves Jasmine Crockett.
Hold on. Did this bitch say?
I told you.
Did this bitch say a proud 92%er that voted for James Dale Collins? Oh my God. Oh, hold on now. Oh my God.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
Oh my God. All right, here we go.
In what ways could James Talarico earn your vote? Well, I ain't never seen him out in no black town. He only go to the white suburbs with all them bougie white people. That's why I feel like he an undercover Republican. You mean black towns like this?
Pause it there. Pause it there. Pause it there.
But what
Pause
else,
it
girl?
there.
What else?
Pause it there.
But what else,
No,
girl?
hold
What
on,
else?
I got you.
You mean black towns like this?
Now, this is what I was talking about earlier. Black people are using this as a talking point. The 16% that voted for him is using this for a talking point. They have not had running water for the better half of 30 plus years. Yet that is the only black town you're talking about, because that is the black town he got that photo out.
Not my black friend.
But the black churches that he was invited to in the city of Houston, he could not come to. I land there.
I just think it's hilarious that me and Kay's comments are right at the top. Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Yes.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
But what else, girl? What else? Well, I ain't never seen him speak out against no racism that we went through. We go through a lot as black Americans. But you mean speak out against racism like these tweets from a couple of years ago? The point of me making this video is not about showing that Representative Crockett is unelectable, that Representative Crockett is not educated, that Representative Crockett is just not qualified, that Representative Crockett is just not meek enough to be a great senator. The point of this video is to highlight the fact that, girl, if you just don't like the man, just say that.
I don't like him.
To do all of this. Like, this is what's
I don't like
frustrating
him
about
either.
the Black American community, is that James Talarico is not Jesus. He is a politician. Therefore, every politician has their flaws. Every politician has their pink flags, their green flags, their yellow flags, and even their red flags. But y'all are not going after him because of those things. Y'all are going after him because the color of his skin make you feel uneasy.
Girl, like the color of somebody's skin has not been detrimental to the lives of our family members and our ancestors. Like the color of their skin don't have motherfuckers getting deported and kidnapped and raped, sterilized. What are we talking about? And it's usually the color of one particular skin that will make you feel uneasy. And there's a number of things that follow up with James Talarico, the way you lied in our face like we fucking stupid in the debate. Like you won't answer no questions. Like you say you don't take their money, but you do. Like you didn't stand up for black people. Like you didn't stand up for the voter suppression that literally just happened as you won, but it's okay because you won. The fact that you feel like you deserve it over her and you ain't even never been how you been to the Capitol? Go get your photo out there and let me at least know you've been to the Capitol. In DC, not Texas Capitol. Here we go. I know you was the first one of them to come back and break decorum. And that wasn't for Jasmine Crockett's job. That was for gerrymandering everybody's spot, for breaking the law. But okay.
or you fall in the same box as them people you talk the most shit about. I'm literally seeing videos of Black Americans say things like, well, name some good things that James has done and don't tell me to do my research because every time I do research, it's always this good stuff about him. Like, baby, I'm a real Negro. Every politician got to earn my vote because I really don't want to vote for any of y'all. And this is to all my fellow 92%ers. Girl, go home and rest. I'm not diminishing what you feel, but I am acknowledging that a lot of my fellow 92%ers sisters are still hurting. Even with the way that y'all are going after the Mexicans that voted for James Talarico. Yana, that's what the Mexicans do. Just like they abandoned us when it came to Kamala Harris, now they abandoning Jasmine Crockett. It was nothing but messaging. James Talarico said he wanted reform. Jasmine Crockett.
And I don't even know if he won. We don't even know if he won. That's one thing.
Crockett says she wanted to clean house. Jasmine Crockett just took on the Mexicans that were part of her base.
What's a lie?
She said she would be happy to abolish ICE. He's the one that said he wanted to clean house. So she's lying.
Yeah. Because we already know what he felt about the immigration.
James Talarico reached across the aisle.
Big welcome sign with a lock on the door.
Hispanic voters like swing voters, which is true. We should stop treating Hispanic people like they are yard decorations. We bring them out when the season is right, and when we're done with them, we yank them up out the ground, stick them back in the garage, and we never give them a seat at the table when it comes to discussing what's going on and affecting all of us, not only in the state of Texas, but all around this nation. So just imagine how it feels when both parties only see you as a campaign strategy and not as one of them. Not only that, but he has experience in working in a classroom where one day the Mexican child is there, the next day they're not there because their mom and daddy was taken.
And what did he do about that? What was his legislation about that?
But this is also why I said in a previous video that I'm not pouring too much energy into the Black folks that's saying things like, well, this is why I'm not going to vote in November. This is why I'm not showing up to vote for nothing. I'm going to be sick. I'm not pouring too much energy because I expected that. So if you want to be here, be here. And just critique him off of the things that he's done or has not done based off of him being a politician, not a random white Christian dude. But if you want to go home, one thing I'm never going to do is force my brothers and sisters to show up for the U.S. government, knowing damn well the U.S. government ain't never showed up for us regardless of what party, regardless of what form. They have not done all that they needed to do for us. So I'm not going to force you and be like, oh, well, you got to do this. You got to do that. No. But all I'm going to tell you is that if you're going to be here when it comes to these conversations about these politicians, Democrat, Republican, Independent, then, girl, you need to be here. Mind, body, soul, all of the above. James Talarico needs to earn the Black
I'm going to be there. And let me read these two comments at the top, which are Kay's and Nichelle's, okay? I think, let me see. Okay, I think where a lot of you are missing the point is a lot of us experience some type of racism from his base. Typically, what you attract is what you are at the core. The things you pointed out, I have several thoughts on them. Does that mean that it'll affect things? No. But however, those of us that look past the feelings see things that are concerning and of no value to the Black community. But I support all decisions as long as we focus down ballot. And Nichelle said that, I get that you voted for Talarico. I like him too, but he admitted at a breakfast in November that he needed to earn the Black vote. He said that he had a blind spot as a white guy, his words, and people gave him suggestions on how to do that, and he didn't. His campaign chose to prioritize disenfranchised MAGA, white suburbia, and the Latina vote. So, yes, I expect him to do what he said and earn my vote. Yeah. Here. So.
And she's made more, the microaggressions are insane. I love my 92% down. Yeah, I love y'all, but by the way, y'all are dumb. By the way, I expected y'all to do that. And by the way, blah, blah, blah. Girl, listen, okay? And Imani's is even worse. Imani B's is even worse because she has jumped on the bandwagon. Again, a person that does not live in Texas. I saw somebody put in the chat that she doesn't even live in this country anymore. And she's the one that flipped it with the whole, oh, now y'all understand a protest vote? Oh, but y'all had smoke for everybody in 2024. So those are the three like themes, if you will. Remember when Erica kind of came in and gave us like buckets of Black voters?
Mm-hmm.
The videos that I sent you are basically I'm seeing a bunch of videos like with those themes, those central themes.
Okay. Y'all can. What are you guys' thoughts on that? I'm finna. You sent them to me on my main account.
No, I tried to. I put the name in the chat. Imani B. Like for some reason, I went on my backup account. I followed you. I tried to share it to you, and it's not letting me share it. But Imani,
is it one?
IMANI-B.
She got like 4,000.
Oh,
B Imani.
no, it's Imani B. Scroll up. Here, let me look. Wait a minute. Let me see what her profile picture looks like on.
Okay. In the meantime, did you guys?
She's in yellow. She's in like a lime green. With her
daughter on the photo?
No, here. She's got 319,000 followers, and her ad is she is Imani B.
Okay, let me put that one in. Okay, while I pull that up, did anybody have any thoughts on Ayana Bond? Well, hold on. She is Imani B. Actually, I'm gonna play two of them. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna play this one. I think.
No, not so much a dirty campaign.
This one you talking about, Chelsea?
More so just that she basically sacrificed a seat that only she could hold on to for a race that she would almost definitely lose in the general if she were to win the primary. Like it's not strategic, and it's more selfish than it is helpful to anyone in every way, shape, and form, in my opinion. Someone's gonna get real mad about me saying this. Sorry.
Someone as in Black women. It's very interesting how people who aren't from Texas speak on Texas politics and prove that they know nothing about us. You proved that you didn't know anything about Texas when you relied on your chat to tell you early December was the last date to file to run for a seat, when you were hoping she would run for another seat, and proceeded to call her selfish.
Because she didn't run for what you want her to run for.
You like her less because of this. You proved again that you know nothing about Texas politics when you said Jasmine has no chance of winning the general and only James does. How's that looking now? He's not going to win as of today. Let's hope that this doesn't impact Gina's pathway to governor, because as of right now, it does. I've got
let's be real about it.
From that live that I'll be clipping and splicing this week, calling you out for your ish. By ish, I mean, racism and misogyny, specifically misogynoir. If anyone else wants it, happy to provide it to you, especially those who can speak even better than me on it. Good luck. One more thing. Dog whistles always be dog whistling.
Every single time. Every single time. Jasmine is a very educated woman. Like, even some of the things I'm like, she should run for this. She know what she should do. She went where she could be most effective for whatever reason. Like, she's in there, so she knows what's happening. She knows what needs to be done. Like, not even letting her sit with it or absorb it, as she still has to go back to work and grill Christine on what she should do next. So, what are your thoughts? You guys' thoughts on that video? Who would like to go first? Go ahead and share. I see your hand. Go ahead.
Just real quick. Again, Sasha and I were the top 2 comments on that video.
Yep.
When Chelsea sent that to me, I was like, yeah, send me the whole 10-minute clip, sis, because here's what's interesting about that content creator. She's often on live with Good Trouble. And I think there were like conversations around whether or not they were kind of like using their platform in not a positive way when the ICE raids were going crazy in Minneapolis. And I'm not associating this with Good Trouble at all. I'm just saying there was conversation around the like a group of them, right? Because they were all leaving, their
Restricted.
home
Hold
state
on, because it primarily directs people off the platform. This is the line. I'm appealing it. Hold on. It say I'm directing people off the platform. We're literally watching TikTok videos. So I'm appealing that. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. And Sash said it perfectly. I'm sick and tired of YT online leftists. I'm so over them. And this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. She doesn't live in Texas. And that was a crazy take, saying that Jasmine was selfish. I need to remind all of you all who may not know, whether you're in Texas or out, the guy who said that it's not about left and right, it's about up and down. It's about wrong and right. It's about billionaires versus the working class. His PAC raised $24 million. You want to know how much Jasmine had to work with? $3 million.
And still's on that ass.
I'm going to say that again. 24 million to 3 million. And it's so, of course, on brand for a Black woman to do miraculous things with next to nothing.
And she doing
her take was it's selfish. She was selfish because she ran. Get out of here.
Well, I gotta. Does she have on is she doing a stitch in this video? Oh, James Talarico. I don't even know this woman. And I think she has me blocked. Hold on. When I pop up from my backup account, when I pull it up from my backup account, it pops right up. When I come pull it up in here,
Who, Imani?
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
A
lot of people.
I don't even know her though. I've never seen her. I've never made a comment on her photo. I don't even know who. I don't know this woman. If I see her in the street, I say sorry to that woman. I don't know her. Yeah, she has me blocked for whatever reason. She knows you. So I'm gonna just play it out loud real quick. Girl, because we still can find you. That's not a problem.
Now everybody knows how to protest vote. Now everybody wants to protest vote. And they're telling James Talarico that he has to earn their vote because he beat Jasmine Crockett. Am I seeing these comments and hearing this correctly? Because I can swear to this very day, from the presidential election to this very day, people have been berated, demeaned, harassed, and some more stuff because they made it very clear from the outset that candidates were going to have to earn their vote. And we're very specific, by the way, on the ways in which those candidates were to earn their vote. Until this day, y'all find that problematic, that people wanted to push a presidential candidate to be against genocide and sending our tax dollars overseas versus giving that to the American people. And what's even more disturbing is the amount of people saying that they're not going to vote for the Senate race. Are y'all okay? I will personally skip voting for the president of the United States, then skip voting.
Are you okay?
For lawmakers of this country. That is the legislative branch of government. That is the checks and balances of the government. And when positioned correctly, they have a more collective power than the president because they make the laws of this country.
And when we make those laws, they go through the House first. So we need to be making sure we focus on our representatives and our House votes.
The president wanted to pass a law, the Senate can refuse it, and it won't get passed.
You would think so, but the president, with or without they vote, doing whatever the fuck he wanna do. He dropping bombs over Baghdad. He ain't asked Congress shit.
Yes, if the president wanted to appoint somebody, a cabinet member, a federal judge, or Supreme Court judge, and the Senate says no, the president can't appoint them. Now, I originally bowed out the conversations around Jasmine Crockett, but while I do not live in Texas, I live in the District of Columbia, where we do not have a voting member of Congress, and we also do not have a senator. So what does that mean for me in the District of Columbia? That means my local laws, my local budget, every everything that my city council has to present and then put on the mayor's office has to go to y'all senators to vote on. And sorry, not sorry, but my people who are Democrat, why are you all allergic to facts, data, and political pundits who are telling you when your candidates have run a bad campaign? Are you all that unwilling to learn from those mistakes? To be honest, I don't give a damn about the duopoly, red or blue. But when y'all talk about earning your vote, the job of the Senate is legislation. And James Talarico has passed 16 bills into law. Y'all want him to come out on stage to dreams and nightmares? Like, I'm being facetious at this point.
Damn, I can't believe she blocked me. I don't even know this woman. That was crazy. Crazy, nasty work. Anyways, between those 3 videos, if anybody want to, add their thoughts and how it is in Texas, it's girl.
Hey, Jess.
Go ahead.
She, Imani is very problematic. I used to be a fan of hers for a while until I realized.
Oh, thank you.
Until I realized that she, her and Amanda Seals start supporting the op Jill Stein.
Oh, Amanda Seals, I can't stand her.
And so they're the type of women that have some unchecked, unfettered, internalized misogyny, that the only person that they always give the business to is the female voter. I mean, they give Joe Biden the business a little bit, but Jill Stein, and then start telling other Black people what's wrong with them. I think it was discovered that money gets paid by Stein campaign, and I want to allegedly, but the thing about it is, I don't see how you could compare Jasmine Crockett's experience and be very genuine about it as being the second junior ranking member of the House Oversight Committee, where she basically has to do the checks and balances of everybody, because that's what they do. They check these hoes, and they do the testimonies, and she's checking them as being put in that position as a freshman. Do you know how many people have been there for 11 years and they never get even the second ranking position to be able to do those things and to ask the right questions and to call the right things, to where you see the Republican leadership and the chairs there, they don't even try to really check her because they know they can't. Like she said, you gonna check me, boo. She has the facts, she has the data, she is an attorney. And the telltale sign of the duality of misogynoir is when they say, well, they want a fighter. Do y'all know what the fuck is going on right now? Don't we want somebody to fight? Don't we want somebody to stand up for us? Don't we always talk about Democrats being cowards?
Good night, Smitty.
And now that we have someone who is not performative in their rhetoric, they put their money, they put their votes where their mouth is. They're the person that before bills and certain things come to the floor with the Oversight Committee, you have to go through her. And you're talking about him passing some lollipop children bills in the House, in Senate, in Texas. Not no shade to Texas, but I'm like, she's had experience in those places, and we want to calm and that's what white people want. They want to get through the storm without being scared. They want to get through the storm without having to address the main thing of why we got here. And Jasmine Crockett talks to people like they're adults, especially when they behave like children. That every person on here, you know, that they never gave you the benefit points of why you should vote for Talarico. All their points were about anti-Jasmine, but there was nothing about that James can do this and James can do this. He wrote 16 pieces of legislation.
No, he passed. I don't even know if he wrote them.
Right. We don't know, but I'm just saying allegedly. But it was nothing about nothing that she was able to do in her accomplishment on that type of scale in the United States House of Representatives as a freshman, holding her own, holding it down, and being able to accomplish things in those positions that even more seasoned representatives have never accomplished. And they're trying to downplay that. And I think that works because a lot of us, and I'm gonna say this to us, y'all don't get mad. A lot of us don't stay up to date with who does what and on the Hill. But I do love right now that what we're doing in all of this chaos and all their nonsensory is allowing people to use this platform like TikTok and Google to find out, like, oh no. And so I'm laughing now at money. And there's a post.
Sorry.
It's okay. And there's a post that I put out about not voting, because I'm putting out a post tomorrow about this election. I got to get up in the morning in a minute. That's when I'm going to bed. That the protest vote, and speaking of Talarico supporters, I said I think the reason why you all are upset because it's usually a minority candidate being told that they need to earn other people's vote. It's always a minority candidate or marginalized group candidates, and they have to earn people's vote. And you need to talk to the people. This is the first time that you're now telling a white saltine elf operative that now he has to earn the vote. Is this time that it's the Black vote that's telling you, oh no, we're not holding you 10 toes down. But the audacity of the cis and the 92%, she really ticked me off when she said that you're going to stop treating the Hispanic and Latino vote as the swing vote and not really paying them attention. I'm like, girl, where have you been? That's always been Black people, and we stand 92% down. You don't pay us no attention. You've been courting a demographic on a national level that is a higher population but has reduced eligibility to vote, because you know that the 92% is going to get an A on the assignment. But what happened in Texas, I understand how y'all feel. I'm in Georgia. It happened with Stacey Abrams. It happens on a regular basis, is that something will come up where they'll find some type of law and somebody in a position of authority to stop counting votes, to not have people in line. That's what happened when Stacey ran here in Georgia for governor. We knew she was going to win. They throwing out ballots, taking people off the polls, showing out lines. They purged over like 200,000 people, even though they had already voted.
Yeah.
And then no one's having that conversation. So I just want to send my love and condolences of how y'all are feeling this grieving period. But I think these people, even when I said on my post, I said, y'all are thinking I'm talking to Talarico. Y'all going to have to talk to Black voters. He's not going to have to talk to them. Good luck. Good luck with that. Good luck with that everywhere. Because good luck.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not telling people not to vote, but I'm telling people because the thing is now that we're the ones you have to cater to stop this hemorrhaging. We're the ones you have to, instead of all those other people, because I can go talk to the whites, I can go talk to the MAGA. Now you got to come talk to the Black women.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have something to say. The South's gonna have something to say. Texas gonna have something to say.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna go to bed because we have a
good night. Beautiful.
We have an election in the morning. You guys pray for us. Hopefully we make history of electing Sean Harris as the first Black representative of the GA14. Right now, numbers are coming in. More Democratic ballots have been pulled for the primary and for the voters. The polling is high for red. Donald Trump told me he's going to come back. We don't, as a surprise, you can come back. It's not going to make a really difference. Sean Harris is a big deal, but if we pull this off tomorrow, we will be one representative short of having an even number of representatives, the House of Representatives. And next month, we're going to have another special election that is happening. So this would be an upset. This would be that upset championship. And just thank for everybody's giving money to the campaign. I've seen a lot of mutuals and people I know on TikTok that have sent money. Thank y'all. For sending out your friends. People who have voted said, my friend from somewhere told me to come on here, and maybe on TikTok, they told me to vote. Yes. Just thank y'all. But
is tomorrow the last day to vote for him?
Yeah, tomorrow is voting day. This is not a primary. This is actually a special election. This is voting. Like this is the day to vote for him. And I'm gonna be an area-wide poll watcher. I may not go to sleep because I got to be up there at 6:30, but I'm going to be looking at every precinct, making sure people are not being turned away.
Put it on the Discord so that everybody knows.
Yeah, especially in that state.
I'm not being good. Right, and I couldn't put too much in because being on I can't even put stuff on my TikTok. I could talk about Jasmine Crockett. I could really talk about her campaign because they were just like, oh, you're campaigning, you're just trying to do anything for us not. So today I could put some stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you all. Shout out to y'all, Texas.
We're sending you love and a win.
Y'all keep fighting.
Vote bigly.
Keep fighting.
Too big to
listen,
read.
We're gonna vote big.
Too
but
big
go
to
on
read.
the threads when you have a moment, because I don't want to call her out, but there's a content creator who downloaded your video and didn't give you credit. And I was like, oh, this creator is Jessica Cymone, and
I made
she's
it to
great.
Threads, y'all.
Yeah, mate, you over at Threads, boo. But y'all have a good night.
You too.
Shout out to Texas and everybody else.
Yes, you guys, there's 158 people here. Give me a follow if you have not done so. Tap screen, get your daily heart. Post it to your story. We got 51 shares. So if everybody just repost it right now, we would be up to 157 shares. So share it with your to your story, repost it and share it with a friend. Get your daily harmony. We got 10 kisses. They are in the gift gallery as well in our gift code. If you guys want to send love directly, you can send it to Jessica. I'm Jessica Cymone. Catch that Venmo. The pay links in the bio. We appreciate you guys for being here. If you want to have a question for the panel or you want to just say your thoughts, you can put it in that message. I will definitely read it out loud as well. Uniquely, thank you for watching for 200 minutes as well. And for the kiss, I appreciate you. Oya, my love, welcome in. Oh, and make sure y'all are gifting the panel. Show love to my panel. They're spending their time and, expressing their thoughts, and we're having these hard conversations. So just make sure you guys are showing them love. Everybody up here is friendly. Okay.
We gotta cover our blood pressure medicine. Okay.
Because I don't give the ops when I go to lives, but everybody up here is friendly just because y'all want it. I be asking if there's somebody I don't know, I'm like, are they friendly or not? And we all of us too have our own different thoughts about what we want to do in November, and that's okay. We can all agree to disagree. I think everybody's entitled to, the way they feel, the way they want to move, and the way they want to weaponize their vote in the way that they do. So I think that's important. I think the most important is that we show up. They should know that we do show up. Okay, and have it too big to read. Well, yeah, how you doing today?
Actually 4 things. Why isn't there what's left on the panel? Another thing.
Because I was gonna say some of my own. Go ahead.
What you mean we all got different opinions? We all want Kamala to run again, right? Like,
oh no, we do it when it comes to VP Kamala Harris. I definitely do.
Like, I thought we was all on the same page.
No, I'm talking about when it comes to Texas, Talarico in Texas in November.
Oh, I'm gonna mind my non-Texas resident business on that one. But for the lady who wanted to speak but not be in the actual state and be in the District of Columbia with no representation at all whatsoever, I suggest that she worry about them violating posse comitatus and worry about the military that's in her freaking city just walking around in force, loaded.
Yeah, they do. I went to DC and it was crazy. It almost felt like a movie. It felt like a movie.
Fucking armored vehicles just on the road, turret, gun up top. I mean, pew pew up top. Like, you need to be worried about if they finna make your shit the purge while you up here worrying about what the fuck Texas doing. You not even a state. Worry about becoming a state so y'all can get representation, because the reason why they don't want y'all to become a state is y'all got too many black voters.
I want to say too, if you are one of the Latinos that come from my last video, saying like we don't think you may not. Saji no. Sash know he not Latino. I'm not talking to you. It literally say for the Latinos that think he one of y'all. So if it's not you, then if it don't apply, let it fly. Okay? But I've seen a lot of comments and posts saying like we voted for him because he's one of us. Y'all voted for y'all's and we voted for ours. He not one of y'all. That's what I'm saying.
Is a sour cream citizen.
It's not, obviously we know it's not everybody, because a lot of Latinas voted for Jasmine Crockett. A lot of Latinos voted for Jasmine Crockett. I'm talking, and then some didn't vote for him because of that. And again, I'm not talking to you. That is a YT man. Okay.
We need a meme.
That is a sour cream
citizen.
People are missing the point.
He tried to claim that he was 7th generation Texan, which to me says that he was one of the white settlers that were trying to bring in enslaved people into Texas.
Yeah, for the people are missing, like, oh, he was holding himself accountable for his whiteness. That's not the point of this video. I'm letting y'all know that he's the one that say he one of y'all. He said I'm white. That's one. Two, my name ain't even Talarico. It's James Dale Collins. And SK would say Jimmy Collins.
God damn it.
Yo, so but if anybody had any thoughts on any of the videos, too, let me know. We can talk about it. I'm gonna wrap it up here in about an hour. I played it with you. Okay, I got one more video, and then because I know those are like probably like 20 minutes removed. I got one more. Here we go. Let me unmute it.
Take deep breaths.
Hey, when it.
I love Jasmine Crockett. I've watched her for years.
I've
watched her for years. I followed her. I love her. I think she's super smart, brilliant, funny.
I followed her. I'm intentional about words too.
She's a fighter. She's not afraid to say what needs to be said. I love her. That alone, I have the name recognition with her and following her. I don't know a lot about James Talarico. I'm sure he's a great candidate. Congratulations to him on winning, this, being the being the Democratic candidate for the midterm election. Congratulations to him. I'm happy for him. I think that's super great. With all of that being said, surely nobody is going to not vote in the midterm elections because Jasmine didn't win and that's who you were supporting, right? Right?
Look at somebody comment.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. All you have left is your vote. That's what you have left. We've lost a lot. We've lost a lot of sleep, a lot of sense of security. We are worried and we are fearful and we are activating and
stay worried.
To dismiss all of that action and purpose and sacrifice.
Go ahead. She's
Time
gonna cry.
and energy and resources by not voting in the midterms. When you know what this administration is
beyond me.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. And don't fucking tell people to do that. All we have left is our vote. Use your vote.
What the fuck she raised her voice at?
That's how she probably raised her voice at her son. He said, "What the fuck you say, mom?" No, I'm just kidding. But anyways,
it's the devil's dimples for me. And I'm sorry if you have dimples like that. I don't want to hear it in the comments. Keep it to yourself. But it is always those kind of dimples that I just immediately, it's a red flag for me.
I'm screaming. I used to want dimples so bad. Okay. We're going to vote. We just not voting for him. Y'all are going to see what type of person he really is. The Republicans going to let y'all know. Yeah, because they were saving all their ammo for whoever was going to come. They put it on Jasmine Crockett because they really don't want her in there. They scared as hell when it comes to Jasmine Crockett. Somebody said not voting in the midterms because of what happened in Texas is like getting all your grades up for college, but not taking your entrance exam. I'm just not going to that college. What are you talking about?
Not listening to Black women when we told you time and time over again that like some shit was gonna happen. This is what fascism looks like. Is kind of like you're asking us to be scared with you, but we've already seen this before.
Somebody said it's too soon. Please let Black women grieve and be angry for a minute. Like, damn.
11 make a wish. We all know our special wish.
Oh, what's the special wish?
Girl, the one that
I don't want to know.
Yeah, the one that everybody wants.
I don't want to know.
The
mandated reporter, I don't want to know.
Okay. The irony of this entire situation is that if people voted right in 2024, we wouldn't have to be fighting for our lives right now. Yeah, this go back.
I want to add. I made a brief post about this on Facebook because I did not want to say everything that I wanted to say about this.
Yeah, go ahead. And because you was making a good point in the time in, and I wanted to come back around you too.
Oh, thank you.
Good night, Kay.
So I got 4 things I wrote down, and if you want me to go back to my other list, I wrote it down because I had a whole bunch.
It was just one last sentence you had said on that last one.
The thing that I said for the other one was just the long version of it is that a lot of people keep saying that we're playing checkers and chess, but the truth of the matter is politics is as easy as tic-tac-toe, but you can lose at tic-tac-toe if you don't know how that game is played either. Okay. A lot of people do not know how to play the game of tic-tac-toe in politics, and that's why we keep losing. We need to learn how this game is played so that we can play it correctly, and that's just it. Yeah, a lot of people do not know how this game is played, and they thinking because they at the table that means that they're actually doing something, and that's not necessarily it. In regards to the video with Imani, and the other girl, that first girl, I don't know what was going on with her, but the protest vote, the protest votes with last election and this election is not the same. That is not the same in my opinion.
At all.
Last election we was trying to save us from this, the whole country from this. With this one right here, we can you ain't gotta agree. We could sacrifice Talarico and still make a change. Literally, it's kind of similar to the long game that the Republicans have been playing, which is we put everything out there, and even if we lose some, as long as we won enough, we are still moving forward. We don't have to win it all to be moving forward. We just need to win enough to get, to chip away at what it is that they got. So we can still do the protest vote without voting in James Talarico and get ahead.
Yeah.
Another thing that I want to say is I am finding it wildly, just wild. It is wild to me how people are talking to other people. I remember when the elected officials were going and doing their town halls and looking at the behavior of those elected officials and being like, damn, they talking to their constituents like their constituents are stupid and children. And they're actually grown adults, and just could not just wrap my head around how you elected this person into office and they are talking to you that way. But here we are after having this election. It is people who are telling Black women and Black men who they are supposed to be voting for and how they're supposed to be showing up, this, that, and the other. I am a grown individual, and you are not about to tell me what I'm about to do. Now, if you want to have a conversation with me, that's one thing, but you're not going to tell me how I'm going to show up at the polls. If your white husband want to tell you how you going to vote at the polls, white woman, then you could do that. But you're not going to do that to me in my Black household, because my struggle, what I go through here, again, as I said before, what I deal with as a Black person, you don't come and save me from none of this. So if I vote in the way that you want me to vote and it ends up hurting me, I'm the one who has to suffer that consequence. And I'm not doing that for nobody. So I would appreciate it if a lot of people would stop telling Black people what they need to do. We can engage in the conversation, but let us handle our business over here. Let us handle this. And then the other thing, the part that if we're able to find it on TikTok, James Talarico did an interview on the Good Morning America show. I would love for us to be able to see that and to be able to have a conversation about that interview, because
he had it on what?
Good Morning America.
Recently?
This morning.
Oh.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. They had the Black panel talking to him. But the last thing I want to say is, I think why we are seeing white people behave in the way that they are behaving about James Talarico is because James Talarico is their white cleanse for Donald Trump being in office. And they are trying to wash themselves of the filth that Donald Trump has put on whiteness, and that the white nationalism is putting on the whiteness. And the fact that it's even possibly the stain of Christianity being associated with Donald Trump as well. They are trying to cleanse themselves of all of that. And they need somebody who is looking pure and good with Christ on their side and all of that to make them feel better as Black people, as white people. Because if you look at how they do, throughout history, they have to have somebody above and, that they look at that makes them have I'm gonna say value. That's the best word that I can think of right now. You know, to give them some type of value. And I think for the longest time, they have not had that individual that makes them feel special about themselves.
Because they've been talking to them. It's like they stupid for the last past.
If you think about it, the last person that they had that they thought was going to be their savior was Senator Edwards. If I remember correctly, he was a senator. John Edwards. And then he turned out to be, you know, he lost and then turned around and ended up being a cheater. You know, they've not had somebody to make them look good, to help them fight the bad image that whiteness has in America and around the world. And I'm looking at it as it's the same thing as the MAGA rage on CRT, just on the Democratic side. It's that same type of rage, just on the other side. And while the MAGA people was looking for Donald Trump to be their hero, the Democratic side, the liberal side is looking for Talarico to be their hero to redeem their image in America.
Yeah.
He could be the Obama, but he not Obama.
Oh yeah, I'll be saying, and then, I'm glad you said that because that's a nice little segue. Info S'mores, you said, what are our thoughts about Obama? Is that your question here?
Yeah, I think both Obamas have spoken positively about Talarico, and I was wondering what you guys' theory was and why he seems to speak glowingly of, Barack in particular speaks glowingly of Talarico.
Who speaks glowingly?
Barack Obama is just a supportive person.
I mean, who does Barack Obama speak negatively about? Period. Besides Trump.
Yeah.
And timing matters.
That's the thing. They have similar resumes. They both went to Harvard.
No. That wasn't my question. I was saying, who does Obama speak negatively about besides Trump?
Oh, he tends to not speak negatively about people, which is a really good character trait.
Right.
Yeah, he's not going to.
But he is nowhere near Obama. He is no Obama. I wish people would stop comparing him to Obama. Do you guys have somebody great that y'all could compare him to? Yeah. They always compare him to black people, like your Taylor Swift to Beyonce, and somebody to Michael Jackson. Do y'all have anyone?
But when it comes to political people, aside from JFK, they go all the way back to George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. So no, the answer is no. They don't have anybody to compare to, and they are hoping to put somebody in place that provides them with that that image.
I think Michelle had her hand up.
Entered the Senate.
Go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, so are you bringing up the fact that President Obama said something positive about Talarico, and you're asking us what our thoughts are about that?
Yeah, I mean, how does that, what's your theory on why he supports him, and he doesn't think why he didn't, go endorse any.
He didn't endorse Talarico.
He didn't endorse.
I know he didn't endorse Talarico. He didn't endorse any candidate.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't. Okay, so timing matters.
I got you.
He said positive things about him. I watched that segment where he thought that he was an up and rising political person in the Democratic Party. He's the youngest, primary candidate or whatever in the race. And he mentioned that. But I think timing matters. He said that also, like before Jasmine got in the race. And it was just a comment. He just said, I watched that interview. He just said, yeah, I think he's a good, I think he's a great politician or whatever he said about him. He certainly didn't endorse him, but yeah, timing matters too. You got to take that into context.
But
as well.
There's been a lot of this, saying he's going to be the next Fetterman and all this stuff. And I think Barack doesn't speak glowingly of John Fetterman, or never really did. So I think it's, they have a similar resume as far as where they were at this point in their careers. They both went to Harvard, got their masters. They're both educators. They both did state Senate work, and then ran right for the Senate.
Right.
So,
but
Barack
is he a senator? Is Talarico a senator?
Well, if he wins, he'll be on a similar path.
So I guess if he don't, then I guess that path is on took another turn, huh?
I'm saying when Barack did his first senatorial, campaign, he had a similar resume to what Talarico has now.
And that may be why he commented on it. Look, that's fine. Whatever Obama said about a person's trajectory, that's great. I think what you're asking is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounds like you're wondering if that impacted, his win. I don't think so. Like Jess said, Barack Obama, speaks positively about a lot of people. This was before, Jasmine got in the race. Of course, he's spoken very positive things about Jasmine Crockett. I think we're reading too much into it. He said something nice about him, and that was it. I don't think it impacted the race at all, and it wasn't, an endorsement.
Yeah, honestly, I thought either candidate could win in the general. I think a lot of people were a little, scared that Texas would the race did play a factor. I think in the Latino vote, I think they were a little bit scared that Texas wasn't going to elect a black woman. So there was that fear, I think.
They can elect them if they vote for them. That's how they get elected. If they vote, they they can elect them. But we're the power. So if we vote for her, anybody can win if we vote for them. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, SA. I appreciate you being here.
By the way, my condolences.
Can I ask what the point was of bringing up Obama?
Your heart and energy into this campaign, and I can see you guys are really upset about the loss. And
no, we're upset about voter suppression and how nobody's speaking up. Not even the candidate that allegedly won didn't even speak up about the voter suppression, particularly in Black communities.
Said count every vote. I think the early voting, the first day of early voting, there were lines. There were some long lines. But election day, there was some confusion about where people were going, and they extended the hours. But there weren't huge lines.
No.
On election night.
Are you in Texas?
That were late. No, but I saw the number of provisional ballots.
No. Other than the provisional ballots. Now, mind you, the law is that if you get in line by 7 p.m., even if you wrapped around the corner, you can vote. Which means by the time you get in there and cast your vote, it may be 8:30, 9 o'clock, because sometimes it takes a little time. Now, not only did they change people's voting locations on the day of, there are people who also did what y'all say, do it right. You're supposed to do your research. They've done all of that. Then they changed, the site crashed, so people couldn't even see where they were supposed to vote. Sending the people, so there was a lot of confusion. So then they extended the hours. And then after they extended the hours, Ken Paxton went and after 7 o'clock, by 8ish, Ken Paxton went to the Texas Supreme Court and told them to shut it down. There is no extended hours. So then they didn't take any votes that were submitted after 7 o'clock. So there could have been hundreds of thousands of votes that were still in line in multiple locations that didn't get counted. Provisional ballots that getting counted. People who didn't know where they were going that didn't get counted. And multiple counties. But there was also counties where James Talarico seemed to be soaring in that was granted their extension. But ironically, in these majority Black communities where, she was pretty much guaranteed to win, got fucked. So that is voter suppression in real time. Did he mention it? Did he talk about it? Did he no, we want to make sure all the votes are counted. We want to win. This is not fair. He didn't even care. He took his alleged win and kept going. So it's not about her losing. It's about how she quote unquote lost.
I think she understands that there just weren't enough provisional ballots, because the provisional ballots are the ones that were set aside after 7 o'clock.
If you're in line at 7, you can vote. You can vote. That is the law. You can vote. Not a provisional ballot. My ballot.
So they were marking them, all the late ones, and then they set those aside as provisional when the ruling came down from the Texas.
Do you think that voter suppression was inflicted upon these communities?
Yes, definitely.
Right. So we just witnessed voter suppression in real time. That is the problem. Voter suppression is another way to cheat. So when you take something from someone and they don't necessarily win authentically because that's who the people voted for, we're going to be pissed about it. And it seems to really, really happen when we have overly qualified Black women. But give me 1 second. Sasha had her hand up. I'm going to go to her. And let me go to Lil Form real quick just because she got to drop. And then Sasha, and we'll come back to you, info. Go ahead,
Thank
Lil
you. Thank you so much, because I'm a drop and be back in the comments. Y'all know I don't stay long. Here's the thing. They literally
Thank you, Sue.
could compare.
Thank you.
They literally can't compare Biden. They almost can compare Biden. Biden was really, really, really that type president, right? But because he was so inclusive, because he was about diversity, he does not qualify for these people. I don't give a shit if Jesus Christ himself dropped Talarico down on the ground. You people are who we know you to be. You cannot cleanse yourself of who we know you are. Now, what I want to say about Jasmine Crockett, and I'm gonna let it go. We don't owe these people nothing. Here's the thing. It's a problem when we pull a you on you. You know what I'm saying? So we don't owe them no explanation. We don't owe them no conversation. We have to believe what we see is going on. We know what's going on. We see what's going on, and we have to believe it. Now, check it out. The Brown vote was very effective in Texas, so much so that Hot Wheels called Trump down there. We have a problem. Republican senators could not even get clear 50% of the vote. That's because that Brown vote was very, very, when they swung that hard to the left, it wasn't for allyship. I'm not saying we can't get there, but the allyship just was not there. You could see the cockiness in them. You know what I'm saying? So it was about showing the Republicans, hey, y'all doing us, you know what I mean? Y'all doing us bad, and we don't like that, so we're going to show you something. And then now, Kristen Noem is fired. Now he didn't realize she was doing immigrants like that. And oh my God, let's talk to the leaders of the Latino, the Latino people. Can we have a conversation? That's how effective they were with what they did in Texas. The same with the far left vote. Now it's unpopular to have APAC money. Now it's unpopular to have a super PAC. So what I'm saying is we're up next. You don't really want to fuck with the big dog. What we gonna do with it? What we gonna do with it? We're up next. It's our chess move to make. And no, there is no one. Let me tell you, for anybody listening in the chat, there is no one that's gonna make Black women feel bad this time around. You can't make us feel sad this time around. You might as well just fold it up and shove that shit up your ass because it ain't working. It's not gonna work. We know what we saying. You can do fuck us over one time, 2 times. Nah, it's like y'all's president told y'all they're hard to scam. Black people are hard to scam, and y'all should have listened. Because now that we know what we know, I'm gonna say everybody else in America, every other Black American kid should go to the poll. Yeah, Texas should let it burn. And that's all I gotta say. You can drop me down.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Lil Farm. Thank you, Queen. Go ahead, Sash.
Yeah, I was just gonna expand a little bit on what you were saying. Just so to take it back a little further, the reason that this was all happening was because they approved the racially gerrymandered maps, right? So the Latino vote was now worth 1/3 of the white vote, right? And the Black vote was now worth 1/5 of the white vote, because everybody got redistricted. So yeah, so this is what happened. And once they started noticing, so there was three major counties that started having problems on election day. It was Dallas County, I believe, Williamson County and El Paso County started having problems on election day. However, it was only Dallas County. Well, all 3 counties got extended hours, right? But only Dallas County was the one that got cut off that night from Ken Paxton. And that just so happened to be Jasmine's county. So those voters not only did these marginalized people already have their votes suppressed because of the racially gerrymandered map, now they didn't even get to cast their ballot. And whose fault was it? It was Ken Paxton's fault. Mind you, he's on the ballot.
That's a conflict of interest in its own. Like, what are we talking about? It ain't that I could take a loss. It's how she lost. It's the thievery for me.
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans are going to do that. They want us to be, angry at each other and feel like, one side feel like they got robbed or, so this is kind of their plan. But, I don't think either candidate objectively by polling or by the betting markets has any advantage. I think both Talarico and, Jasmine were strong candidates, and they're both in different polls were beating Paxton. So, it's, I don't think they had a horse in the race, but they're gonna mess around wherever they can. And, because Jasmine's support was so focused in Houston and Dallas, and if they could just mess with a couple precincts, they could, scuttle her. But they're going to do that in the general too. So it's because I think that's maybe one of the advantages Talarico has going into the general is now, his support is more statewide and, stronger in the Latino community. So, I think, maybe we're in a stronger place because of that. But
it sounds like you think a lot without doing any kind of research. What state are you in?
I need to correct some misinformation.
Michelle.
So sorry, Saj.
I'm in New York.
Yeah, no worries. So info, that's a common misnomer that her strategy was only in the cities, the big cities. And Jess, you can speak on this too. Like her calendar, she was everywhere.
Mhm.
Like I saw her in Lubbock and Abilene, like those places. Like yeah, she
El
was
Paso.
everywhere. She was in El Paso. She was everywhere. I think how that materialized for people came down to funding, right? So he raised 24 million to her 3 million. So while people the day of when I hosted a live, Smitty hosted a live, Jess hosted a live, Sasha hosted a live, people were coming up from different cities in Texas and saying, hey, I heard radio ads for Talarico. I saw TV ads for Talarico. That was the difference in the funding. But her ground game, she was all over Texas.
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to correct that.
One time she made 17 stops in 2 days. And each day,
all while doing her full-time job.
Yes.
Yeah,
each day, like 5 places a day, going up and down. Like even the day of the election, she started off in Houston, Texas, 7:30 that morning, made about 3 or 4 stops on the way down to Dallas.
Yeah, I'm just saying how the election played out. A lot of her support and what she ran up the numbers was in Houston and Dallas.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Those counties. So Dallas County broke, I believe, what was counted, and just correct me if I'm wrong, or Sash, I believe it was 76%, 78% that broke in Dallas County. Harris County, I have to check the numbers because I don't want to misspeak. And then Williamson County.
Device on me, so I can't double check
right now. You don't have it? Yeah. It was still high in Harris County and the surrounding areas of the surrounding counties of Houston. As a matter of fact, when we looked at the map, she ran up the numbers all of East Texas. It was crazy. Like they did them 2 different color blues, and Talarico got all of the border counties because there's no official exit polls yet. The ones that everybody is circulating, by the way, that was a Emerson poll done, I want to say 3 days prior to the 3rd. Or last Tuesday, whatever day that was. I'm losing track of the days. That was the one that's everybody circulating with the 93% of Black voters, the 71% of the 3% of Asian voters. That is a Emerson poll that was conducted a couple days before the primary. So those are not official exit polls yet. So we don't have the exit poll numbers, but the board on the map, like what it looked like, she swept all of East Texas. So all of the counties, not just Harris County.
Yeah. And she said Harris County 52.2%, 189,000 votes. Give me 1 second.
The other thing I was looking at was
hold on,
just
really
to
say.
see how-
Hold on, I'm really say. Let me bring in Kenny. He hadn't had a chance to speak, and then Henry, and I'm gonna come back to your info. Just want to make sure everybody get a chance to speak. Go ahead, Ken.
Well, I appreciate
your camera or you.
what Info is trying to do. What you're not going to do is try to talk us off of a ledge. We feel the way we feel because our feelings are valid. What we saw, people in this party were trying to tell us, do not vote on identity politics, but then they turn around and vote on identity politics. I saw in comments and chat rooms people being inherently racist towards Jasmine Crockett that are in this party. But then you want us to vote blue no matter who. Bull fucking shit. I'm on the type of time where I feel like I want to go in and vote for John Cornyn just to fuck this whole election up. That's the kind of time I'm on. Because you're not going to sit here and say that you're on my side and then be inherently racist in my face and low key with that veiled racism, and then make me feel bad because I'm not voting for him. Fuck that. Fuck anybody that has a different opinion than that. And have a good day.
Thank you so
That's
much.
kind of shit.
Thank you so much, Kenny. I know you. I appreciate it, Tenderoni. Henry, welcome in. I'm gonna go to Oya and I'm gonna come back to you, Info, because she ain't got a
Really
chance to
quick,
speak.
5 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, we have a live goal at the top. Nobody's touching that live goal. It's 10 hearts. There's 176 people in here. Jess should be changing her live goal like every 10 minutes, if that. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it now. Do it good. Okay. Go ahead, Henry.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you. I think it's your first time up here, correct?
Yeah.
Welcome.
This was like my first time like really participating in a primary. And so I feel like everything has been really like I don't know how to put it. Like it's really weird. I feel like there's been a lot of gaslighting going on. It's like every day you learn something new about like Crockett, only to find out that it wasn't true. It was just lies spread online.
Mm-hmm.
And something that's really been bothering me is like the narrative surrounding like the Black vote and what everyone is choosing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I think that people are really starting to position this in a way that doesn't hold Talarico accountable at all. Like the whole purpose is really just to like blame Black voters if anything goes wrong in November. Like a lot of these podcast dudes, they're saying things like, oh, well, Black people, if they weren't Black, they'd be conservatives. Things along that nature to basically like make any type of commentary that we provide on him to be seen as disingenuous or really not worth the time. And I feel like a lot of that is just manipulation to like avoid accountability for him because they're the one that are playing this like, to me, they're the one that are pulling the race card. They say all these things and it really just boils down to he's white, so the racists are gonna like a white man and that's why we should vote for him. But like, in what world does satisfying what the racist voter wants leads to progress? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
On one hand, they'll say, oh, he's progressive. And then on the other hand, they'll say, oh, he's a moderate, and they'll like that. So which is which? Like, it's like every day,
like pick
he's whatever
one.
they want him to be. And I'm supposed to sit here and find that to be trustworthy. It makes no sense.
Henry, first of all, I want to say congratulations for voting your first primary and exercising your vote, because I do believe the more of us that show up, the more they have to respect it. They have to respect it because they know if you show up, you're going to vote for somebody and they're going to need that vote. Albeit be for them, against them, or not them at all. So I just want to say congratulations for voting your first primary. And the thing is, they have, inherently, we're just good-hearted people and we care about others. And they know that, and they manipulate us because they won't leave us the fuck alone. I don't give we have to stop letting them manipulate our emotions about what they gonna think about us. Kamala Harris was your perfect Negro, the best candidate, right? Qualified, all this, her history was great. They didn't give a damn. No, they talked about her laugh. No matter how great we are, no matter how much we fall in line, they'll find some way to fuck with us in the future. We cannot let them emotionally extort us no more. We can't fall into the manipulation. You make your decision however you want it to be, regardless if they blame us in this. He didn't get this because of the black vote. Yeah, now maybe if so, then y'all should fall in line. Respect the black vote then. I'm not gonna because we like they're gonna think this about us. Fuck what they think, because they know that we care and they use that against us because they don't give a fuck what we think. They ain't never gave a damn what we think. I don't want to say this because of TikTok. But the files done came out. We see what they doing in there. How many of the motherfuckers have went to jail out here?
Yeah.
How they number one serial unalivers, number one grapists, number one seed corn. We talk about it. Do you think they care? They still gonna vote for them. We know that a lot of them they're crashing grinder, but yet they mad at the LGBTQ. They all LGBT. Like, what are we talking about? But they don't care how we feel about them. And we have to understand it because that's how they will manipulate us with our feelings. And we got to stand on business and stand on each other.
The whole situation is just like so unreal to me because I saw like everything people were saying she didn't have any policy. She didn't have this. She had all those things. It's like they were purposely not paying attention. I think the whole, I don't think any of these so-called progressives are really progressives at all. I think they just say they're progressive so they don't have to talk about race. Because I don't understand how you can say you're a progressive and then act like the complete opposite. Like the way they like spoke about Crockett while she was campaigning, even the way they speak about her now. It's like to them, she's just this she's just this black lady that you throw out there to get people to vote. You know what I mean? Like they want her running around Talarico. They were fine when she was running around for Harris and doing all these for all these other people. They'll always say, "Oh, she's so intelligent and she's so this and the third. She fights back. She's a fighter." But then all of a sudden, when it's time to elect her, it's like, oh, she's too much. It's like you like her when she's useful, and then you try to gaslight her into this. Like they want to paint her as like this dumb, loud black lady so bad, and it's so cringe to see it. It's really cringe, and then turn around and say you're a progressive. Get out of my face.
See, they're progressive, just not on racial issues. Because at the end of the day, the way that, like you say, you see her fight for us, it's an intelligent woman, and they'll still find something bad about you. So no matter how good you are, they're going to say something bad. So be who you want to be and stand on your own business because they ain't going to respect it. Because if they know they can manipulate you with your feelings, they never going to respect you and think that you stand on business because you can always be swayed by what other people think. So Oya, I want to go to you, and then we'll go back to info. I know you said something else. Go ahead, Oya.
I just find it wild and crazy how this white man came up here and gave his opinion on how Black women and Black people should feel, and then tell us they're trying to separate us and cause us not to like each other. Like, yo, we've been telling y'all that from the get-go, bro. We've been telling y'all that. We told y'all that in 2016. We told y'all that in 2024. We told y'all that in 2022. And like, it's like y'all don't listen. So yeah, these black women are mad. Black women are totally mad, as we should be, because we're the number one reason why most fucking activist campaigns like Me Too movement, LGBTQ rights, and like everything, we're the reason. We're the reason that shit even gets off the ground. And you want to sit up here and tell us how we should feel and don't throw away your vote and no, fuck that. Y'all want to burn this shit to the ground? Let's burn it down. Let's burn it down, because I got dual citizenship somewhere else. Fuck that. Let's burn it down. Me and mine are good.
I mean, respectfully, Black Americans, it's in our blood, it's in our ancestry. We've been a part of a burning America. They were literally burning us. This new to y'all. Go ahead, Info.
And I really don't
I don't think I
appreciate
told
you
anybody how to
coming
feel.
Hold
up
on.
here.
Hold on, my bad. No mention. Go
I'm
I
not
ahead.
really
telling anybody
don't
how to feel. I mean, like,
appreciate.
your feelings are valid, and I
The
understand
calles,
them.
wait, you don't hear Oya speaking?
I really don't appreciate you telling Black women how to feel or Black people how to feel when for 400 years we've been trying to get y'all to get with the program and understand what the fuck capitalism and exploitation looks like, and y'all still ain't getting the fucking issue. Like y'all still ain't getting it. Y'all still want to sit here and play fuck games. Cool, let's play fuck games. But I bet when we start playing, motherfuckers gonna wish we would have never started these games. Somebody is gonna say, hey, maybe we should have listened to the Black woman. And yes, you should have, and you should have voted for the Black woman. Because when Black people and Black women vote, it's for harm reduction. We have no choice but to think about everybody around us, because the pitfall of Black women, the downfall of Black women and Black people is the downfall of fucking America. It will be your demise too. And it's like, y'all seem not to fucking understand that shit. Don't want to call on us when you need a fucking blue-white candidate fucking to get voted in. But it's just crazy to me. It's fucking crazy.
Thank you so much. Shout out to Draw Some Crowds in this chat for Living Stars, Suge, and Marks. Thank y'all for knocking out that gift card. That is also too a part of the gift gallery. So I appreciate you guys. So drop some crowns in the chat. Give me a follow if you have not done so already. That means if you look up at the top left and there is a follow button, that means you're not following me. So go ahead and hit that button and get your daily heart me. I appreciate you. And claim any other rewards that you have in there. Share the live. We're still at 57 shares. So if you guys could share to your story, repost it, share with a friend. Let's get the shares up. I appreciate it. Continue to engage. Show love to the panel if you like what they are saying. And also too, if you guys want to send love directly or have any questions you want me to read out loud or statements, you can send it. I'm Jessica Cymone. Pay links in the bio. Catch up them. I appreciate it. Go ahead, Info.
Yeah, I mean, I don't live in Texas, so I'm an outsider. I'm looking at it through an analytical lens. Just kind of looking at
What
data.
the fuck you up here talking to us for?
Hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead.
If I was in Texas, I don't know who I would have voted for. It's but I tend to be pragmatic and I tend to be analytical. So but me, it's like who can win, and we need to win 4 seats to control the Senate. So and I think people that were looking at it from that lens, there's valid arguments to be made that he was the one who was most likely to win. So you can't really fault people or call people, tell people, Latino voters who went with Talarico, that they were, betrayed you, or they made a strategic decision in some of them, and that might have just been it. So
why is he more likely to win?
Well, the betting markets had him up for a long time.
What could set him up?
Betting markets like Kalshi and Polymarket. They've actually been more accurate than the polls over the last couple of cycles.
But why though? Why would
they have him against?
What's that?
Who did that? Are you talking about in the primary? Or are you also talking in the general? Because I follow those betting markets.
In the primary, he was.
Oh, okay.
He was the favorite. So
why? But you said he's more likely to win. But can he win the general election?
Yeah, I mean, according to the polls that I looked at, he was not by much, maybe by half a percentage point or even a percentage point in some polls. There were some polls that had, Jasmine outperforming him by 1 or 2%. That's why it was a really kind of a toss-up.
So when we're thinking about would you have to agree that more of the polls said that she had a better chance of beating Paxton or possibly Cornyn in the general election than he did? Because I think it's wild that some of the polls say he had a better chance in the primary, but can't win the general, and she had a better chance of winning the general. And if it's really that important that we get this seat, then we would vote for the person who's going to be able to win the general.
Not the polls that I looked at. I mean, there was a couple outlier polls that showed her really outperforming him, but You know, all the ones that I saw, there was either very close or Talarico's at.
I'm not gonna lie, this man next to me bores the fuck out of me. Like, if there's any other opposition in the chat, please request. Like, the fact that he didn't even know.
I'm not opposition.
Hold on. The fact that he didn't even know that they didn't allow them to stay and vote for the extra 2 hours in Dallas tells me he didn't follow it enough. He just wants to come up here and tell Black women that we should just, that they should just hold hands and do what's needed for the state of Texas. Black women don't have to do anything.
Yeah,
Black women already
your
voted.
sour cream.
No, y'all. I don't want to do a lot of they already took away my gas access. Okay, I'm being very, very, very. We have to be careful. I don't want to do a lot of insults or name calling because then that shit fall back on me. Okay, I love it.
My bad. We love TikTok shop, yo.
Yeah, because we done already got one.
My bad.
Yeah. So y'all drop some crowns in the chat for Marks for the 5 on Vin that said, can you ask him why did if he could win, and I'm elaborating this a little bit. If he could win and he's so electable, why did the DNC stop pouring money into his race after Jimmy won?
Can you read that back again?
Why did the DNC stop pouring money into him after he won? And that question was for info.
The DNC stopped giving Talarico money?
Yeah. Because they don't think he can win.
Did they give them money?
No. Were they giving him money?
Wait, no, his PACs. The 24 million came from his PACs.
Yeah, they wouldn't have given him money because they wouldn't have gotten involved until he was the
So
official
did they
candidate.
say that they're going to now
When it
support
came
him? Get
after
back.
the fact, yeah, that's the part.
Are they going to be supporting him? Are they going to be pouring money into him?
Yeah, so the way it works is like when it's a
No, like
primary,
now.
they won't. Yeah, so yeah, like she just said, they'll probably pour money into his.
The news that came out is immediately, practically like the next day or so. The news that came out is that they will not be putting any money into his.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so yeah, that makes sense because they didn't give anything during the primary. I know that for sure. The money that was raised was through PACs, and again, there's a huge gap between 24 million and 3 million.
And she still was on his ass. Let's just keep that above.
Right, and it wasn't a blowout. I think the difference was the last I checked, and it could be more or like different now, was 188,000 votes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say, Info was saying that he was, looking at everything from an analytical point, and I just, as somebody who's been like following politics for a very long time, while I understand that the betting thing is a new form of polling, I just cannot grasp how someone could just be like, polls alone, be it betting or non-betting, are a justifiable way to determine whether or not a candidate is the better candidate for an area and should be elected for a position. There is nothing about polls that helps you understand whether or not the person has the character and the fortitude for the position, whether or not they're going to actually, stand up for their constituents. It tells you nothing about the legislation they have passed or what what they could do in the future. Like when you are having to, if you're only looking at things from a data perspective and from a poll data perspective, that just that's not even a big enough, well-rounded enough picture to even be engaging in the conversation. And it to me, stuff like that just gives, I'm gonna say, not fully experienced in what it takes to be able to get the best candidate in elected into office. And it's part of the reason why we keep ending up in the place that we in. Like numbers alone, people saying that this is who they're going to vote for alone is not enough. It doesn't matter whether or not somebody feels good about a person. What is their track record? What have they done? And we are awful in America about electing the right people for the positions in office. And it's why we keep ending up in this rotation of bad legislation and not being able to move forward as a country.
I agree. Go ahead, Nichelle.
I do want to add. So
Hey,
I am
sweet
a data
peaches.
person. I do like to look at the polls and the betting stats. It's for me, it's just a data point. But to your point, it doesn't take the whole picture. One criticism of polls and the betting stats, right? It doesn't quantify, number one, what you just said about the policies and whether or not the candidate is a good fit for whatever race that they're running for, but also it doesn't take into account why people vote the way that they do. Really, only exit polls can kind of quantify that, or exit poll interviews, right? But I do think it tells a lot. Like we knew that day, showing all of the border counties in Texas, which are heavily populated and skewed Latino. I think that says a lot. One stat that I wasn't even looking at was the Asian vote, right? That's something to dig into. Like all political analysts definitely comb through polls and data, but to your point, and an excellent point, by the way, it certainly is not an indicator of how well a person, like how, if they're a good fit for the role that they're running for. And it doesn't quantify like how and why people voted the way that they do. But I guarantee, as I'm sure we all know, those Democratic analysts will certainly be poring over the polls. And it also speaks to his strategist who chose to prioritize the Latino vote over the Black vote as well, because of what they were looking at in polling data. Now, when you flip that from an average, the voter, please don't just vote on vibes. Don't look at polling and for any candidate and vote on vibes or popularity or polling. You need to do your research and look at their policy and see if you align with that.
Yeah. No, there's a percentage of people that do just vote on like electability. I'm not saying that's my personal choice, but I think it's a factor that you definitely weigh. So I think I forget what the delta was between Colin Allred and
Before we keep
Kamala Harris.
going, can you tell us how do you define electability?
Good night, Jesse. Hey, Latrine.
I think both were electable. It's just a matter of like by what margin and who would have the toughest time and probability of victory.
No, I'm not asking for the definition. Like, how do you quantify that? How did you quantify that in the case of Jasmine Crockett and James Talarico? Like, what things did you measure it by?
I think they're both qualified. I mean, I think they both have a lot of public service. I think they both are right on the issues I care about as far as, economic
So how
issues.
was, again, you said that he was more electable. How?
Just on the data that I was looking at through the betting markets and through polls and,
But we do agree. We saw more polls that said she would have a better chance of beating the Republican Party in the general election, though, correct?
I'm gonna try and help you out,
And
Info,
that's
and just
the
simply
law.
say maybe your better word to use instead of electability, maybe that he was more favored in the polls.
I don't think I ever used
because-
electability.
You did. That's why Sajida did called you out on it. And so, like I said, just to help you out, the polls favored him. That does not mean he was more electable. And I'm hoping you understand that electability is a loaded term when it comes to people of color, just as professionalism is. That is something that is used to diminish the qualifications and the ability of people of color. So that is why you're being called out for that. And I'm not trying to judge you in any way, form, or fashion. But if you're not implying that she was not someone who could be elected and you're just using data to make your statement, maybe you should use the word favored instead.
No, I've said before, as a toss-up. I mean, I think the data said that it would be a toss-up, and neither one really had a strong edge.
You use the
going into
word.
general.
Just be mindful.
By the way, she was already elected. I think we missed that point. That's why I said data points. You have to add context to data and polling. And it's a moot point about her quote unquote being elected. She's already a congresswoman. She's already been elected by voters in this state. She's a congresswoman.
In one district, but not statewide.
Correct. But she still has
Got
been
elected.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I see your point. I see your point about that. But yeah, I mean, we could go round and round in circles about this, but the point is, again, you can't quantify, you have to add context to the data, right? So when we start to look at interviews and we start to go ask those voters who feel that way, if I had $1 for every time I saw a post for someone who said, yeah, Justin's great, she's a fighter, she's wonderful, she's what Texas needs, but I'm voting for Talarico because I think he can win. Okay, why do you think he can win? Oh, she's brash, she's this, she's a fighter and everything, but she may offend people. There was a lot of that going on. So again, the polls don't tell the whole story. So again, analysts are going to be looking at that for sure. That's their job. That's what they do, right? And it shows in the strategy that he used in prioritizing the Latino vote. But you have to talk to people and ask them why, and peel back those layers, and it tells a different story.
Can y'all draw some crowns for Susan too? Because she just really went crazy on, just cleared out that whole crowns by itself. And I just want to say thank you. I appreciate you so much. So please draw some crowns for Susan in the chat. Thank y'all to all the gifters in here. There's 196 people in here. Give me a follow if you've not done so. Make sure you follow the panel. Gift the panel if you like what they're saying. Just show some love. And we're at 58 shares. How we had 194 people and we only went up 1 share? That is crazy. But if you guys could share the live out, on top screen and do those things that TikTok loves for engagement. If you appreciate the conversation, definitely show some love, or make sure you guys are staying engaged. I appreciate it.
Grab your daily
I also haven't heard Jess.
It's after midnight. Grab your daily.
Yes, grab your daily heart me. Thank you. Go ahead, Saji.
Yeah, I also haven't heard Jess say thank you so much for the love on the green or the blue in like 2 fucking hours. In 2 hours, okay? And that's what we talk about. If this was fucking, you already know. Like, I'm so tired of having to say this every time. You already know. I want to hear Jess say it. Oh my God, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much. Oh my God, thank you so much.
Thank you,
okay,
Mark.
it is past midnight where she's at. Half the time, she hasn't even eaten or drank any water. She's here to hold this conversation, okay? So please do what you gotta do. I'll also say the thing that really fucking bothers me is I have never heard one good, strong argument as to why Elf on the Shelf was more electable than Jasmine Crockett. Not one. Everybody always says, well, they had similar platforms. I mean, I think they both ran on the same things. That's not making an argument for him.
Oh my God.
Why do you believe, and let's get to the motherfucking bottom of it, why do you believe that he was more electable than Jasmine Crockett go?
It's because he's pale skinned.
No, I'm not saying you, Henry.
We know
all of
Henry.
us on the panel have common sense, but Info, the white T man over here, does not. So
no, I think people looking, like the Latino community is very scared about their future.
don't talk about your community. How about that? Why do you, the white T man named Info S'mores, why do you believe that James Talarico is more electable? Don't scapegoat my community. I talk about my community and I'll call them out. You talk about your community and yourself. Why do you believe that he was more electable than Jasmine Crockett go?
Just like I said, the polls and the betting markets were telling me that he more people were supporting him.
Oh, so you don't think that? You don't have a reason?
Part of it is also the fundraising is a big thing. Like he was raising more money. So that's also an indicator of support.
From super PACs, which he opposes.
No, a lot of it was small donors. He had a lot of aggressive.
He got $24 million in small donors.
He got a bunch. I don't know the breakdown.
Hold on. Info's more. Did he take PAC money?
He does have a PAC, yeah.
Did he take PAC money?
I think he's taken PAC money in the past from different places, yeah, for the Senate campaign and.
So was it small donations or did he have PAC donors?
I think everybody has.
That was not the fucking question. You're trying to all lives matter this. I'm asking about your candidate, right? The one that you're saying was more electable. I'm asking you, did he have PAC money?
Yeah, he did.
Okay. This is what I'm talking about. I don't like this two wings of the same bird bullshit, because clearly you're not saying that you like them both and that they were both electable. You made a difference and you said that he was more electable. So stop trying to scapegoat it and talk about the Latino community, because trust me, Sasha's been doing a great job of calling our community out. I will do it. But it's funny because y'all will talk about everybody else except for yourselves. So he did take PAC money. He also took money from Marian Adelson, right? And who was Marian Adelson in Fosmores? Can you enlighten us, since you know so much about this race?
She owns a bunch of casinos. She's a Trump supporter. I think the PAC that he got money from was specifically like for legalizing gambling in Texas. So I think she kind of.
So he took money from billionaires.
She was a co-founder of that PAC.
Was she a billionaire? Was she a billionaire?
Yeah.
Okay. So did Talarico take money from billionaires? Yes or no?
I don't think she didn't.
You just said she was a billionaire.
He didn't take a check directly
you
from
just said
her
she was a billionaire.
She started a PAC
So did
to
she?
legalize
Did
gambling.
he take money from billionaires?
In a circuitous way, I guess so. Yes.
So he did. Yes, he did. Now, can you tell us a little bit about her citizenship? Where is she from? Where does she hold dual citizenship to?
Jasmine?
Marian Adelson.
Marian Adelson, the woman we're speaking about currently.
Oh, is she Israeli?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Imagine that. This is the kind of shit, bro. I swear to God.
First you tell me you don't know who Mary Adelson is. And also, if I'm not mistaken, the $59,000 was this to this particular campaign, because I don't want to spread misinformation.
If it was a Senate campaign for state Senate.
No, I think it was way more than. It was way more than. I'm also talking about for this particular one. $24 million is a lot of money, a quote unquote small donation. There was some billionaires in there. It's crazy not to think so. For him to say, I'm fighting against the billionaires. You think the billionaire is gonna fight for you to not be able to meddle into politics?
Yeah, I mean, there's too much money in politics. I mean, we need stronger.
No, I mean, he ran on going against the billionaires and the Congress not being able to take money from billionaires.
Yes, he did. Mm-hmm. Did you see his commercial info?
Yeah.
His commercial at the end of it was saying, I will not take PAC money. He did not say corporate PAC money. He said PAC money. But yet he took PAC money to fund his campaign. That's plain.
I don't think this cycle. I think that was for state Senate. Like,
no, you're trying to justify it.
They all take PAC money,
and
I feel like
that's not the hill that I die on either. I really don't care, because you need money to run a campaign.
That was not Jasmine's slogan either. She didn't run on a campaign saying that she was not gonna take billionaire money.
I don't like being lied to.
That was not her. But the thing is, okay, we could say all people took it, but that's not what she ran on. That's what he ran on. So the point is that he deceived people. He also ran on being a Christian, while he was following corn stars and quoting rabbis and quoting fucking Hindu like people. Like, this is the thing. He lied on everyone's faces and
info. I feel like earlier you said something about how like we needed four seats to flip the Senate. I noticed that with a lot of like out of state commentators on stuff like this, because they don't have a vested interest, everyone just becomes like a Democratic seat to them. And they'll just assume that when push comes to shove, that's another vote for the Democratic Party. But like with all this information coming out about Talarico, about how he's really seen as like untrustworthy, how can you be so sure that, like, should he have that Senate seat, how are you so sure that he won't vote Republican?
I would like to say really quick to that point. I'm telling people, y'all, we can't be so desperate to flip blue that we just take anything. You can't be so desperate for quote unquote power. You are the power. Everybody on y'all are the power is in each and every one of our votes. We are the power. But we can't be so desperate to have a seat, to be blue, to make history, because y'all don't care about history when it comes to black women, because we could have did that with VP Kamala Harris and Jasmine Crockett, but that's a whole other story. So desperate that you will take anybody to say I'm blue, and that's how you get your Fettermans. Like, just because he said he's a blue seat and we flipped it doesn't mean he's gonna vote with us. There are 4 Democrats that just voted again with the Republicans here recently. There are 7 Democrats that voted with to be able to search children without unaccompanied children. There were 8 Democrats that broke the quorum and voted during a shutdown. So just because they got a blue sticker don't mean that we got the power. That's why it's important to vet them. It ain't no blue no matter who. Or we just voting black. Like, y'all act like black women and black men are not intelligent, because if that was the case, Sears down in Virginia would have won her seat. We're making educated choices through research, conversation. Like, this is just not like, oh, they black, I'm gonna vote for them. So many other people would have already been in. It don't even work like that. Sash, I know you had your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say one thing, and just I mean, take it however you all want to take it. But yes, they all have to take money, and I say that they have to because it's almost impossible to run a campaign in Texas when the Republican side is coming in with the support of Texas billionaires. And I'm talking about Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks. If you don't know who Tim Dunn and Ferris Wilks is, I implore you to Google them and look them up. But yeah, like people like with Greg Abbott that come in with billions and billions of dollars on this campaign, it's almost impossible to run against them. So they have to come in and use money. So and James Talarico did say that when he comes in, this is what he said. I can't quote him verbatim, but he said something like when he gets the seat, he's going to take out corporate PAC money from all like he's gonna take it out so that nobody can use it anymore, right? But he has to get the seat first. So he said that he's not going to let the Republicans do it, and he's not going to do it himself, right? Like that's basically what he said. So it's you just have to understand that running a campaign in Texas is almost impossible without using the money. It's just almost impossible.
I know, I agree. I definitely agree. And can y'all drop some crowns in the chat? Thank you, and Jones, for showing love to the panel. And also, I just want to take a second to just drop some crowns in the chat for my amazing mods. Y'all are doing the damn things, from the ones on the panel to the ones in the chat. I just want to say I love y'all and I appreciate y'all. So please keep it up. But definitely drop some crowns for them. Y'all the real MVPs around this. B.I. Y'all help keep this bitch going. Go ahead.
My bad. I like analogies sometimes, okay? If you marry somebody and the agreement with you both was that neither one of you wanted to have kids, and that you've been married for 2 years, and all of a sudden it becomes his red line, you're gonna feel some kind of way because you both had agreed to it, right? This is the same shit. I'm not saying that he should have done it without money or that she should have done it without money, because like Jess said, that's not our red line.
Yeah.
However, his entire debate, he mentioned billionaire hundreds of times to try to appeal to the people, like he was gonna do something different, and then ended up doing the same thing. Like nobody would have said one single thing had he not ran his entire campaign on being anti-billionaire. Nobody would be pointing out his statement on Palestine had he not ran on pretty much being the opposite of Jasmine Crockett as far as that went. just to find out he was taking money from them. Like it's the deceit, it's the lying, it's the pandering.
Yeah, all of his
I didn't take it
criticisms
that
come from
way.
the fact that
I'm
he's like,
sorry.
oh,
I
sorry.
didn't take it
No,
that
you're
way.
good. I was just gonna say
No,
all
I'm
his
sorry.
criticisms come from the fact that he's not in alignment with the things he says. You know, he's like, I'm gonna earn the black vote. And then as soon as Crockett enters the race, he completely gives up on the black vote.
He didn't do nothing. He said he was gonna earn it, but he didn't do nothing to earn it before
You know,
she even
like
got there.
I think that's all because he's
he
following the
says he's gonna
Republican.
do something, he doesn't do it. That's the story of his life. And so it's like people want to talk about, oh, he's gonna be the guy to change everything. All I see is an untrustworthy man who only cares about winning an election.
I agree, Henry. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they already untrustworthy. And then you show me untrustworthy shit and then be like, yeah, just give it to me. I don't know. And I do think, though, it's important that, like, even more of our community, our Black community, we know our power and we show up. Because if they don't show up, they're like, oh, they're not going to show up anyway. We can do what we want. No, we're going to be here. The question is, do you get it? Do they get it? Do I skip you and just focus on down ballot? You don't know what I'm going to do. But I think the fact that even showing up, like if you're about to fight somebody and they don't show up, you be like, oh, she's scared. She ain't showing. I ain't worried about her. But if she at least show up to the fight, now you know shit's about to get real.
Can I make a statement? One of the things I want to say is somebody made a comment about taking money from billionaires and then saying something about billionaires. And then there's also like this generalized statement in regards to PACs. All PACs are not the same. All billionaires are not the same. There are individuals who are taking money from PACs that are just simply trying to support them because they collect money from individuals who do not have great bargaining power, regular ordinary individuals, and then they use that to try and help them to be help candidates to be able to fight against the larger PACs that are being put together by billionaires who want to control the narrative in the political sphere. It is upon us to get beyond keywords and you know what I'm saying, dog whistles and all of that, and actually do the research to figure out what these entities stand for, who they were put together by, and you know, whether or not they are for us or against us. There was a long time ago, and I really wish I could find the ad, but it's so hard to find certain things when you don't know the correct way that Google needs for you to find it. It might have gotten wiped out of the system as well, as they do for a lot of digital stuff. But a long time ago, there was an ad where I remember Oprah Winfrey and Bill Gates were asking to be taxed. Billionaires had put out an ad saying, tax me more money, tax my money, tax me, raise the taxes. Can't find that ad because I would like to bring it out when a lot of people are talking about, you know, not to tax billionaires and stuff like that. There are billionaires who support being taxed. There are billionaires who support the being taking care of this country and supporting, you know, the citizens of the country, because they understand that we are the ones who keep this country going. And if we are not supported, then everything falls apart. And then there are other billionaires who just want for themselves. The tech bros. I remember there was one guy who said he literally flipped from being Democrat to being a Republican because Barack Obama would not let him come in and give his opinion on stuff like that. We can't just be lumping everybody together when it comes to that. This is just one of those other layers of needing to be able to do the research and come to understand how things work. As long as we are looking at everything from such a broad scope, we continue allowing ourselves to be taken advantage of. The other thing I want to say is when you asked Info about what made Talarico electable, he said the data, the betting things, and people liking him. Not once did he say anything about the work that he has done. And I bring that up because that is how people are voting. They are voting based off of what other people say and what other people think, because that's all polls are. That's all the betting thing is. None of that is about the actual policies and the things that a person stands on. It's, it's people voting because their pastor said, it's voting because people said whatever in a poll. And we have got to get beyond voting because Billy Bob and Sarah Sue said that, you know what I'm saying, this is who they voting for because of whatever their reasons are. We have got to start doing the research into our candidates, asking real ass questions of these candidates about what it is they stand for. Stop letting them get these softball questions. And then the other thing too is we need to be making sure that we understand how to utilize our vote. A lot of people are coming in here and not understanding that this conversation was really about whether or not, strategically we should be giving a vote to Talarico or Cornyn or Paxton or whatever like that. A lot of people are mad at us for having this conversation, but this is how voting should have always been done. This is how my aunt taught me how to vote. She said, you take your ballot in there, you vote, you keep record of who won, and if they don't do their job, you don't vote for them in. Period. She never once said you vote blue all the way. She never once say you are loyal to this party. She said that's the side I'm gonna start out on. If I make the choice to go to the other side, that's on me. But what she said was, for sure, whoever you vote for, you make sure they do their job. And if they don't do their job, you don't vote them again. You hire and fire them. We've been doing vote straight blue. When I remember us going through the processes, it was vote straight blue. And then the Republicans said, no, we don't like that because y'all voting straight blue. And we want you to they started realizing they were losing people. So they were like, no, we want you to have to pick your candidates. So then it was, we couldn't do a straight ticket. We had to make sure that we look at everybody and go Democrat. Then, we've been going through all these things except learning what the positions are, learning who the people are who are running for these positions, and then saying, you not doing your job, I'm not voting for you anymore. We have yet to get to that actual part of voting. And we are at a place where we can do that. Even if it's just with Talarico, I'm not allowing anybody to take away my opportunity to actually implement voting the way that it's supposed to be done and showing my power in the way that it's supposed to be done. Period.
Thank you, Cymone.
On that note, I think one of the most important reforms we can make is to get rid of the partisan primaries and go with an open top 5 ranked choice system where 5 people can go to the general without being spoilers. And then, there's room for, then Crockett could be on the ballot with Talarico and Paxton and Cornyn, and even Colin Allred could be on the ballot together. And it becomes more of a coalition building, less tearing each other down, and more like competing to be the second choice of as many other candidates as possible. Ranked choice works really well in Australia and other countries, and makes a more collaborative and less negative political system. Where people can get together and just talk about issues and build coalitions instead of tearing each other down.
Democratic Noob, are you still in the chat? Because I'm gonna make room for you to come up too. Go ahead, Nisha.
Go ahead. Ranked choice voting would be great. Sure, that's an option. Changes to the Electoral College and electoral voting, sure, that's great. That's an option. But what a lot of people don't realize about Texas is that we have a voter apathy problem. We can barely get people to vote in our system now. So yeah, I share that with, a lot of people who'd like to see our voting change, but when rules get changed at the last minute,
day of
when polling places and drop-offs are taken away, when millions of dollars are poured into voter suppression, in a state like Texas, that certainly makes it problematic. But I can totally agree on that. I'd love to see some changes to our voting process, given some options, more parties, more established parties, a true independent party. I'd love to see that, but we can barely get people activated and energized to come out in a primary.
Thank you. Info. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna rotate you guys out really quick.
Oh, sure, thank you.
Be right back.
Thanks for having me up.
Okay, no problem.
That'll be an outro.
I'm gonna bring up Green, and I want to bring up Democratic Noob. I think you said yes. There you go.
You know who did energize people to go out and vote?
Jasmine Crockett. Yeah.
Peace, fam.
Hey, Democratic Newt, welcome in. How are you? And then I'm gonna go to Green
I'm
Living.
doing well, enjoying the conversation. I don't have a long time, so I wanted to make a couple of points. And whoever it was who reiterated that the power lies with the people, as I see it right now, Black people have a wonderful yet challenging opportunity before us. And that is not just flipping Texas or the election in 28, but the thing is, and to a degree, I think we're almost talking about these candidates a little bit too much. Reason being is it's going to take us to make them do what it is we want to do. If democracy is going to be saved or anything, romanticized like that, it's going to be Black people that do it. It's not going to be the Latino community. It's not going to be the Asians. It's going to be Black people. There are 4.5 million registered Black Democrats in this state, and we need to exercise that power. The only difference really between the parties is that at the very least, at the Democratic Party, we have a seat at the table. Now, we've been putting some of the wrong people in these seats, but the problem is we're not holding their feet to the fire. If we hold their feet to the fire and they don't do as we want them to do, then we get rid of their ass. It's really that simple. The problem is we don't have a plan. In the 60s, we had a plan. We are so spread out throughout Texas. Of course, we all don't feel the same, believe the same things and that kind of thing. But we need to get together at some grassroots level and discuss what we want to do. And that's, even sitting down with Black conservatives, Black atheists, clergy, whoever. We as Black people need to sit down and decide what it is we want to do. The question before us is Talarico. Now, in full transparency, I'm the vice chair of the Ellis County Democratic Party. I introduced Jasmine when she came to Ellis County. I was in these streets knocking doors, putting out signs, gave her money, all of that. So I absolutely wanted her to win. Talarico, call him what you want, but he is kind of the rising star of the Democratic Party in Texas. Whether he deserves that moniker or not, he is. Do I believe we will have a seat at the table if he's there? I do. I've talked to him numerous times. I think he's overall a good dude. Is he perfect? No, none of it. None of us are. I don't expect our politicians to be perfect, but we can hold his feet to the fire. It's because for him to win, it's going to take the Black vote to get out and put in there. He can't do it by himself, and he knows that. The thing was, huh?
Does he?
No, based on my conversations with him.
But does he care? Do you see him courting the Black vote at all?
So here's the deal, and I really only know one way to say this, but he was not going to compete with Jasmine and the Black vote.
Before she entered the race.
Oh, yeah. Before she entered the race?
Did he court the Black vote? Because I know some Courthouse Couture, Erica Black Girls Who Brunch, and Shay, they talked about they sending him, ways that he could court the Black vote by going to these Black churches, these events, and just all different strategies on how to court the Black vote. And he didn't do any of them. And this is before Jasmine got in the race.
Right. No. I'll tell you exactly what his strategy was and what it will be moving forward. Originally, he wanted to make noise in these rural areas because I can guarantee you, I know this for a fact, he knew long before Jasmine was getting in that she was getting in the race. So what they did was, in the event Jasmine won the Big Five counties in Texas, they wanted to get the rural areas and the areas, smaller than the Big Five in the event he lost them. Their goal was to have, if she wins it, to keep her under 70%, which they did. Had she gotten 70, 72%, that would have, hell, she might have won. But that was their strategy. So they didn't really hit Dallas, and they didn't want to do what Colin Allred did. Colin Allred only hit the big five, thinking that was going to carry him, and it didn't.
I mean, she could have won. We just don't have all the votes.
True. Yeah, true. But
do you think his strategy translates to a general election?
I'm sorry?
Do you think his strategy will translate into a general election?
Absolutely.
Because those same areas typically vote Republican.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I'm going to come back. I'm going to get the official numbers for the election next week, and it'll be broken down by demographic also, because I'm curious to see what the Latino community did.
I just followed you because I hate to say it, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. And I see that you're a Kappa. Hello, brother. I'm sitting down the road.
Oh, really?
Michelle?
I didn't know you was in a sorority. Oh, shit.
Tail dog in a death chapter, baby. Don't play with me. Listen. But listen, and so no, Henry asked the question that I was going to ask, and like I said, whether we like it or not, he prioritized the Latino vote. And for those of you guys asking in the chat, those two content creators, Courthouse Couture, so that's Courtney, and Erica with Black Girls Who Brunch, they were close to the campaign, gave him some places and events where Black people, congregate in events, and he did not go. And it is clear, even though we do not have exit polls, and we've looked at some preliminary polling done prior to the votes been counted, and we don't have exit polls yet, we can tell by the border counties and the fact that he swept a lot of those rural areas where he chose to prioritize his vote. Sasha and I were on a live together when we played the speech that he made, and he played the photo Bad Bunny song. He's doing now posts in Spanish. As a matter of fact, there's an actual Team Talarico in Spanish page. So again, I do think it's interesting though of what you were saying about, and that was my question too, as to whether or not that's a good strategy for the general. So two things. Number one, we don't know who the opponent's going to be yet, right? The runoff is going to be in May. And so that's 3 months of not being able to prepare who your target is going to be. And if he thinks the primary was something, you ain't seen Sasha was 1000% right. They have billions of dollars, and they will drag that church boy, okay, and call him everything but a child of God. We haven't even seen yet, so he doesn't really even know who his opponent is going to be. And I still believe that it's going to be an uphill battle for him without courting the Black vote. And that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but based on his strategy, he 1000% is prioritizing the Latino vote over the Black vote. And I don't know how that's going to translate yet into the general.
I just want to add that there's nothing wrong with trying to win as many votes as possible. But this attitude of I'm not going to win the Black vote, so I'm not going to try. We see that it causes problems later on, because now that you are the candidate, we turn around and we see, okay, during the primaries, where were you? You were nowhere. So how are you going to ignore us and then just expect us to fall in line for you? It doesn't make sense. It's not about successfully winning. It's about an effort and sincerity.
Yeah, I agree. Green Living, welcome in. How are you doing today, Queen?
I'm doing pretty good. That's a very interesting conversation y'all are having. I have been actually under fire by Talarico's supporters, and they are calling us all kinds of names on all the socials and attacking Black people every chance they get, specifically the white and Latinos. So I'm not sure how he's gonna be able to convince people that are being literally attacked regularly to turn around and go vote for him. I personally don't like anything that he's doing. The source of his money. He's got some mutuals with me on Facebook. At some point, he was a friend, and I kind of dropped him.
There you go.
There's like something very nefarious going on with him, and the way that he ignores how Black people are being treated by his followers is very blatant, in my opinion, and I don't think he's gonna be able to get over that.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So
Go ahead,
I'm sorry.
Democrat.
Well, I can address that real quick. The thing, when I tell Talarico ain't on or near a computer. He doesn't, I can guarantee you, he doesn't know. I know his consultants are multi-million-dollar firm, DC consultants. They're not letting him, he's not reading a newspaper.
Is that why he don't know what's going on?
Well, I mean, as far as like the attack she's talking about. In fact, yeah, because I've even gotten attacked by a few. But here's the other thing.
No. Hold up. What do you mean by the attacks?
So the attacks that Talarico supporters are, arguing and stuff with Jasmine's support.
So you mean he has? Sorry. So you mean he has a media manager who can post daily ads begging people to send $20 with 26 cents, but they can't monitor his chat?
No. They're monitoring. I'm saying they're not.
So they are allowing it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying they're not, even if they're telling him he probably won't address that.
Because
why?
I'm sorry, say again?
Because it's not a concern.
Because it's this is a little bit, and I'm sorry, I don't want to cut anybody off, but this is a little bit of scapegoating. Because how come we can say that he's not chronically online, so he can't see his entire comment section flooding with misogynoir and anti-Blackness, but somehow he heard through the grapevines that she was planning to post an attack ad on him that never happened?
Exactly.
Is he chronically online or is he not?
Well, no, he's not. But here's the thing, though, and there are also people that are paid to sow this kind of discord also.
No, I don't agree. I do agree that there are people are paid to sow discord, and there are people that'll do it for free just because they like chaos.
It's big business over there. It's big business.
No,
over there.
I don't doubt that.
But I'm also seeing.
Yeah, but when you have people like Mothers Against Greg Abbott and large, left organizations that are coming for Black people, then if you don't have that on your radar, then he's gonna lose that.
Well, this.
Hold on. Let Kenny finish, and then I'm gonna come back to you, Demo, and when he does, just kind of let him finish too. But go ahead, finish your statement, Kenny, and I'm gonna come back to Democrat.
I do agree that there are people that are out there that are getting paid to do, sow discord. But also, I'm seeing it from people that I have seen in TikTok streets that I know that are on the left, and like Democratic groups that I've been in on Facebook that are saying these racist, veiled racist rhetoric and are lashing out at Jackson's supporters. So, I mean, yeah, while one might be true, the other thing is true as well.
Right. No, I agree with you. So the other thing, as far as his campaign and moving forward, and I going back to their initial strategy, of course, it has to change now. I think someone asked, could that win a general? Yes, because that's one of the ways the GOP has won elections, is because Democrats stop messing with the rural areas. So yeah, it can definitely win, but it's almost got to be flawless execution.
He's not on the right track.
Well, we'll see. Like once I get the numbers, that'll really help me kind of break down who voted, where they were, and Paxton is more than likely going to come out, and which we hope, because his criminal record and everything, I think is going to, or not criminal record. He should have a criminal record, but I think that's going to really bode well for Talarico.
When is the runoff?
In 12 weeks, I think.
May.
Yeah,
May.
maybe
It's the
something.
end of May.
May 26th. May 26th, just.
Okay, I'm gonna put that in my calendar.
I wanted to say that I don't actually, just in observation, I don't think Talarico, and I know earlier I asked, like, what did he put out there to court the Hispanic Latino community? I was genuinely asking that question because I have not seen anything. But in all honesty, when I take a look at his campaign and remembering what he said, I think he lucked up and got the Hispanic community. I don't think he actually courted them.
Mm-hmm.
What he said he was originally going to do was try to get the individuals who were MAGA and whatnot to come over to the other side. That was his original strategy. He was going to go after them. He was going to bring everybody together. That was his original strategy, which makes sense that he did that when he's going out in the rural areas, because that's where those individuals primarily are. He lucked up and he got the Latino community, because the Latino community is very religious. If anybody pays attention to how the Cubans and the Puerto Ricans and all of them in Florida vote, they vote
abortion's
heavily.
what made them GOP.
They vote heavily Republican, because Republican typically courts the religious.
And they teaching two different Christianities.
Yes, indeed. But that's all that matters, is that they are saying Jesus and God, and they're going to vote Republican. So I think when he was making that the foundation, or the identity, the identity of his campaign, he lucked up and he got the Hispanic base. And I think unknowingly the Hispanic base is saying that they feel like they were courted because he was speaking their language in speaking about religion. Not that he actually said or did anything for them, but that he actually was just being a Christian and they align with that. And now that he's gotten that, he's going to roll with that. I think he's still hoping that he'll more than likely get some of the MAGA individuals, but he may drop that altogether, because now he done picked up the Latino base and he can, swap them out, which makes sense that now he's getting, now he's putting out content that has Spanish language on it, and etc. The other thing I want to say is his campaign also favors Beto and Bernie like campaigning when it comes from a Democratic side. It was very Beto-like in the fact that Beto went to the rural areas as well. He understood that those areas were less tapped. And so that was the place where he needed to go to be able to get more people engaged, because most of the urban areas are really good about getting the voters going to the polls, because we're more condensed, we're together, and we push each other to go vote. Whereas in the rural areas, they are in a more red area, so they feel isolated and less supported. And so going to them is going to make them feel more comfortable and be more willing to go out when you're bringing them together in that way. And also Bernie-like. And the reason why I say that is because Bernie spoke in generalizations, but he also did not acknowledge Blackness. And so it just really gives that vibe as well. Speaking in the generals, that everyone should be able to coalesce around, but and I'm gonna speak to certain populations in a sense, but Bernie never really truly addressed Blackness and racial issues because he felt like it didn't go with his message, and so he's giving that kind of thing as well. But yeah, strategy wise, I don't 100% agree with what you're saying, Democratic. I just have a different perspective about how he's doing it. And as far as him not seeing and knowing and understanding, there's just no way. There's just no way that he doesn't have at least some kind of understanding or acknowledgement about what is going on. I think it's a part of their strategy to not engage in it so that he can remain clean from all that is being said or that is done, and allowing other people to do the dirty work. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. I mean, yeah, I'm not. I guess maybe I've said it wrong. I'm not claiming he's oblivious. I'm saying they're not going to let him address it.
Okay.
Until it becomes very problematic. The other thing with Black people during, and I'm just speaking pure numbers, typically we don't vote in great detail in primaries, nor middle midterms. Typically, we don't vote in great detail. We did with Biden, and I think maybe 2018 or something I've heard. But so, and I'm not saying that's an excuse not to deal with Black people, but I know that is part of strategies moving forward. Unfortunately, Republicans are win at all costs. They don't care what demographic they offend, if it's a lie, they are win at all costs. And I'm not saying we need to do that, but we might need to get a little closer to that. Because unfortunately, where we are right now, winning is important.
At what cost? But give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to Saj, and then Green Living. I saw your hand up, and I'm gonna come to you next. Go ahead, Saj.
Yeah, just to expand on Delencia's point, I agree. I agree with you. It could also be a factor of machismo. We won't know, unfortunately, until the exit polls come out, just if there was the ratio of male to female voters that came out. But yes, I agree with you. He probably did pull to the religious aspect of the Latino voters. There was something else I wanted to speak on too, and I lost it. Oh, that to Beto's campaign, I think the difference with Beto and James's campaign is that Beto visited every single county in the state. He didn't focus on a single county or a single district. He visited every single county. And I think where Beto fumbled is when he started talking about pew-pews.
Because Texans love they weapons.
Right, and that happened after the Walmart pew-pewing. And so that's where he kind of fumbled it. But that was I think that's kind of a stark difference between James's campaign and Beto's campaign is he visited every single county. But yeah, there was something else, but I kind of lost it. So
no worries. Go ahead, Green Living.
Yes, can we agree that Talarico's profile nationally was raised by Jasmine's profile?
Yes. Coming up out of the Black woman back. I ain't gonna lie. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, that's why so much attention was placed on Texas.
Exactly.
If he would have ran against some other just a Democrat that was thrown off in there to run against him, it wouldn't have gotten the national attention. It got national attention.
Well, international attention, because the day that I met her, there was somebody from the Netherlands, a journalist that came down here following her campaign from the Netherlands. So basically, she got this, this campaign international, international views. And my other question is, I don't know how it is in Dallas Are you guys getting a feedback?
No, you good.
Oh, okay.
I hear it.
You hear
You
it?
hear it?
I hear it. I hear it.
I don't hear anything. Let me mute.
I hear it a little bit too.
Why is that?
Yeah, but it's not too bad. Just go ahead.
Okay.
It's
I don't
not
know how
bad.
it is. I was on the ground for Jasmine, like a little bit on the cycle side, like planting signs, doors, people hanging sign. I mean, everything. The large signs I was installing, I was talking to everybody. And to me, a lot of Latinos were not. They didn't like the idea of Jasmine from the get go. So and they were saying that they specifically that they don't feel that she is going to be able to carry through if they vote for her. To my face. And my other question for Democratic is, I don't know how it is in Dallas County, but we don't have enough people volunteering for the backup singers, meaning, election judges.
Right.
We don't have enough election judges that are Democrats. We don't have enough poll watchers, volunteers that are Democrats. So when people show up and they're turned away, a lot of times it's MAGA that's playing in our faces. And that happens a lot across all the counties. And so there are many votes that were lost due to simply not having the right people watching the polls and making sure that all the things, all the processes are dealt with properly. So how much of that do you think cost us some votes, and combined with what happened last minute with the changes?
Yeah, no, a lot. And I'm not going to mention any names, but there are some people who's getting their necks stepped on right now for some epic failure. And unfortunately, that's kind of been the way of Dallas this last election cycle. They were 82,000 votes short of what they were in 20 during Biden's, what was that, 20 for Biden?
2020?
Yeah, they were like 68 to like 72,000 votes short of 2020. So they got money to fix their issues. So yeah, they need different leadership. That's all I want to say about Dallas, because we need Dallas. Dallas is too big a stronghold for the party for them not to maximize their vote. So, but I'm in Ellis, so in fact, in last cycle, Ellis County was one of 4 counties out of all 254 that actually got bluer. So I knocked probably 6,000 doors last election cycle.
Come on now. And it paid off.
Yeah, it did for us, so we need Dallas to do that.
But when are we gonna real quick,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. When are we gonna address the fact that we need to mix in addition to door knockers and all these other things, that we need to really amp up our poll watchers, and that needs to be addressed also by the candidate instead of just leaving it to chance? How do we go about making that change?
Well, what we do here, and we've told certain people in doubt, we do it year round. So we don't scramble when it comes time to get the poll watchers. Dallas does it like weeks before an election, and it's just, as big as Dallas is, it's too hard to organize in a couple of weeks. But yeah, we do it year round, and we told them, you all need to start doing it year round, having people that are ready to go, once the cycle starts. Because a lot of people want to do it, but once they're pressed to, you got a week, you got 2 weeks, no, they're not going to do it.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Quick,
because that's exactly what I was
second break. Y'all, put a one in the chat if you're awake. There's 201,000 people on the live. Put a one in the chat if you're still awake. Quick. Y'all, listen. When it's trivia night, y'all type really fast. One. Oh.
Okay, good night.
I see 5.
Green.
Okay. Because I see a lot of people in the chat who don't have a heart next to their name. Maybe you're new on TikTok. Maybe you're new to Jess. If you see Jessica Cymone's name at the top and there's a button that says follow, I'm going to need you to hit follow, okay? She holds amazing lives. After you hit follow, you're going to see that little heart next to her name. It's still gray for you. Click on the heart and then click press. There you go. Kali send hers. I'm going to need everybody that doesn't have a heart next to their name to send one right now. I see Suawa, Tosh, Kev only. Henry, how you on the panel, Henry? You haven't seen God's child. So everybody that doesn't have their heart next to their name, please do that. That just shows TikTok that you like this live, you love the conversation, you really enjoy the host. Okay, so please do that for us. If you haven't yet, share the live as well. Thank you, Henry. And also, Jess does have her pay link right there. It's at I'm Jessica Cymone on the blue or the green app, which I want to say really quick. It's Cash App and Venmo. Okay. We just can't keep saying that. So show her some love, $1, $2, $5, 1,000, 10,000, whatever you have spare in your account, and show love to the panel. Everybody's here, sharing their opinions. And if you want to contribute to the conversation, feel free to request.
Yeah, too early. Thank you so much, Saj. I have some crowds inside in the chat. Yeah, you can request, but let me see who's in the request. Jesus, I think Jesus is just the Jesus, you come up here to op. I think y'all come up here to be chaos agents.
Which one? The one with the hat?
Swavana?
Jesus definitely
was I Jesus?
No, there's somebody else in the chat named White Jesus.
Unfortunately, I'm not Jesus-like, but no, I was. I just wanted to talk a little bit about like the national Democrats and how they're like trying to decide how to handle Talarico right now. But
what are your thoughts? You talking about the fact that they're not really pouring money into him?
Well, I think they're trying to decide how broke they are. They're like, we can flip Maine and North Carolina this cycle. Maine has one media market, period. North Carolina is a little more complex, but they're running Roy Cooper, who has never lost a state election there. He's won 5 and is up in polling averages by like 11 points or something. So I think I'm a little disappointed that they're scared to invest money in Texas. And I mean, I get it. Texas is expensive. It's a big state, it's a big media market, costs a lot of money. And they think they're broke. But I really hope they don't leave him hanging in the wind.
Do you think they broke, or because at first you said they are broke and you think they broke? Regardless, though, if Talarico don't really look like he might win it, why would they put money into him?
So I think they're going to be tempted to try to spend money in small states where they only have to buy 1 or 2 media markets. So like Mary Peltola in Alaska, I think they're going to be tempted to just buy Anchorage ads because she's already won Alaska twice. And say, well, Anchorage is way cheaper. In Iowa, whoever's going to run to replace Joni Ernst's seat, I think they're going to say, we just need Des Moines and Dubuque. This is cheaper. So I'm a little concerned that they're going to back off of Texas just because it feels like Lucy in the football from Charlie Brown for Democrats, I think. I think there's a contingent in the party leadership that thinks it's going to be super expensive to contest this, and we're just going to get the football pulled out from us at the last minute. We're going to lose anyway. And they're saying we're broke. We don't want to fight, and I think that's a mistake. Beto came within 2.5 or something in 2018. I don't think they're going to do any worse than that this year, especially if it's Paxton. But
he's no better.
I
mean, if I got no money, I would spend it elsewhere.
I just think that they're tempted by too many small states. You know, Maine has one media market. Iowa has
think
one
if he
media
runs
market.
against
Alaska
Paxton-
has one media market.
I think
If he
if he
has a-
runs against Paxton, they'll give him some money.
Yeah,
If
they
he
gotta
runs
see
against
who.
Cornyn, yeah,
It's a
because
wrap.
the party really believes he can beat Paxton. I mean, actually, they think that he can beat both of them, but he has a better chance against Paxton.
Oh, he has no chance.
Well, people put their money where they believe in. So, you know, if they don't put it in against Cornyn, they don't really think he can win. I don't think he got
But
a
he also
chance.
has a lot of money himself. So why give money on top of money too?
Mm-hmm. And a lot of black people
Well,
are.
I mean, they
over it.
have. Compare Talarico to someone like Sherrod Brown. So he's running again in Ohio. He lost in 2024 to the car dealer guy, whatever. So he's running again, but Ohio is a state that it did have a Democratic senator until 2 years ago, but it has been long trending the other direction for 12, 14 years. Beto won or lost by 2.5 points. Biden lost Texas by 5.5 points or something. So, Texas is a red state, but it is not necessarily becoming more red. Ohio used to be a purple state, but it is rapidly became more red.
Texas is not a red
I think
state.
there's kind of this old.
It's a gerrymandered
there's
state.
this old guard at the yeah. Well, I mean that's true, but they also, what was the last major election they won there? Ann Richards and
that's what I'm saying.
1994 or something?
It's heavily gerrymandered. So like a lot, if it was fair, we would know if it was red or blue. But if you keep gerrymander in your favor, then is it really red or does it just look red on paper when you're in control of that? Hey, Shay.
my concern is they're going to. My concern is they're going to try to. My concern is they're going to try to invest money in a place like Ohio that has been going the other direction, because there's some old guard at the DSCC that thinks, oh, well, Ohio used to be a bellwether state and we can get that seat back, instead of a place like Texas where there's maybe more upside than somewhere like Ohio.
Got you. Let me go to White Jesus really quick. White Jesus, welcome in. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for the welcome. Thank you.
No worries. What do you want to add?
Oh, I could go.
Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Damn right. So I'm just shocked that many of you would vote red in this election just to get one at James Talarico. Like in 2024, when pro-Palestinians decided to not vote for Kamala Harris, you all screamed at them.
I don't care about
now
that.
You guys are doing the same thing. You guys are doing the same thing they're doing.
I don't care.
You guys are hypocrites.
I don't care.
So never blame Palestinians ever again, then, right?
I don't care. I don't think that's a fair comparison.
It's not a fair comparison.
It's absolutely a fair comparison.
It's not a fair comparison. Yeah, I'm not even gonna get into an argument or a question. I mean, an argument
Actually,
or a
you're right.
debate
It's
with
not a
you
fair
about it.
comparison because it's worse.
It's not a
It's
fair
worse. What you guys are doing is worse.
Well, y'all don't care when black people are getting genocide.
What?
Yeah. Tell me how many
There's
things
black
are you?
Palestinians, you know that, right?
No, I'm talking
There's
about
black
right here in
Palestinians.
America where I have to vote. For what's happening right here in America, right up the street. I'm in Texas, where they kidnap folks, where the detention centers are. I'm talking about right here in America, where I see it happening, where I can vote to change things right here in my particular state. I'm not going to argue
So
with
that
you
being
about
said,
it.
wouldn't you
Hold on, I'm
want to
not
vote for
gonna-
James Talarico and withhold your vote? Wouldn't you want for a Democratic senator in Texas?
Not going to argue with you about it. If
Are you in Texas?
If it's the same,
I'm in Austin. I'm in Williamson County.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, so you're a part of the
Perfect. So you're part of the problem. So here's
How
the
am
thing.
I part of the problem?
You're absolutely part of the problem, and
No
I am
problem.
part of the pro-Pally movement. And let's be crystal clear.
Worse is
if
wild.
Online whitey leftists.
Nope. Palestinians themselves withheld their vote, and you guys all screamed at them.
Stop it. And I don't blame not a near Palestinian for doing that. But you are being disingenuous by saying that we are blaming or flipping it on the Palestinians. I did the numbers that night. Okay, even so Palestinians are 0.003% of the Arab demographic. Even if they all voted for Mickey Mouse, it wouldn't have made a dent. So no, nobody is specifically blaming Palestinians. You want to know who I do blame though? white evangelicals and white online leftists. So let's be clear. Don't come up here with that BS talking about we're doing the same thing and not blaming
That's a fact. You guys are doing the same thing.
I don't give a damn what you think.
That's a fact. You guys are doing the
I don't.
same
Hey,
move.
white Jesus.
Here's the beauty of this. You can vote any way that you want. I'm in Texas too. I'm specifically in Austin as well. So you can miss me with that.
Michelle, have you ever got mad at a Jill Stein voter? Yes or no?
No,
I
don't get
have.
mad at
I don't care, but I don't
okay.
care. You're
Well,
not gonna make
let's
me
be
feel no
honest.
type of way.
W host.
I'm not
literally
gonna
do
feel
not
any
care.
type of way. I'm not gonna feel any type of way. You're not gonna
Because
emotionally
let me tell you
extort
about-
me into voting for Talarico. It's just you can say, "Oh, you just gonna let that?" Yeah, I don't care. If y'all don't give a damn, we don't give a fuck.
Because that people are dying here and that people are getting detained for no reason. Didn't you just make that argument earlier?
I did.
So now you're going back in your word and saying, "No, I'm not going to vote for a senator that might flip the state, might flip the Senate."
We haven't had one of these in a long time, white Jesus.
I'm not even white.
We do not care.
Drop some crowns in the chat for Big LMs, not the little one. She said, "Why is we listening to this motherfucker?" Okay, drop his ass. Okay.
And Jill Stein.
Tell us how to feel.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You can't hypocrite me. You can't try to emotionally extort me. You can't try to be like, "Oh, well, you're this and you're that." I'll be that. Like Casso say when they be like, "You're a racist," he be like, "Yeah, and now what?" Now the conversation's over. I don't care. You didn't give a damn, but you mad because I don't give a fuck.
And the dynamic is really different too. So, Jill Stein was playing the spoiler. Neither one of Talarico or Crockett was playing the spoiler. They were both, legitimately competing for it. Jill Stein was there to be Jill Stein and do what she does. So,
so yeah, so like this is not the same, and I'm not gonna argue with you about it. You ain't gonna get me caught up trying to. I gotta argue with you to try to prove something, but I don't have nothing to prove to you. You do what you want with yours, and I do what I want with mine. I don't need to be validated. I know who the fuck I am. I don't know what I'm gonna do. If I'm going to be swayed one way or the other, depending on what the next 8 months look like. And it's still, at the end of the day, that's my choice, my decision. Son, welcome in.
Stein doesn't care.
You said what?
I was just going to say, Jill Stein doesn't care.
Yeah, she don't give a fuck. We know what it is.
He is. It's just her job is just to, to crap on them regardless.
Yeah.
So,
Fact that we keep hearing G side from people that couldn't name me the 5 classifications or the 10 steps. I'm over it.
Sure, period, Queen. You know what I'm saying? I'm feeling like you was Jesus. They pay $50 to drop you. You got to pay $100 to come back up. Send it to I'm Jessica Cymone. If not, that's how we keep the riffraff out. Son, welcome in. How are you doing, love?
Jess, hi, baby. How are y'all? How are the child? I ain't been up here because it's 3:10 in the morning.
I know, and I gotta get up at 5 a.m.
Child, this daylight savings time is whooping my ass. You hear me?
Mine too. I was
should
tired.
Be asleep. I'm acting like I don't got work at 9 a.m. But this is for a good cause because I want to be clear. And I think this is a statement that just needs to be said overall.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you agree or disagree at this point, if you are not a Texas resident, there is only so much conversation you can have around this. And to that young man that just tried to come up here and gaslight the entire panel in regards to referring it to the pro-Palestinian movement, I want to be really clear with you because I know you're still in here because y'all like to lurk. Y'all love to lurk. Lurk. You coming up here to compare that Black people, specifically Black women who have had enough of having their vote taken advantage of in regards to what they feel like has been a continuous cycle of Black women to show up and do the work but not be at quote unquote good enough to get into these because they're better than these offices. I want to be clear. That's why I said quote unquote, because the Black woman is the most highly educated demographic in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck America now at this point. We're going to expand on it because you all love to come up here with fake numbers and falsehoods when we as Black people actually have to deal and dabble in facts. The difference between the two is that you had actual uncommitted voters saying they would never vote for Kamala Harris. knowing the harm that Donald Trump will cause. You had non-committed movement voters going to Kamala Harris's rallies and openly protesting her, but would not go to Republican rallies. Black people didn't do that for James Talarico. There was not a single Black person protesting this man. There was not a single Black person out there saying, you know what? We need to go up in there and tear shit down and lambast him. That is not anything that a Black person has said or a Black woman has said. All Black people have said is that we want to be respected in the place and space in which we show up, which is across the political spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
Even if James Talarico did not feel he could win the Black vote, the thing that he could have done is said, hey, could have at least said, hey, I know I'm not going to get trouble. I want to understand that even if I do win, if I don't win, I'm going to continue to fight for everybody. It's real simple. You all want to make this difficult because you don't know what to do in the face of adversity because you've never had to deal with it. And now the adverse is that Black women have said, hey, y'all got it. You want to play in our face? Watch what happens when you play in our face, and you are not used to that. That is why you feel so privileged, besides being a mediocre white man, to come up here and speak on what you feel is important to you. We don't give a fuck about what's important to you right now. Nobody's sitting over saying, well, they're not going to vote or they're going to vote Republican in the fucking midterms. You're making that up because you're so fearful and you don't know what to do with it.
I got to put me first, Lucius.
That's it, bitch. Okay, I gotta put me first.
Black women are putting themselves first.
Instead of you doing the work and getting out here and actually doing some form of goodwill candidacy, you would rather get up here on a platform and attack people because you don't have the mental capacity to think your way out of a paper bag. That is the issue that keeps being encountered here. You trying to come up here and gaslight people, baby, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck. And I'm not gonna lie to you, as a non-resident Texas bitch, I don't give a fuck right now. People need to grieve. People need to feel what they feel, and you are so busy trying to tone police somebody because you are afraid that you have stopped constructively looking to do work, and instead you have already trying to sow discourse and point fingers. If you are that concerned about it, get your ass up out here in the streets. Make a case for the candidate. Go to their headquarters and help them and say, hey, from one white person to another, you have a severe problem with Black voters, that to the point where I am concerned that you are not going to win. What is your plan? You all want to hold everybody's feet to the fire except the person who is accountable. Who is accountable. He has 8 months. And before y'all sit up here and say, I want to be real clear with you. Jess and I have had this conversation. Have we not?
Yep.
Jess, is anything that I'm saying in this live right now any different than what I've said to you when you and I have had private conversations?
Nope.
And you know I stand 20 toes down for you, behind you in every situation and circumstance. And also, you know, you also at the end of the day, I will say, hey, baby, it don't matter because I'm supporting you. And when we had the conversation, I said, baby, that's how you feel. I'm gonna shut my fat ass the fuck up. Isn't that not what I said? Exactly. You all have to understand people need to feel what they feel as openly as they feel it right now, because that is important. He has 8 months of work that he can do. If he's so good, if he's so educated, if he's so qualified,
electable,
and he can't figure out how to get some form of communication with the Black community and figure out, say, even if it comes down to, hey, even if y'all don't vote for me, I'm gonna work for y'all. Even if he can't figure that out, what the fuck is he holding office for?
How does he?
If he can't get the most, what'd you say, beloved?
No, I just said, how does he do that though? How does he break out of Austin and the RGV and stuff to make that happen?
He don't pay. Hold on, he don't pay me for no strategy. That's first of all, he don't pay me for strategy. I can't tell him what he the candidate. Yeah, you pay people millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars to put this shit together, and y'all can't figure out a way. Y'all can't reach out to the people. There are people not only in this chat, on this app, that have reached out to him and gave him strategy. He did not utilize it. He did not implement it. That's before Jasmine Crockett even stepped into the race. So he has a play. He's just not doing it. Yeah, ask Liz Smith. Don't ask me.
Right.
Don't ask me. Right. I know, but I'm not finna give it to you. You'll just be doing it just for that. No.
I feel like the next 3 months are like the biggest window for him to do that, because he has 3 months left while the Republicans are still playing in the sandbox to figure out whether it's going to be Paxton or Cornyn, to try to to get that shit together.
Regardless
And-
of whoever the Democrat, Jesus Christ, regardless of whatever happens in that shifting and runoff they're gonna have, because that's all it's gonna be. I'm not gonna hold you. Swaps. How you pronounce your handle name? Swabawa.
Swavawa.
Swavawa. Thank you, beloved. I don't think it necessarily matters whatever they do over there on the Republican side, because it's going to be a shit show anyway. Regardless, it's going to be Corner, it's going to be Paxton, and then Donald Trump will do what he does and throw his shitty diaper behind whatever candidate he feels is going to win the moment, like he always does. Like, this is not new. We've been dealing with this for a decade at this point.
Yeah, but getting the time to just be only you on the other side of the aisle while they're figuring that out and throwing, doo-doo at each other and being a mess is important time to not waste. So
I do agree. But here's I agree with you. However, here's the long and the short of it. The election was when?
March 3rd. What have we heard?
See, Jess, this is why I say you and I share a brain cell, because we will go right down the same pathway. It's the 3rd. You know what happened right after Jasmine Crockett lost? She got right up and went back to work right the next day.
And ate Kristi Noem's ass up, and now the bitch is fired.
And ate Kristi Noem's ass out and got that ass on up out there. What has James Talarico done in that time to begin to build a coalition? Or fuck a coalition. Let's take it back to a different C word. What has he done to even begin conversation?
He went to the funeral. What do you mean?
Respectfully, what does Jesse Jackson got to do with Democrats in Texas?
Whose funeral?
Oh, he said he went
Jesse?
to the funeral. No, yeah, he went to. I didn't even know Talarico was there. He said he went to Jesse.
But this is what I'm talking about. You know what coalition building looks like? Why you think people still somewhat talk about Bill Clinton in a good light, especially Black people for the time being?
Well, this is where I think he's a little bit of a disadvantage. So, well, not a little.
Hold on, really quick. So SWV. Hold on 1 second. Let me bring in Shay, and then I'll bring in Latrine too, both in Texas as well. Hey Shay, how you doing?
I low-key wanted to hear what Sisters with Voices was gonna say, because I think that was gonna be my next point. But I do find it very interesting that now there is a coordinated campaign effort coming out from the Texas Democratic Party, with all of the candidates, pretty much all of the candidates, whether they won or lost, right? And they are doing these stops throughout the state. It's been all sort of the marquee races, the attorney generals, lieutenant governors, Gina Hinojosa, of course, the gubernatorial candidate. But who have we yet to see on any of these flyers, in any of these conversations?
James Talarico.
James Dale Collins.
But he's been on every media segment. Hear me when I say this. He's been on every media segment. Shay, did you see the CBS interview? Did you see that?
Oh, no, baby. Oh, I have not. Well, I'm not going to hold you. I gave myself a moratorium, so I'm not supposed to be talking about him right now, but I only
I was going to say, you're going to get in trouble with Courtney and Erica up here, but okay, but go ahead.
I know. They're going to wake up and probably cuss me out later, but and to the point that was being made earlier, right? He already has a game plan. I've had to say this ad nauseum, that we gave him the game plan, right? For Houston specifically, and for Black people overall. So, like I said, I don't know what he's been doing in the last week. Apparently, he's been on TV with Liz Smith. I mean, excuse me, she doesn't work for his campaign. She said it because we believe her.
She's so honest.
I thought Liz Smith had passed. Who are we talking about?
No, girl, somebody
Liz Smith is she's a New York consultant who also did, I think, Obama 2, unless I'm mistaken. And then she also did Cuomo during his okay,
I'm not gonna hold you already. I thought we were talking about somebody with do-rag. I thought we were talking about my good girl, my good sis Liz Smith, the gospel. I thought, because I'm like, wait,
Liz Smith did,
I thought people didn't like Cuomo. Why does that give her credibility?
No, it doesn't. So it's what she did with Cuomo and the way she went after the
It's like smearing. Allegedly smear.
Yeah, was
smearing
smearing those that had the allegations against Cuomo. I'm sorry, it's 2 a.m, right? And the way that she propagated and made all of that happen. So no, we're not giving her credit. I do not like her. She's lucky she hasn't found her way into my mentions, because I would do her like I did Keith Edwards.
Yeah, I gave him the business. Welcome in, Joy Ray. Thank you so much, Joy. I appreciate it. So what was the point that you were going to make, SWV? I think you wanted to hear that, and then I'm gonna
he was kind of talking about Andrew Cuomo's fixer and the person who was there to bloody that person. I kind of wonder what Talarico is going to come up with, because it's been a long time since a Democrat got elected statewide to a federal office in Texas. So I think now that he's pivoted from this primary campaign to being the nominee, what is he going to do to try to develop that bench strength and find someone to be that Andrew Cuomo New York person for him? And I don't think I've seen it yet. He's been scrambling, I think, the last week to try to figure out what the plan is. So I don't know if someone will send resources to him, but
the story came out, was that the Political article where it was like, well, we don't know if we're going to send money to Texas anymore. And I was like, see, y'all thought the white boy was going to do it.
He electable, right?
Y'all thought LGBT Joel Osteen was going to be y'all's white savior.
First and foremost. First and foremost.
Stop it, Shay.
What do you say? God is non-binary?
Oh my God, I'm screwed. Y'all, out of Joy Raiders, get your daily heart. Give me a follow if you have not done so already. Tap the screen, share the live, post it to your story, repost it. We appreciate y'all being in here. Drop some crowns for the Joy Raid. And
whose daughter is non-binary? Bitch, I just turned in this bed
Jesus.
like a fresh rotisserie chicken.
Jesus is non-binary. No, God. I don't know. It depends on who they talk to that day.
Hey, those are Del Collins' words, not mine.
Whose child is B?
I said Dale. It don't get no whiter than Dale.
I think he went to a Presbyterian seminary, so I don't know what.
Did he finish?
Presbyterian. Wait, hold on. Y'all throwing around. Hold on. Wait a minute. Y'all throwing around all these words.
Thank you for the raise.
Y'all throwing around all these words. I understand that man is tied heavily to the religious, to the religions. I understand that deeply in my heart of hearts. I understand. What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Yeah, because the right. That's why they finna eat him out, because the right is heavily religious. Paul. And they don't like no Leviticus. They don't want to hear no pronouns. They don't want to hear no non-binary. And they don't want
to crash grinder.
They don't want to hear none of that shit.
But they'll crash.
They go get so mad they'll go crash grinder just to prove that they don't like it.
The service.
And that's just they just do that to prove that they don't like them.
And I'm still trying to figure out how they doing that.
Hold on. Can I address something real quick? Important. Okay, so TJ in the comments, no one is making fun of someone's sexual identity.
But this panel a little bit of quiet. What are you talking about?
I need y'all to be for real. You don't like us, but then 1 minute you want to use us, but then won't. Like, don't you ain't you tired, Miss Hilly?
I'm an ally.
Nigga.
Hello, ally.
So real quick, because I don't want Justice Page to get said the wrong thing. This is an inclusive space. No one is making fun of anybody's sexual identity. They keep putting this in the chat. I'm saying, I don't know if you came in and missed the context of what we were saying, but nobody was saying that. I just want to clarify that, because they're leaving multiple chats about that.
I agree, and I appreciate that. I appreciate it, because they be trying to say, "Oh, I went in there."
I wasn't making fun. As an ally to the community, it's important for me to uplift.
Shay, I swear to God,
Shay didn't stutter. See,
I mean,
I'm about to start cussing.
He's just calling a spade a spade. That's all.
Okay, like I forget.
Is that what we doing?
You say what?
Now, is that what we doing?
Okay, we just calling a spade a spade.
Why can Shay say that? Because I actually know this man.
TJ, what the hell you want?
Like I forget that people don't understand that when certain individuals, especially the ones online, talk about these people, we aren't like y'all, not anyone up here, but we're not like TJ, right? Who has parasocial relationships to these people. I actually know them. We've actually broken bread and shared meals and been in close quarters and proximities for extended periods of time. Like, I know these individuals. Yes, you hear Liz, baby, because I like niggas. Fuck. Let me find out. This is Isaiah Martin's MAGA page, and he's trying to troll me.
Screaming.
Hollering. I'm on the floor.
Bitch.
Me too, Nichelle.
It's too early in the morning for this bitch. I am in shambles.
Oh my
Wait, Isaiah Martin is also an ally?
Ooh, let me
You
mute.
know what?
Oh, hold on, really quick. I'm gonna go to Latrine. Latrine, welcome in. She's also a Texas resident in Dallas. How you doing tonight, Queen? How are you feeling?
Girl over here rolling. Ashamed to stay off that coffee. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, girl. I'm enjoying the conversation, but I think I want to add to it. Like, being here in Texas, it's a different type of air. It's different.
You got a lot of pollen in it, that's for sure. But that's beside the point.
It got a lot of pollen, you know. You know what I'm saying? It got a lot of colorism. It got a lot of sexism and all the other isms, you know. And it's different. If you are not a Texan, you know, it's I can't even say it's worse than Mississippi, but it's just almost neck and neck, you know. But here's the thing that I'm gonna say about Talarico. You know, watching the whole campaign trail of Jasmine Crockett and Talarico. Has he ever said anything? Has he talked? Did he actually say something worth listening to?
He said, God.
When it comes down to facts.
Jesus. We should all love thy name.
He said God is love. Yeah.
Latrine, to answer that, you know what he did say on this media thing, and I didn't watch it in real time. It was a post, and I think this is important. Okay, to your point, Latrine. So he was on CBS Morning, okay, and they asked him about Iran, okay, and he pointed out, and rightfully so, that basically what Tupac said, right? We got money for war, but we ain't got money for the poor. Can't feed the poor. Okay, fine. So then the interviewer pushed back on him and said, well, hold on a second. Does your leadership, Chuck Schumer, on a national level, know this? Do they feel this way? Because, you know, James Talarico did what he did and said, oh, you know, Texas schools and education, he's naming all the great things, right? He pushed back on him and said, well, hold on a second. Does your leadership know that, though? Do they feel that way? You know what he said? Hold on to your bonnet, okay? He said, he pulled his hands to his chest, Latrine, and said, oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I only know Texas. Bruh, you are no longer running for a state representative seat.
Somebody get him the Cliff Notes.
Okay, right. You are running for a federal. You are running for a federal seat now. Okay, what you mean? Exactly. What you mean? You're not locked in to what the leadership, the National Democratic Party. Man, that turned me off. So I said,
you know why?
Well, he knows that he wants that DSCC money, and he knows Chuck Schumer is going to send him money if he calls him out. And
no, but even beyond that, it's because he is probably in his brain thinking, oh, well, there's no way this is going to last into November. And by the time I'm elected, and even if it does last into November, it won't last into when I'm sworn into the new Congress in January. That's why he doesn't want to comment on it. Because if he comments on it before, then he's going to have to actually, depending on how long this lasts, live up to what he says beforehand.
He doesn't want to jeopardize. He doesn't want to
He did.
jeopardize national money, and you're going to jeopardize national money if you call out the leader on TV. Like,
Yeah, but okay, I feel
Isn't
you
this
on
guy
that.
supposed to be
I
a
feel you on that, but
progressive?
it's giving I'm a Boy Scout and I haven't been elevated to the junior or the senior leagues yet. Like he literally
Right.
looked like a scared
He's a
literally deer in
brownie.
headlights.
Yeah.
Right, he's a brownie, exactly. Shout out to all the brownies. I was a brownie, went all the way up to junior cadet. Okay. But the fact that he looked like it wasn't like, you know how somebody gives an answer like they're trying to skew up and say, oh, I don't want to offend the senior. He literally shook his head like almost innocently and said, oh, I don't know anything about that. He said, I only know Texas.
Whether you know about it or not.
Okay,
Whether you know about it or
right
not.
there.
This attitude
Pause
is
right
going
there,
to kill him in
Nichelle.
the general election.
Doesn't
It
that
is.
sound? Pause right there. Doesn't that sound like the leader that we got right now in office?
Come on now. That's the point that I'm making.
So my point is that these people that are, you know, basically trying to strong arm us into voting for Talarico, do you not see that this man is the same person on the opposite side? Even though he is a Democrat, his thought process is Republican.
White. Oh,
His
no.
thought process is not for the people.
I'm not as mad about that though, because
I am, because I'm a Black person who lives in Texas, who pay taxes.
I mean,
who
the
actually
reason
has kids in school, who wants a better education for my kids, who actually has a college student.
The only reason I say that,
care.
the only reason I say that is because Chuck Schumer is the one who decides where money goes this cycle. So he doesn't want to antagonize Chuck Schumer because he knows that Chuck Schumer is deciding about whether or not to
Doesn't
send
even
money.
matter for real.
Yeah, hold on.
Hold
on, let Latrine land, and then because I want to add something too real quick.
When we go in to vote for these Democratic representatives to represent us in the Senate, they represent the people. So we don't give a damn about what they doing, who they trying to protect, and all $1 billion. If we're going to the polls to elect these people, and we got way bigger issues, damn your money. That money gonna be there. We ain't worried about that, because we all know that white people don't like to spend money; they save it.
They steal it.
So my thing is, and steal it. So my thing is this. If we voting for you, I need you to go in there and work, be a mouthpiece. And let me land this with this. My whole point of asking, is he talking? This is to the people that do not have intelligence. Why would you not go vote for somebody that got a whole mouthpiece, that got some walking heels on, that don't mind stepping to whoever and telling, hey, what you're doing for these people, whether they are Latino, Hispanic, African American descent, or Jamaican Americans or Asians, what you're doing to these people is inhumane. Instead of voting for somebody that's going in there to shake hands with the very people that we got problems with. Because that's exactly what's going to happen if he get that seat. And like I said before, and I'll say again, we ain't coming. You deal with it. Don't ask for our titty, because we ain't giving it to you.
Well, he don't want it.
I was gonna say there's a difference. He said, I don't have no problem. No, I do have a problem. You didn't even try to spin the question, so you just saying you don't know when you're becoming going for the Senate seat, where you're going to be making federal laws, when you do need to know the articles of impeachment, where you do need to vote on if we're going to send money to these other countries, if we're going to agree to be going to WAR and all this other type of shit, he has to know what's going on a global level as well.
Yeah, but that's strategic though. He's deciding to not take a position where he doesn't have to crap on the leader who decides where money goes from the DSCC this election cycle, while also reserving the right. I mean, Shay, you brought it up earlier, that Politico article about the DSCC trying to decide where to spend money this cycle. He's trying not to crap on the guy who decides where money goes. So he's fighting for dollars right now against John.
I'm so sorry. Can I just add?
Is he fighting for dollars or he's fighting for Texas?
Can I add to the
Well,
point?
it's the same thing right now.
But it's not, and we have it's not, and we have examples of that. And I want to be clear. Does everybody here know who John Ossoff is? Does everybody here know who John Ossoff is? John Ossoff is the white, young,
fine
shit for that's some snow I could play in. Okay, that's some snow I could play in, bitch. Call me Studio 54.
What is happening?
Call me Studio 54 because I'm taking my nose across the counter, bitch.
Not just coming here to Jocelyn.
Bitch, and Will, call me. No, let me know.
Okay. Anyway, do we know who John Ossoff is?
But yes, he has what is considered to be have the weakest chances of re-winning his Senate seat out of Georgia. He came in with the good Reverend out of
Biden and Warnock in 2020.
Biden and he openly hey Shay, let me follow you. To be clear, he openly talked about and stated in one of his rallies that this was he basically called everybody out to task. And my thing is this: if he can do that, knowing he has the weakest. My thing is this: if he can do that, knowing he has the most likely contest, that he does not have the strongest chances of winning his seat back in Georgia. But good morning.
Hey, Morgan.
It is. Okay, I was as fine as he want to be. But if he has the chances of doing... Also, his wife is a doctor. And that's what we talk about. White people know their lane and they know they can do more. Here's the thing that I'm going to pose to you, SWB. If John Ossoff can do that, knowing he has the weakest seat, knowing he has the chances of losing his seat, knowing that he may not get money from Chuck Schumer, yes, James Talarico would be new, but there is also a thing of where everybody's saying on this panel, you are moving outside of Texas. You're going to represent Texas in the Senate, where you have to be thinking about these things, especially if you're going to be a Democratic senator in Texas. The ask is not difficult. You posed a question earlier. You said, well, what would you say to da 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 da? I'm not a political consultant in any capacity, but the thing that I would say more than anything that we all know in this life is you can't sit up here and say you've done your best if you're not even willing to try. That is the issue that we keep encountering. Black people are not asking for the moon and the stars, especially Black Texans. They're just saying they want somebody to at least show that they give a damn. And that is not an ask that is outside the realm of possibility. That is not a pie in the sky idea. That is having care for the people you say you want to run to represent. This is not difficult. We're making this difficult because everybody thinks, well, everybody's just upset because Jasmine Crockett lost. That is not it. It's the way in which she lost and the things in that what people are saying they wish that they are showing by their vote they are settling for. That's the problem. Jasmine Crockett had the experience. Everybody was like, but I don't like the way she talks. I don't like the way she walks. Okay, great. Bitch, half of y'all don't like y'all neighbors. Great, cool beans. But does it give them the right to live on their property or not? That they pay for? Like, this is the piece of this that people keep getting away. It's the cognitive dissonance and it's the non-accountability that is the issue here. He needs to try. At least even if not try to, even if you still try to win, even if you still end up winning, at least try and then say you tried even if you fail. That's the issue here. There's white mediocrity and then there's on brand understanding of what you're getting ready to sign up to do. And the question many people are encountering now as they're looking at him, as they're drilling down on him even more, is can he do the job? He is not passing the test. If you can't even comment on Iran, which all of us have our opinions on because most of us are old enough to remember when we went into Desert Storm, this is not difficult. But you giving a non-answer instead of speaking truth to pound, actually giving some form of statement to figure out which side of the fence you land on, that's a problem. And if you can't see that, then we have bigger. Then Texas has a bigger issue. I'm not going to say we. I'm not a Texas resident. Then there's a bigger issue in Texas that needs to be addressed. I land my plane.
Okay, and Michelle, I saw your hand, and Henry, I'm gonna come to you, and then y'all drop some crowns in the chat for Vincent for the $2 on the great app. And I see your comment. I'm gonna hold it off to the right time, okay? But basically, he said, "Oh,
oops."
Well, the question, the statement. I'm gonna say because it was. Why the white T-boy over top? The fuck, I'm screaming.
Real quick, I just want to add that it seems to be on brand for Talarico to give that non-specific answer. That's number one. Anybody who watched the debate, that was our number one critique, is that there were will you impeach Trump? Non-specific answer. Will you abolish ICE? Non-specific, non-fighting answer. Number two, I'll just point out that Jasmine Crockett would have had an answer, and she wouldn't have been afraid to go up against the Democratic national leadership
for what's right, for what you believe in, for what you stand on.
But she was the establishment candidate.
He was a raging centrist.
I just disagree with the fact that you can expect a newly crowned nominee in a competitive state who's fighting for money in the context of a DSCC money into Texas.
Then why we elect
on the
you?
majority leader?
But there's
to take a dump on the majority leader who decides where the money goes.
But it's not saying that he has to.
dumping.
It's not saying that he has to take a dump on Chuck Schumer, right? Because that's easy. I wake up and do that, right?
Right, we could dump on Chuck Schumer all day,
a lot of this is specific to Chuck Schumer. If there was a different majority leader.
Hold up. Are you in Texas, by the way?
I'm sorry?
Are you in Texas, by the way? I was just curious.
I'm in Austin.
Oh, you are? Okay.
You ain't got the lie, Craig.
Let Shay finish. Let Shay finish. Sorry.
So
I
it's
wanted to hear
not
what
it's
Shay
not
was
saying
gonna
that
say.
he has to go against the party, go against leadership, right? But it's to have an answer, right? And saying I don't know, I only know Texas at this point is the point we're making. That's not a good answer. That's not an answer to say. You can't say that. You like
Yeah, I mean, there's
no
a
way
lot
around
of
that.
there's a lot of valid things I would criticize him for. Not pissing on someone who decides whether you get money
But I'm
is
saying
not a big thing. That
Even if it's a strategy, he doesn't have the cachet or the trust to pull that off. To me, all it does is make him look weak and inept.
I would have to
And
agree.
again, I would still like an answer to my question. If John Ossoff, who is holding the weakest Senate, and that's not my words, those are words across the political spectrum that they don't necessarily know if he will be able to win his seat back. If he can not only attack the president and hold the Democratic Party accountable, but meanwhile, and again, these are headlines and words, the Dem darling, as they call James Talarico. Why is he, if he has all of this clout, all of this ability and all this likability and this charisma, and he's a shoo-in to win, why is he not using that and able to stand on big business? If John Ossoff can do it, why is he not able to do it?
Well, my answer to that would be Talarico is not a stand-in or a shoe-in to win, but John Ossoff has already won once plus a runoff and is an incumbent whose polling average is 3 or 4 points above Carter, Dooley, or whoever else is running in Georgia. So the situation is different for Ossoff.
Okay. I feel like we're beating a dead horse at this point. Okay. I brought this up because I saw it. So I would recommend you going and watching that TBS news, that clip, and you tell me again, I hear your point about
do we need to watch it?
Who was he sitting with? Was it Gail or Nate Wilson?
I'm gonna show you. It was all three of them.
Is this one?
Was it the twin?
Yes, that one. Look at his body language. Look at what he does with his hands. He literally looks almost childlike when he answers back and goes, I don't know what Chuck Schumer would think. I only know Texas. It came across very weak. Now we can argue till the cows come home about whether or not that was quote unquote strategic, but just watch his body language as they push back on him.
Well, it's 6 minutes. I was gonna pull it up tomorrow,
Henry,
and we
I'm
can
not
watch
playing
it.
with you.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that out of all the things to potentially be upset about him, strategically fighting for money is pretty low on my list. But
he said he backed by the people. He said he backed by the. Why? If he don't care about the money, he said he backed by the people. He don't need the billionaire money and all that other type of money.
But even beyond that, I'm so sorry. Have I missed something? Have I missed something?
There's a TikTok version of that that's very short, where they just clipped out its answer for Iran. If you want to search for that, so you don't have to watch the whole 6 minutes, because that's the part that I'm reacting to.
Okay.
I mean, but also, do Democrats have money?
What is this about?
I
Do
don't
Democrats?
know.
Well,
no, they don't. Ken Martin has been very poor at raising money, and the DSCC in particular is broke. So
what happened to that Soros money, man? I thought we were rolling. What happened to that?
No, and also to be clear, we as a party will never have the amount of money Republicans are able to have and raise. Sorry.
And Soros, they only give money to find shit. And
Okay, and fine shit ain't fine shit like it used to right now. Okay, the discernment is off.
It was CBS.
SWV, I have a quick question for you. What's more important to you, money or trust?
I missed the first part of that. Was that for me?
Yeah.
Yes, SWV. What's more important to you, trust or money?
Jasmine Crockett.
Hallelujah.
I would like to say personally, trust is more important, but in a Senate candidate, I can be pragmatic. So I understand why Chuck Schumer, of all people, is someone you don't want to fight for money. And Chuck Schumer is a strong Israel supporter. He has been for decades. So.
But politically, I want you to answer the question politically. What's important to you, trust or money?
I would say trust.
So if trust is important, why do you keep tossing money into this conversation with a bunch of Black people on here that the biggest risk that we're taking is trust? We're not fit to throw somebody in this seat that we don't trust. We trust Jasmine Crockett because she has stumped all over Texas. I mean, this lady was tired.
And
she has tirelessly worked to host her campaign.
Yeah, and I'm not disputing that.
But my question, you keep tossing money up though. That's why I asked the question, because I'm confused.
I just want to make
Texas is a state with 32 million people, and you're not going to win a Senate seat there without a ton of money. So
no, even with that, quote unquote, like a ton of money and all that other type of stuff. Obviously, I beg to differ because he spent 24 million, she spent 3 million, she was still on his ass, and we don't even closer on his ass if we'd have really got all the votes. So we still don't know at this point. When like what we're talking about also too is like they already think he wishy-washy, and he continues to be wishy-washy, which is why we having a conversation. You talked about trust is important to you. Jasmine Crockett has proven it, and we have trusted her, and we trust her, but yet they wouldn't vote for her. And that is another reason why people are like, fuck this, because trust, obviously, it don't seem important, or the money. It just seems like racism is getting away, because if you put them on paper, no face, no color, no name, and you just have qualifications, they'd be passing his resume to the side. But I'm going to play this quick.
I feel like, hold on once. Just can I just make one statement, and then I'm gonna shut my mouth up, because I feel like we keep missing the critical thinking portion of this. Maybe I'm just call you Suava. No disrespect, truly. You keep bringing up money. You keep bringing up Israel, and I'm going to make two statements. One, in terms of where we are as the United States of America, America is now in a place where it will ever denounce Israel at this point. And I think we just need to reconcile with that as a place and space.
It was never my hill to die on.
Exactly. I want to be clear about this. You all sat up there and stated y'all need a Kamala Harris to denounce Israel, but y'all never asked that of any other white presidential candidate ever. That is my first statement.
That was white Jesus. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay. But my second, no, I know. I'm just saying the y'all as in the general y'all. My second statement is this. You're making a point about money, and I'm hearing the point. However, I don't think the point is hearing you. Here is what is taking place. If money was the end all be all in politics, Kamala Harris would be president right now.
That
I'm not
part.
saying that to be rude. She raised $1 billion. If money was the end all be
In
all
3
of
months.
politics, in 3 months, she would be president. She raised upwards of $1 billion. Let's be real clear about this. There is no other way around that. So while I'm hearing you about the money piece of this, money is not the end all be all. At some point, you got to stand big or you got to lay flat. It's one of the two.
Money and qualification.
On your stomach or on your back. But
on your stomach or on your back.
However you just
ass is getting served. Baby. I don't know what to tell you.
Spread them wide.
What are you hearing
That's
from
the
your
message.
constituents
Look
in
at this,
Texas
Jess.
about how they feel about this war that's happening?
Oh my bad.
War in Iran. What are you hearing from your constituents in Texas about how they feel about this war that's happening right now?
Well, as a millennial, I saw how military disasters like the Iraq War robbed this nation of young lives, of billions of dollars, of our moral standing in the world. And I worry that our current leaders are repeating those same mistakes. I was in Sand Branch, Texas, which is a community south of Dallas that doesn't have running water. It doesn't have basic sewer
Nigga, you should have went
infrastructure.
to South Dallas.
So every dollar we spend bombing people in the Middle East is a dollar we're not spending in Sand Branch, Texas, or in our communities here at home. We're always told that we don't have enough money for schools or for healthcare or for our veterans, but there's always enough money to bomb people on the other side of the world. And so we can support the democracy movement in Iran. We can prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, all without bombing innocent school children or sending our American troops off to die on the other side of the world.
Representative, but are the leaders in your party, specifically Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, bringing that message home to the Republicans, to the president?
I don't know. All I know is what's happening in Texas, and people across the political spectrum are deeply worried about another forever war in the Middle East. And especially young people who are seeing not only gas prices rise, but they're seeing this affordability crisis that continues to go unaddressed by our leaders in Washington. And so I think a lot of us are mystified that we're starting another forever war instead of focusing on lowering costs for working people. Was what's happening in Texas and people across the home to the Republicans.
Let's dissect this.
I don't know. All I know is what's happening in Texas. And
Weak answer. I don't care what anybody says. And that was not giving, in my opinion, as a Texan who lives here, okay, that is not giving, oops, I'm scared of pushing back on Chuck Schumer. I'm scared of, Jeffries. He straight said, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the national Democratic leaders are thinking. I have no idea."
The entire question was framed in the context of your national Democratic leaders in Congress think this. So I don't know if he wasn't thinking about Chuck Schumer in that moment. That was how the question was framed.
Can we? Okay, I get that you're like straight politicking for him, which I really at this point don't know why. So this is my opinion.
It's not even for him. It's just in the context of.
Can I finish? Can I please finish? It came across as a weak answer. I'm not saying that we don't need money. I'm not saying that there's strategy there and not pissing off the leadership. I'm saying in that moment, when that came across my FYP, I wasn't searching for it. I wasn't looking for it. I listened to the whole video. For him to say, "I don't know. I have no idea." That's how it comes across. He literally shook his head and goes, I don't know. I don't know what Chuck Schumer thinks. I have no, I'm not locked in to what the national leadership is. All I know is Texas. I'm telling you that it came across as a weak answer because you are now playing in the big leagues now. If he was staying as a state seat, sure, that answer was phenomenal, right? He talked about raising costs. He talked about, affordability. He talked about unaliving. I loved it. But the second that he said, "I don't know, I have no idea," that came across as a weak answer. The first thing that popped into my head was, dude, you are in the big leagues now. You need to have a better answer than that.
And I agree with you. It did sound weak, but I think the rationale behind that is just him hedging to try to get national money. I don't think it's that much deeper than that. Whether that makes him a bad candidate or
And
not,
that goes
maybe.
back
But
to my question.
But here's
that goes
the
back
piece
to
of
my
this.
question: what's important, trust or money?
But
he don't give a damn about his money. And why you can't answer the question?
On top of that,
I can answer the question.
No. Hold on.
That's the reason.
I'm not talking about you. I don't care what you tell him. We're talking about Talarico. We're talking about the people, the man that wants everybody's vote. So, son, anybody say something? And then I'm gonna go to Saj, and then I have this pulled up for whoever was asking about Jasmine Crockett denouncing the war. He said, "No forever wars." She said, "Why is it that the president refuses to even pretend that he cares about the following the law? I've been stomping and telling people that this election is life or death. Congress, not the president. Congress has the exclusive authority to declare war. Speaker Johnson needs to call us in immediately, not him already telling him what the job he need to be doing. You need to be calling us in immediately. And it is time for the House and the Senate to pass a war powers resolution. And I know it need to be passed just in case he don't know something. He don't know what bill we're gonna pass or what we're gonna pass. This is how you prove your love and respect for the Constitution. This is how you show your constituents that you are truly patriots. It is time for us collectively as Dems and Republicans to stand up to this president. Please call your reps in the House and the Senate, and I can't read something, and vote on a war powers. Tell them to vote on a war powers resolution. So not only did she call it out, not only did she call out this administration, she told y'all who has the power to be doing that, and what the leader should be doing, and what we should be passing, and and a call to action for you to get involved. You know what this nigga said? No more forever wars. Okay.
And low key,
can I add something, Joe?
Yeah, I got you. Give me 1 second, Heron, because I told Saji, Saji, she can go next, and then I got you, Heron. Go ahead.
The one thing, and Michelle could back me up on this, the one thing that I really, really admire, well, not the one thing, but one of the things that I really admire about Palestinians is they tell the rest of the world to fuck off when it comes to their politics. They don't care what people say. They know what is best for them because they are the only people that have experienced the type of occupation that they have experienced by the United States. They don't compare their struggle, but they know their struggle. They know who their oppressor is, and they know how to conduct themselves, right? They don't take advice from American random ass leftists on how they should run their government. So what I don't understand is how white leftists, like this clown in the comments, Eric Von Durant, is over here telling us about Palestine and what Jasmine did or didn't do. My guy, you are a white dude. You have a better chance at going over to Israel, and pretending to be a J and telling them to stop doing what they're doing. Now, also, I would like to know if you believe that Talarico is pro-Palestine, because we could pull up his statement where he condemned October the 7th, where he called the H group a T group. Now, again, I don't know if you know enough about Palestine, but those men that did October the 7th, they were children who grew up, that had went through the occupation, that had went through the boomings, through the snipings, through the being put in detention centers, and they formed the resistance group, and they went and did what they had to do. Now, just in the same way that we don't tell them what to do over there, I would expect for them not to tell us what to do over here. Now, James has done nothing. Him going up on a panel and saying, "When the kids cry, God cries." What the fuck does that do for them? Jasmine signed so that they could get aid, physical aid. What the hell did James do? Attend the 2019 AIPAC fundraiser? Unless I didn't know, and the AIPAC fundraiser was to send aid to people. What was that? What happened, y'all? Was I lost? Did the 2019 AIPAC convention that he went to, was that going towards aid in Gaza? Oh, I didn't think so. Yeah. So spare me with your bullshit when you are, again, a white man in America who refuses to hold your white counterparts accountable when they are the ones that are responsible for the e-files, when they are the ones that are responsible for the genocide of indigenous people on their land, when they are the ones responsible for enslaving Black people, when they are the ones responsible for deleting Black history, from not giving land back to people, and who are once again, for the fucking third time in recorded U.S. history, mass deporting my people out this country. Spare me the fucking outrage. Go get your granddaddy, okay, and tell him to pay Black people back for all the bullshit that you've done to them.
Granddaddy! Go
I
ahead.
just have a quick statement.
Go ahead, because I want to Henry let
You
Henry
good,
get in
boo?
here. No, somebody said,
Gotcha.
did she call it a
Let him go.
conflict or a war? It say authority to declare war. Motherfuckers can't read or listen. Go ahead, Henry.
Not that she called a conflict or a war. Do you call your asshole an anus or an anus or a shithole? With like, stop it, stop it, stop it. Who are you coming up here to
Oh, hold on.
semantic
I
with?
love y'all. Do not mute that shit. I'm so glad that I'm a quick ass screenshotter because this man with 52,000 followers is about to have a stitch of one of his videos with his reply that he put in the comments using an ableist slur.
Yeah, don't repeat it. I'm glad they did. 'Cause
Using
we're
an
gonna protect-
ableist. No, I will never repeat it.
No, not
using
you. Not you. sis. Go
You
ahead.
you saw
Mhm.
it? You screenshot it? Now I can
I
mute him?
saw it and of course I screenshot it because y'all already muted that shit so quickly. I nearly didn't get it, but I got it, and I will be letting all your 52,000 followers know that you're an ableist piece of trash.
Thank you. Go
Well,
ahead.
he has 42,000 followers, but and he posts videos every day. It only gets like 400 views. So I don't really
Right.
know.
It's giving. Never mind.
So are you gonna blame that on the TikTok algorithm? Or you gonna blame that on
It's
you being a
giving you
shitty
paid for
content
them,
creator?
like your dad paid for your mother.
I see what you did there, Shay.
Y'all
I
coming up
see
in
what you did
here.
there, Shay.
Like, I'm sick of y'all coming up in here with this bullshit. And I saw that too.
Oh yeah, I
42,000
blocked him.
followers. Child, fuck out my face. But
Him and his neck beard.
and it was ugly too. It looked like you don't wash. Good Lord.
Like, I'm so sick of sissies. I don't know what to do.
Punks.
I just posted it on the Royal Family Discord. I'm gonna post it on the Hector Discord.
Gotta be quicker than that.
I gotta be quicker than that. Listen, I tried to do the double tap on the back of the iPhone and it didn't work, and so I quickly pressed the two buttons. But why y'all muting that stuff in the chat? Let us screenshot it. Let us savor. Let us, do the screen recording where I can click so he can't claim that it was not his page.
Because Sandra gonna have the receipts.
I'm just saying overall in the grand context of these talking points, because Suava, you bless your heart. You differing opinions aside, I think there's a piece of this that's still at the end of the day that I come back to. Now again, I am not a Texas resident, but somebody viewing this on the oh shit, you're right. I'm so sorry. Fuck,
Go ahead,
Henry.
Go ahead, Henry. Thank you, Nichelle.
I got lost in the sauce, but Saj said something about special country in the Middle East. Everyone loves to bring that up, and I believe that this is really just anti-Black rhetoric. Every time they bring up the Middle East, every time they bring up APAC money, is just to mask their anti-Blackness. I would encourage everyone to because our progressive king, James Talarico, passed 16 bills in the Senate. I encourage everyone to look into what HR 10 is that they passed in October of 2023. Since nobody seems to be able to name any of those bills that he's so good at passing, please look at what our progressive king passed in the year of our Lord, October 2023. HR 10.
This guy
I'm gonna
said
follow you for that T.
on the video earlier, he said he passed whatever bill that it's going to help the kids that OD at school. What demographic is going to school ODing? In large numbers. You think Black kids going to school to OD?
We don't even do them type of drills.
Right.
What is happening? What do you mean black children are going to school? What?
We're not. That's what I'm saying. Like they're telling me about a bill that he passed and it helps children get narc medicine or whatever so that I don't know, I don't do drugs like that.
And you know, in his story, he's like, I started off as a teacher and then I went into politics. I firmly believe that teacher shit was just something he did real quick to pivot into politics, you know, because you worked at a charter school. It's like, I mean, teachers are great everywhere, but if you became a teacher to help the community, I don't understand how working at a charter school.
I mean, I agree.
Oh, but he failed. But he failed Jason or whatever his name was, right? When he watched this kid who had special needs be dragged by all the football coaches out of the school, he just looked at him with his pitiful little blue or green or whatever the color eyes he has, just like, oh man, should have done better.
You know, he just didn't.
I'm so sick of it. Like even the whole.
Not funny, but God.
He had to wait. He had to wait for the principal to release the funds. He just didn't know what to say.
Why the fuck does this sound like the storyline for Friday the 13th? What are you doing?
He was a water
Like y'all
boy.
literally picked a failed teacher, and don't come on me. Y'all know when I roast, I don't want your correction. I don't want your anecdotal. You just take it, okay? Don't come. Being a teacher is hard work.
Well, damn, son, you want me dinner first?
But if he can't handle being a teacher, then now you're gonna be handling. You couldn't
can't
even handle the question. He said, "I don't know. I'm just here."
Because let's be for real, you could say that being a teacher is hard, but what is harder?
But y'all
dealing with a bunch of bratty kids or dealing with this administration?
A bunch of bratty adults.
But here's my thing. You're giving more due reverence to a man out of Texas who was a teacher at a charter school than y'all gave to the first lady who was a professor at a community college. Like, let's, like, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm not, but like, there are triple quadruple.
So basically said, I could teach. Nah, I don't know what grade, so I'm being facetious. I can teach 6-year-olds. I know I can run the Senate. I know I can run Texas.
Listen, I have 4 kids. I could be the president tomorrow. Okay? Don't ask me what I've done. Don't ask me anything. This shit's just fucking crazy. And then he went up there on the debate and told his story about the desks, right? How the students had to sit on the desks. Like, why is that even a story? If that would have been a Mexican teacher, she would have had a tamale sale over the weekend and gotten them all desks.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Why is that?
She'd have been out there. She'd have been out there with fresh mangoes off the cart for 2 weekends in a row, and would have had chairs and some leftover for maybe a pizza party. I'm not trying to be funny. I want to be clear. This is the America that we live in. We know we don't pay teachers enough money. You getting out there and saying that, but what did you do to resolve the problem?
Why was that one of the
These are the
legislation
questions
that you passed?
He
Did
brought him Tiff treats.
Yeah, Tiff treats is wild.
Latrine, are we supposed to wait until James Talarico gets endometriosis before he talks about, medical apartheid for women of color in Texas? Because the only reason he pushed out that that insulin shit was because he got diabetes.
Like, so if it don't
So
affect
am I
you,
supposed to wait here?
Wait till you get
Yeah. Wait till he gets endometriosis.
it, and then I know he gonna fight for us after that. I know it.
You're not right.
Okay,
You're
y'all.
not right.
I love y'all, and I usually have last words, but I gotta be up in 2 hours. I gotta go get a haircut in the morning, and it's an hour away, hour and some change away, and I gotta make sure a little bit of traffic. So I need to get up at 5, get my coffee in just in case it bubble my stomach, be ready for that, and then get on the road. Because I'm going to South by Southwest, so the hair gotta be fly. I think I'm going to a couple of TikTok events and a few creators events. I'm also hosting an official showcase for a full LGBTQ lineup showcase, which I am excited about. Usually I am helping produce it, which I still am. But I will be hosting it this year, which I'm excited about. So if you are in Austin, reach out to me. I'll give you the flyer, show you guys about it, which I'm excited. Let me, so I got to go to bed. I appreciate, shout out to Nichelle, shout out to Kenny, Latrine, Shay, Son, SWV had to go. Saji, Henry, y'all, they got to be accountable for the shit that they do, and it's always somebody else's fault when it comes to, white T man. We're not doing enough. He out didn't vote for him. It's your fault. It's this. It's that. He also too got to earn his votes. Period. I want to shout out to my big three in here. Shout out to Nichelle, Saji, and Suge. Thank y'all so much for all the love. Shout out to everybody that donated directly. I appreciate you, Vincent. You was on point with that one. Shout out to my mom. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the whole royal family. I love you guys. Shout out to YouTube. I see y'all over there. Make sure that you guys subscribe. Hit the thumbs up button. We got the 300K. So shout out y'all for tapping the screen. I love y'all. We're going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to play I'm going to watch it too, but I'm going to play the entire clip of the interview with him tomorrow, and we'll continue the discussion.